This audiobook contains 942 censored sentences and 51 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Censored, 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 censored. Can you blame me? I liked Graphia before coming to this world. Her doing that and admitting her feelings to me, well, that kind of made me like this. Sorry. I quickly threw the towel back on it and headed to the bathtub. I threw my towel to the side, sat down, and spread my legs out, letting the day's fatigue wash away, literally. Graphia eventually gets up and also does the same. I turn my attention to her as she walked up and set aside her towel. She smiles and sports a small blush, as it's the first time I've seen her fully nude. She steps into the bath and sits in front of me, letting her body weight be supported by me. She wiggled her butt, seemingly teasing me. After a little bit, Graphia settled back down, snuggling cozily against me. Deciding this isn't exactly the right moment, I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her closer to me. So how was your day, FIA? She closes her eyes and sighs in a relaxed tone. It was quite busy. While Surzek-sama doesn't have much paperwork to do, he still has other duties to attend to. My burden was slightly alleviated as Astri-sama was with us. Surzek-sama was equally ecstatic to use the new android and has granted you another favor. He's usually slaving away at the paperwork all day long. He only ever took breaks when Astri-sama forcefully pulled him away and after helped the two of us. We also had to attend some meetings, along with Ajuka-sama. He has also told me that Latia Astaroth may request for you soon enough. Serafal-sama also mentioned to us that she'll be bringing you to the West Yukai faction and Asgard starting tomorrow. You're aware of this, yes? She turns to look at me. She called me earlier this evening. I'm bringing Ingvild along, as she hasn't had much opportunity to go out. She'll become an NET at this rate. This made both of us laugh. Hopefully nothing bad will happen. I've never been to Kyoto before, much less Asgard of all places. Amuse and Grafia looked at me unamused. What? A prime opportunity to meet even more women, yes? Ismail here. Well, you're not wrong. How will you even manage in the future? I somehow will also, it's not like I'm keeping a leash on all of them. Everyone is free to do what they want in life. I'll fully support and back them up when the need arises. I want my harem to be free, Grafia. Once you find out more about me, I can guarantee you that none of you will be shackled by most things by then. I really love them, and that's the only thing I want in return. How about you? Do you have any plans or goals in mind? She shakes her head. Once you ask Surzek-sama that favor, you're already aware of the answer I will give. I will live to serve you for the rest of time. I just want to stand by your side, and nothing more. That is all I wish for. I see. I look forward to it then, FIA. We fell into silence and enjoyed each other's company. We idle-chatted about other things for the rest of the time there. We leave the bathroom refreshed and satisfied. I walk Grafia to her door. Good night, FIA. Good night, Jean. I start to turn around, but Grafia pulls me back and kisses me on the cheek. Thank you, she whispered and entered her room. A welcome change. I mused and went back to my own room. Flashback end. That was an eventful night. I looked at Rennie, who was at the same place as yesterday. I slowly remove both Akino and Kuroka from me, and I carry Rennie back to her room. I checked on Ingvild, and she was still asleep. I made my way downstairs, and Grafia was making breakfast, the usual morning routine for all of us. I came up behind her and wrapped my arms around her. Morning, what's for breakfast? A normal breakfast that consists of eggs, toast, and cereal, she replied. She briefly turned and kissed me on the cheek. What time will you be leaving today? Around 9. Ingvild and I have to meet up with Serafall in the Citri territory. I swear if I have a repeat with the guards like in the Grimoire Gates, I'm going to just slap them. I huffed. I know they're just doing their jobs, but man, it's irritating. This made the devil maid chuckle. Serafall may or may not have informed them, so it will be left to luck. Let's hope she did. I complained and buried my head on her shoulder. I was also happy that Grafia was a lot more affectionate with me when we're alone like we promised last night. Grafia turns back to cooking and starts to hum a tune to herself. I listen to her with my eyes closed. A fine morning indeed. After breakfast, Kuroka left for Team Valley, as she had been called by the guy. Akino also got called by Rias, as she wanted them to have another day of training. Kaneko did the same with Kuroka, but she said she was busy making the younger Nekasha groan, as she had to train by herself. Kuroka just told her to do what they had practiced before and master that first. Kaneko reluctantly agreed to it. Grafia also got a call during breakfast from Surzex that he needed her help again as Astery was busy. In the communications circle, the guys sounded desperate. And to top it all off, Lavinia and her team will be gone for 2 days because they'll be looking for more clues about Kokobile and his gang of soon-to-be dead crows. She pretty much pouted and clung to me the entire morning, even complaining as she was teleported away. Ophis skipped breakfast and hadn't come out of the necklace since the moment we shared yesterday. I decided to summon some sweets for her and got a thank you from the girl through our mental link. She told me she was reading more books and wanted to absorb its content, and I was fine with that. 8:52 a.m. Well, it's time to face the eccentric Leviathan, I say as Ingvild steps beside me. She was wearing her noble dress, unlike the t-shirt and shorts she usually wore around the house, so we were looking forward to this. I had dressed up a bit as well. I wore a short white shirt with black braces along with a black tie. I paired them with black trousers and slick black shoes. I look like a bartender or someone attending a dam, wedding. I'm used to myself. You look really good, Jean, Ingvild commented beside me, as she observed me from top to bottom. You look beautiful, too. I grin at her, and she playfully hits me on the shoulder. She chuckled. Please, I wore this the day I met you, and for 100 years while I slept, but thank you. I offer my arm to her, and she takes it, and I teleported us into the underworld. Underworld Citri territory. After I teleporting Ingvild and I, we were in front of the gates to their giant mansion. Never gets easy seeing all the big-ass places Devil's own. Ahaha, Ingvild's family, her father, also owned some big homes, but didn't want to mention that now. Halt! State your business. A guard stops us and points their spears towards us. Asai, not this shit again. I summon a circle beside me, surprising the guards. Sarah, get your ass out here. I'd rather not deal with Citra guards right now. Oh, sorry. They'll be there in a sec. She almost screamed as we heard her panically moving things around wherever she was. The two guards were stunned that I had just casually called out one of the Satans. Whoosh! I could see the Satan flying towards us quickly with her bat wings. She landed not too long, sorry, Jean Ingvild. Let's go. She apologized and gestured for us to follow her back into the house. We're going back. I asked confused. Father and Mother want to meet the middleman. Sarah Fall's words caused the guard's eyes to bulge. Sure, I don't mind. I shrug, and we both follow her. Also, you look nice. I'm glad you both dressed up for the occasion. She comments and eyes me up as she licks her lips. Can you not? I deadpan, making the Satan chuckle. Anyway, you're wearing your conference suit? Yep, it's what I usually wear unless the place we're going to needs me to wear something else. She explains and jumps forward while doing a twirl. You likey? She asks and cups her chest. These babies aren't covered either. It's a win-win. I could see Ingvild mortified at the Satan at her bluntness and vulgarity. I sigh, yes, you look great. But please don't just grope yourself like that. Have some respect for your surroundings. She stuck her tongue out at me. Blee, nah, I'm fine. After that, we picked up our pace and reached their mansion. When we entered, we see two older people waiting by the stairs. Father, Mother, and back, and I've brought him. The two smile at their daughter and nod. They walk down the stairs and stop near us. His name is Jean. He's the middleman the Satans were talking about. The one beside him is Ingvild, his associate and friend. Seraphal explained, and we both nod to her parents. Thank you, Seraphal. I welcome the both of you to our humble home. I am Cyril Citri, and this is my wife, Isolde Citri. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've heard many things about you from my daughter and the Satans. You have a good head on you. I wish you luck in your future endeavors. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Citri, Lady Citri, and thank you. They seem like nice devils, so I'll return the courtesy. Ingvild also does a small curtsy to them as well. Seraphal had a giant grin on her as I just stared at her. This catches her parents' attention, and they chuckle. You two seem to be getting along. Isolde comments. The future harem king and Red Dragon Emperor is quite a leech. Oi. The two parents look at me, surprised. Red Dragon Emperor? That's the first time I'm hearing such a thing. Lord Citri eyes me again. Harem king? Lady Citri squints her eyes at me. Yeah, please keep it a secret, he. Shing. Another Citri teleportation circle appears, and Sona Citri appears from it. Naes Masona starts but stops as she stares at me and Ingvild beside me. I facepalm, and Seraphal turns and bear hugs her sister Sotan. Sona proceeded to push her sister off of her, much to Seraphal's dismay. So mean, she huffed while on the ground. Sona fijes hargulas. It seems we meet in an unexpected place. Jean-san, Ingvild-san, care to explain? How this is why I shouldn't have let my guard down. You can ask your sister there. I shook my head. I didn't expect this. Hopefully, I can convince Sona to keep this a secret. Sona then looks at Seraphal and asks, well, care to explain, Naesama? Seraphal huffs, but explains anyway. She walks over to me and gestures. Allow me to do another introduction. This is Jean Skyward, 17, the new middleman to the three factions, hopefully to the West Ukai faction and Asgard soon. He's also this generation's Red Dragon Emperor and is currently gathering a harem for himself. She turns her gaze at me and hugs me. I'm also interested, she announced, stunning her parents and Sona. The one beside him is Ingvild Leviathan, an original descendant of the Leviathan clan and a hybrid of a devil and human. Please keep this all a secret for now. Oh, by the way, Intan is staying with Jean and Kuo. The room fell into silence once Seraphal gave her explanation to them until Lord Citri broke it, an original descendant from the Leviathan clan. My word, I thought they went into hiding, or at the very least not very active. Dear, are you sure you want to pursue this boy? He has a harem. After all, Lady Citri was more concerned about her daughter's love life more than anything that was said. Yep. She gropes herself and tries to shove her chest toward my face. See? I karate chop her head. Sarah, please. Fine. The Satan huffed and crossed her arms. When did you become aware of the supernatural? Jean-san? Sona asked after finally coming out of her own shock. Around 6 or 7. I guess. Why did you apply to Kuo and move there? I felt the demonic energy and moved there. I was just curious. I didn't expect 2 heiresses to be governing the town. So, you were the one training Rias in her peerage? And also, Akino's boyfriend? Yes, yes, and yes. I see. She fixes her glasses again. I only came home to get something I forgot. I will also keep this a secret. Have a good day. She leaves towards her room. Well, she's the type to keep her word, so we'll be fine. I turn to Serafal, who is still huffing. Don't we need to be somewhere? I ask her, and she goes back to being professional. All right, we're going to get going. Father, mother, tell Sotan will be gone for a bit. She waved and teleports us away. I see her parents nod awkwardly, still stunned at the revelation they just got. Japan, Kyoto, and we're here. Serafal announces as she teleported us near to some kind of barrier that had next to no humans around us. This is another dimension. Is this the Yukai city inside? I didn't think Shed teleport us this close. Yep. Hey, you said you hadn't been here before? She squints her eyes at me suspiciously. I haven't. I just assumed because of the barrier. Serafal smacks her hand with an oath, finally putting the pieces together. Anyway, let's go. She enters the barrier first, followed by the both of us. When we enter, we are greeted by the sight of a Yukai city, hidden in plain sight by the humans of Kyoto. This is quite something. I look around, and all types of Yukai are present. Some foxes, flying heads, kappa dog, wolf, you name it, and they're just there. There's also some flying around. I make eye contact with one, and they wave at me. I do the same back. I've never seen so many types of Yukais before. It's incredible, Ingvild muttered in astonishment. Right? They're everywhere, and a lot of them are very friendly. As Serafal said that a long-necked Yukai asked if she wanted to buy a crepe for very cheap. The Satan agreed and bought one from them. See? Didn't she just get you know what? Never mind. We continued our way to the giant castle that was pretty hard to miss when you first walk into the place. I'm guessing that's where Yasaka and Konu are. Jovaro, how about having some sweets? A Yukai with bunny ears asks me. He's a muscular man with a strange accent to him. I humor him and stop. What kind of sweets? He grins and pulls out a box of rice crackers. These are our famous Kitsune Sunbae. They are modeled after our leader, Yasaka-sama. He takes one out and gives it to me and Ingvild. Here, have a taste test. Both Ingvild and I take a bite into the crackers, and I got to say they taste good, but they modeled it after Yasaka? Did she allow them to? Not bad. Did you get permission to model it after your leader? He flinches at the question, and I chuckle at his expense. Well, maybe? How much is it? When I asked him a question, he relaxes and takes out 2 boxes. That'll be 500 for both. They'll give you a discount, bro, since you seem like you won't rat me out. He winked, and I hand over the amount. Thanks for your business. He hands the 2 boxes to me. I hand the other one to Ingvild, and we catch up to Serafal, who had been hounded by other Yukai on trying to buy their own stuff. I tap the Satan on the shoulder, and she turns around with tears streaming down her face. Jean, help me. She immediately runs behind me, using me as a human meat shield. The Yukai spot me and converge on me instead as they resume on their haggling. I put my hand out, say your prices. They looked a bit confused, and they start saying how much each of their product cost. I nod and take out the appropriate amount and hand them it. I also summon a bag for them to put what they had into it. They were ecstatic and took the money and shoved the items into the bag. With that, they left us alone, Serafal relieved and looking guilty. I'm sorry. Gina, she started a mope, which I found cute. I pat her head. Don't worry about it. I bring the bag over to me and open it. There are a lot of snacks and other food here, so it wasn't a waste. Ophis would also like them. I can just make them after I get an understanding of them. An entire flock's nest with one tail swipe. Just stick with 2 birds with 1 stone. What the fuck kind of analogy is that? Fuck you. Fuck you too. I hear both dragons start a fight and cut my link with them. They've been oddly silent for a while, so I was starting to wonder when they'd start up again. We eventually reached the castle without much trouble after that incident. Serafal also gaining a bit of life after being shown some affection. Here we are, she announces when she did. 2 Tengu guards fly down from where they were standing at. Halt! State your business. One of them says. Losing her childish nature and going into her professional state of mind, Seraphal straightens herself. I am Seraphal Leviathan, and with me is the middleman Jean and his associate. Your leader is expecting us. Both Tengu gained a surprised look and nodded. Ah yes, Yasaka-sama is expecting you. They part ways and let us through. Kunyu Oheim will be guiding you. Please proceed to the door, as she will be behind it. We all nod and walk past them. You can certainly change at a moment's notice. Hee, it comes naturally because I'm an actor after all. She proudly puffs her chest. The magical girl Levi Tan, huh? She twirls around upon hearing the name. Yes. As she did, so we arrive at the door, and I push it forward to open it. Once it's fully opened, we step inside, and we're greeted by a small female fox who bows to us. Mother has been expecting you. Please follow me. Kunu stopped bowing and began to walk away. We follow after her, as she didn't leave us time to reply. She's cute. Ingvild looks at Kunu. I want to touch her tails. Kunu-chan is cute. Seraphal happily agreed with Ingvild. Their comments made Kunu look back at us with a small blush. What about you, Jean? Ingvild asks me, making Seraphal stare at me with anticipation. Yeah, she's cute. Makes you want to touch the fluffy tail. Both of them just stare at me after I said that. I don't even want to know what they're thinking of. A little while later, after taking a few turns, we arrive at a door that Kunu pushes and we all enter. We see Yasaka sitting in Saiza while she had her eyes closed, a rectangular table in front of her. Mother, we have arrived. Kunu announces and Yasaka opens her eyes. She stares at each of us and smiles. Welcome to our humble abode. Yasaka pats her right side, and Kunu waddles over to her mother and sits the same way as her. Please have a seat. We nod and sat on the opposite side of her. Much like her and Saiza, I could see Ingvild was a bit uncomfortable with the way we're sitting, but just bears with it. It's nice to meet you, Yasaka-san. Seraphal starts and gestures to the both of us. This is Jean, the middleman for the three factions, and beside him is Ingvild, his associate. Yasaka nods at Seraphal, turns her gaze at the both of us and smiles. My, you're quite young, aren't you, Jean? I could see Kunu was staring intently at me, probably thinking about my comment from earlier. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Yasaka-san and Kunu-chan. I smile back at them. May I ask if there's a specific reason you wanted to meet me? Yasaka shakes her head. I wanted to see what kind of character this middleman was. The Satans and Fallen have been negotiating peace talks with our faction over the last few years after all. I just wanted to see the being they put their trust in. She smiles and looks me up and down again, a hint of something in them. I didn't think it was a young human boy. I also wanted to invite you to our city, Kyoto, in Kyoto. Feel free to explore to your heart's content. While we're happy to do so, Yasaka-san, we must inform the Norse god of Asgard that we may have to delay our visit to theirs. Seraphal explained to her, and Yasaka nods. Yes, feel free to contact them. Seraphal nods and leaves the room, probably going to contact Odin to tell him what's up. I expected this, but I didn't get to write a note for the girls what to do, Jean-san. Is something the matter? Yasaka could probably the face I made. Yasaka-san, can I also leave for a minute? I need to tell my harem that I might be gone for a day or two. I didn't get a chance to write a note for them, since I thought this would just take a day like my other trips. I explained to her my reasons for being concerned. I see you have a harem already? Yafufu, very well. Go ahead. She gave me the okay, and I teleport from that room back to my house. I wrote a quick note and duplicated it to 3 and stuck it on the fridge, living room table, and dining room table. All places they should check when they get back. Satisfied, I teleport back to where the meeting was being held. Sorry about that. I'm done, and thank you. I sat back down and stretched a bit. You're welcome now. About that harem you have, may I know why? I guess I just want to spread the love. I have a lot to share. I chuckle and shrug. We'll find out the real reason in the future. For now, it'll just repeat this response. Is the one beside you Ingvild part of it? Ingvild blushes when Yasaka says that, causing the nine-tailed fox to chuckle at her. Ingvild? I turn to look at her and grin, her eyes widening and probably knowing on what I'm about to say. No, she's not part of it yet. We're just roommates. And they were roommates. Don't reference me with a damn vine. Ingvild turned another shade of red. Yufufu not yet, huh? Then who is in your current harem so far? I can see Kunu was interested in this conversation as she was listening intently. I didn't think she would be that invested in it. Akino, Lavinia, and Kuroka so far. So, a hybrid, a human, and a yukai. Well, she's a devil now, but still. Kuroka? Yasaka looked like she just remembered something, middleman, of course. You were responsible for freeing her from being a stray. Yasaka bows, much to the shock of Kunu and Ingvild. Thank you, Jean. She gets back up and smiles at me. Also, please tell her I said hello. You two know each other? I was surprised by this. I didn't think they did. I don't remember it at all. I forgot. Or it's alternate universe fuckery at it again. Yes, very briefly. But I knew of her mother from many years ago. While we didn't interact much, we didn't hate each other either. I guess it was just mutual respect between us. Nevertheless, it was when she was still a new stray that she stumbled into our territory and I offered her some refuge, but she declined. She said she didn't want to cause our faction trouble. She said that if she stayed, then it would cause tension between the Devil faction and West Yukai if she stayed here. She didn't want a war to start between the two. Kuroka, she's a very kind and caring individual. She cares greatly for the people she cares for, especially her own little sister. Thank you again, Jean, for reuniting those two. Kuroka was quite distraught any time I tried to mention her. I would like to meet her again. It's no problem when I got the request to capture her. I just thought it didn't add up, so I dug deeper into it and found a real reason. Her falling for me was just a coincidence. I did reject her when she first declared her love for me and tried to sleep with me on the same day. Yasaka looked shocked. Is it that strange for me to reject someone? Why you originally rejected her? I wonder if she thinks he'll just take anyone in just because they look pretty and have a hot body or something. Jean, he won't just take anyone just because they offer their body up to him. He also told Kuroka that what she felt at the time was gratitude and not love. But over time, she did genuinely fall for him, and so did Jean. Ingvild explains and smiles. Jean will only accept women that he falls for, and so do they. He won't force anyone to be his. I smile at Ingvild and pat her head, causing her to blush. That's what I was told by Kuroka herself, thanks, and I knew I could count on my little singer. I could see at the corner of my eye that Kunu was smiling at me. Did she initially think badly of me? Do I say change that? I hope so. I don't want her to hate me. She's too adorable. We hear the door open and Sarah Fall comes back in. Sorry for the wait. Odin agreed and said, hell, let us stay the day there tomorrow too. She sighed and sat back down. My lip twitched at this. I'm going to be away for so long? Glad I teleported back home and made a note for Kuroka, Akino, and Graphia. I stare at Sarah Fall unblinking, making the Satan laugh nervously. Kunu and I will be your guides for today, since I want to repay Jean for his kindness to Kuroka. We were a bit surprised that she'll be personally guiding us around Kyoto and Yurikyoto. You're also welcome to stay the night here. We appreciate the hospitality, Yasaka-san. I thank her, and she stands up. Kunu and I shall get ready. Please wait by the entrance. We nod and leave the room, chatting about what we'll see around Kyoto. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive and start our tour. Yasaka and Kunu take us around the city we had been in not too long ago. When the Yukai saw us with their leader, some of them were quite shocked, especially the guy I bought the crackers from. A lot of Yukais here want to live in peace and are generally against violence, and the thought of war is far from their minds. But some do train just in case anything of the sort happens. Yasaka explains as she kept walking past everyone going about their day. I was looking around when I see a young, one-eyed Yukai looking upset. I break away from the group and go over to him. Hey, what's wrong, little man? I call out to the Yukai, and he looks up at me, on the brink of tears. He only pointed up, and I see his balloon flying away. Leave it, Takashi. We can get another one. A woman, one-eyed Yukai walks up to the boy. Seems like it's his mother. But that's your first present to me after Dad, the boy recalled, starting to tear up again. The Moor also looked upset at the mention of her husband. Did he pass away? I looked back up at the floating balloon. Leave it to me, little man. I gave him a thumbs up and jumped into the air. I catch the sting the balloon was attached to, and I float back down. I go back to the little family and hand the balloon back to the boy. Stay strong. All right? I pat his head, get big and strong in the future, so you can help people as I did to you. You can also protect your mom and everyone you love if you get stronger. The little boy Yukai looked at me with stars in his eyes. Thanks, mister. He turns to his mother and grins at her. He'll be big and strong like Big Bro there, and so I can make everyone happy one day. His mother smiled at him and thanked me. They walk away while chatting about what they'll do for the rest of the day. That was wholesome, partner. Indeed. I shake my head and walk back to the group that I had abruptly left. They had stopped and watched what was happening in front of them. What's up? Something on my face? Serafal walks over to me and starts jabbing me on my hip. Look at you playing hero for some children, Yukai. I just happened to see what happened and decided to help. No big deal, and sorry for leaving like that. They just smiled at me. Is no problem, Jean. Let's keep going. She gestured and we followed after them. In? What's up? I feel her staring at me and pulling on my arm. Are you at Sundara? Helping beings and then saying it was a coincidence. And acting like you didn't do it on purpose? I snort. No, that really was just by chance. I didn't think much of it. Even when you encouraged the little Yukai. I don't know, I was just compelled to, I guess. Yeah, that was a spur of the moment too. Ingvald clearly didn't believe me, but left it at that. Coincidence after coincidence was what happened after that. We toured more of the Kyoto, and I managed to start helping out random Yukais along the way. An old wolf granny Yukai who fell, and I helped father her groceries. Some Yukai who lacked some strength to lift up a giant pile of wood. Paying for a Kappa Yukai when he was a few yen short are some of the small situations I managed to put myself into. Serafal was grinning at me the whole way through it and kept nudging me on making a good impression on Yasaka. So she'd join my harem. While I do want her to join, those were literal coincidences. Maybe my luck did it. It is infinite, so maybe those did contribute to her opinion of me. The same with Konu. Now that we've seen the tourist hotspots of Kyoto, shall we go tour some Kyoto itself? Yasaka asked a rhetorical question, and we nodded along. They retracted their ears and tails, and we went out of the barrier. Once out, we set out for our first destination was Yasaka Shrine. The first place you take us is a shrine named after you? I ask incredulously. This made Yasaka chuckle. No, this shrine isn't dedicated to me. I was just named after it by chance. She smiles at us and looks towards it. Yasaka Shrine, or Yasaka Jinja, once called Gion Shrine or Gion Jinja, is a Shinto shrine in the Gion district of Kyoto, Japan. Situated at the east end of Shijidari, 4th Avenue, the shrine includes several buildings, including gates, a main hall, and a stage. The Yasaka Shrine is dedicated to Susanoo as its chief god, with his consort Kushinadaheim on the east and 8 offspring deities, Yahashira no Mikagami, on the west. The Yahashira no Mikagami into the Yashima Jinumi no Kami, Itakuru no Kami, Yatsuhime no Kami, Sumatsuhima no Kami, Toshi no Kami, Ukanomitama no Kami, Yatsuhiko no Kami, and Susuribima no Mikoto. Susanoo, do they reside in another realm like the Norse gods? I would imagine so, since I don't feel their presence here. I try feeling for some kind of realm. It's there. I can brute force my way if I want, but I'd rather not force a confrontation right now. Yes, he is part of the Shinto faction. The current leader of the faction is Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Yasaka explained. I decided to add more to her explanation. Amaterasu, also known as Amaterasu or Hiram no Muchi no Kami, among other names, is the goddess of the sun in Japanese mythology. One of the major deities, Kami, of Shinto, she is also portrayed in Japan's earliest literary texts, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, as the ruler, or one of the rulers, of the heavenly realm Takamagura and the mythical ancestress of the imperial house of Japan via her grandson Ninigi. Along with her siblings, the moon deity Tsukuyami and the impetuous storm god Susanoo, she is considered to be one of the 3 precious children, the 3 most important offspring of the creator god Izanagi. Everyone was staring at me dumbfounded. What? Is it that weird that I'm interested in all types of mythologies? Well, you're not exactly from the country, Jean. It's just a bit weird, that's all. Whatever. Anyway, the realm they reside in is called Takamagara. So if they ask for a meeting in the future, I could just force my way into it. Jean, that wouldn't be a good idea. you'd probably incur one of their wrath. Yasaka reprimanded me. I mean, it's just a what-if scenario. I won't actually do it, unless circumstances call for it. So much has changed since I slept. It's a bit overwhelming, Ingvild whispered to herself again. Don't worry, In. We can explore these places together. It's not like I've been here before. I look at Serafal, and she nods. Yep, I haven't explored Kyoto that much myself, so I'm glad Yasaka-san decided to be our tour guide. With that, we left for another place, which was 10k-15, also known as the Temple of the Golden Pavilion. On the way there, we also bought some souvenirs and small snacks, fully enjoying our time there. This is 10k-15, literally called Temple of the Golden Pavilion, and also officially named Rokuanji, literally meaning Deer Garden Temple, is a Zen Buddhist temple in Kyoto, Japan. It is one of the most popular buildings in Kyoto, attracting many visitors annually. It is designated as a National Special Historic Site, a National Special Landscape, and is one of 17 locations making up the historic monuments of ancient Kyoto, which are World Heritage Sites. Do deer come here often? We all stare at Ingvild, who had asked the question. What? She was genuinely confused. Goo. I don't think so, In. I mean, there are so many people here throughout the year, I think they'd be too scared. Seeing that she was serious, I decided to answer her with an assumption. Oh, she sounded genuinely sad about that. Does she perhaps like deer? We walk around the place, checking things out. There's also a little map telling tourists key points they might be interested in. We go to a different spot, and seeing the temple there in that exact spot was picture perfect. Whoever the architect for this thing has had an eye for scenery, that's for sure. I said as I took out my smartphone and started taking pictures. Jean, send some of them to me later. I nodded, and we continued to watch the scenery for a little while longer. Our next stop was the Thousand Torii Gates, or Senbon Torii. When we got there, we saw a few people walking around, most likely tourists like us. We could see there were also a few fox statues around the place. Yasaka, I can feel a lot of energies from this spot. Perhaps you have some yokai stationed here? I asked the nine-tailed fox beside me. Quite perceptive of you. And yes, I have assigned some yokai here, a few tengus to patrol the area, as it's a resting place for the Japanese goddess of foxes. Inarikami. I've also read up on her. Everyone stares at me, waiting for me to continue, and I grin at them. Correct me on anything you think is false, Yasaka, as this was from Human Resources. She nods and I continue. Inari Kami, also called. Inari is the Japanese kami of foxes, fertility, rice, tea, and sake, and was one of the principal kami of Shinto. In earlier Japan, Inari was also the patron of swordsmiths and merchants. Represented as female, Inari is sometimes seen as a collective of 3 or 5 individual kami. Inari appears to have been worshipped since the founding of a shrine at Inari Mountain in 711 AD, although some scholars believe that worship started in the late 5th century. By the 16th century, Inari had become the patron of blacksmiths and the protector of warriors, and worship of Inari spread across Japan in the Edo period. Inari is a popular figure in both Shinto and Buddhist beliefs in Japan. More than 1/3, 32,000, of the Shinto shrines in Japan are dedicated to Inari. Modern corporations, such as cosmetic company Shiseido, continue to revere Inari as a patron kami, with shrines atop their corporate headquarters. Inari's foxes, or kitsune, are pure white and act as their messengers. According to myth, Inari, as a goddess, was said to have come to Japan at the time of its creation amidst a harsh famine that struck the land. She, Inari, descended from heaven riding on a white fox, and in her hand she carried sheaves of cereal or grain. Ine, the word now used for rice, is the name for this cereal. What she carried was not rice, but some cereal that grows in swamps. According to legend, in the ancient times, Japan was water and swampland. I finish and look at Yasaka as she nods. What you have said is more or less true. However, unknown to humans is that Inari has passed as she helped defend Yukai from an unknown attack many years ago. She looked saddened when recalling the events. An unknown creature started attacking Kyoto at the time. It became a legend for a while among humans, as many of them died that day. It was not related to any faction and only did things for itself. Once it was done with its attack, it simply vanished. The gods at the time could not track down its whereabouts. That didn't happen, what? Yasaka. What did the creature look like? The creature was larger than anything they had known at the time. The creature's wings were much larger and more bat-like in appearance. The membrane of each wing was supported by 4 bat-like phalanges extending from the creature's wrists, and an additional 3 phalanges that extend from the sides of the creature's torso. All these phalanges end in blade-like tips that emerge from the wing membrane. Though the creature apparently takes on a bipedal stance when standing still, and the thing was able to move on his legs and uses his wings as forelimbs to support its massive body for crawling or even running when needed. The creature had twin tails with spiked bludgeons at their tips that can rattle as an intimidation display. Its legs were digitigrade and stocky with avian-like feet. Each head has a crown of 10 horns, which tend to flare depending on the creature's current mood. There were subtle differences in each head's horn array. The horns of the middle head are notably longer, more curved, and more decorative than the other 2, while the left head has straighter horns than the right head. Furthermore, one of the right head's left horns is chipped. The left head appears to have a slightly more rectangular facial structure with slightly further apart eyes than the other 2. The middle head's neck has 2 rows of spines while the left and right necks only have 1. The creature's heads each had crocodilian-looking jaws with flaring nostrils, forked tongue, and brows with a generally furrowed appearance. Its eyes were beady and have a fiery reddish-orange color and circular pupils, and they tend to glint or glow blazing yellow at a distance. It was particularly noticeable in the dark or when it prepares to fire its gravity-like beams. The creature's necks also emitted golden light of electricity from within whenever it charges up and fires its gravity-like beams. Yasaka finishes describing it to me. That description definitely sounds like Ghidorah from the Monsterverse. What is a thing like that doing here? CNTIR, I thought you said that there was no other life in this universe. CNTIR, answer, this Ghidorah travels to different universes and destroys everything. It may have been an infant at the time, since it caused minimal destruction. What's its current rank? CNTIR, answer, Universal X. That will be an interesting fight for the supernatural world. It's even stronger than Ophis and Irene. Where is it currently at? Is it near this universe? CNTIR, answer, no, it is far away in the multiverse. Why hasn't Azathoth done anything about it? I didn't get it. That thing is just destroying things as it goes. Won't it upset some kind of balance? CNTIR, answer, no, he has left that mission to you. I'm surprised you told me that. I guess I have to help the multiverse down the line. Then, Jean, is something the matter? Yasaka had seen me go silent and was worried. Jean, do you have an idea of what it could be? Serafal asked seriously. I believe I do. However, that thing won't be back for a long time. At the time the supernatural fought it, as an infant you can only imagine how much bigger and more powerful it got. All their eyes widen in horror. Surely you jest, Jean? Yasaka asked nervously. She didn't want to believe it, but it's the hard truth. No, that thing is definitely stronger than the dragon god, or the dragon I met earlier, since the dragon god of infinity and the undiscovered dragon are around the same level of strength. Even if they team up, they'll surely die. Jean, do you know its name? I could feel the fear in Ingvild's voice as she asked me the question they wanted to know. It goes by many, but the ones I'm familiar with are King Ghidorah, Monster Zero, and the False King. King Ghidorah? Serafal shook her head. How do you know this? I hold many secrets, Sarah. If I told you them, you wouldn't believe me. But trust me on this, there's more than our universe out there, and there are even more monsters that are more powerful than this world's top 10 strongest to them. They're just ants. Another bout of silence falls. Kuna looked like she wanted to cry, but was doing her best not to. However, her shaking was very visible. I sighed. Anyway, let's not think about this for now. That's a problem for the far future. I start walking away. Jean, Yasaka called out, if what you say is true, if such monsters truly exist, how are we meant to fight back? This world has me. I stated simply, and they obviously become shocked. As long as I am here, this world is safe from those kinds of dangers. CNTIR, CNTIR. Answer: covering area with aura sealing barrier. CNTIR. Answer: covering Seraphol Leviathan, Ingvald Leviathan, Yasaka, and Kunu with protective energy. CNTIR. Answer: power output, Outer God. 1 CNTIR. Answer: removing aura and mana suppression. A sudden barrier was erected around them, confusing the women. Jean? Seraphol called out. Allow me to show you just 1% of my full power, I muttered. The women were covered in a thin layer of white energy, confusing them. It served one single purpose: to protect and not get them killed. Boom! I calmly looked at them as they all fell back onto the ground shaking, eyes widening in complete utter horror. Ingvild had puked out the food she had eaten earlier, and Kunu had peed herself. All of them shared a look of despair. The area around me distorted. Voices of beings of unknown origin started to scream in despair and anguish. The area underneath me completely destroyed. A powerful rumbling occurred in the small area. The world won't feel this. I put up a barrier after all. You feel this, yes? I asked them, but they couldn't do or say anything. I promise you all that if that danger comes, one day, it'll kill it with ease. I look up towards the sky. They'll state this once, so listen carefully. I stare at them and grin. I am the strongest. After a long and awkward silence, I had gone back to my usual power output and readjusted my power level back to one of slightly above average Dragon God. CNTIR. Report. CNTIR. Answer: aura sealing barrier sealed all of your power output within the small area of your group. The energy that protected the women was 99 effective. However, they may have suffered mental and emotional damage. The world, the universe is fine. No major damage done. Finished repairs in current vicinity. Shit, I need to do something about that. If that made them want to stay away from me, then that's going to be bad. I look over to the group of women, Yasaka, and I make eye contact, and she gave me a sad smile and resumed comforting a still terrified Kunu. I sighed loudly and got up. I walked toward the group as they silently watched me. I put out my hand and soothed their mind, body, and souls. W, what are you doing? Seraphol asked. She started to feel better, the shock she felt slowly fading. Just helping heal your souls. It did get affected by, well, that. Thanks, they still felt a bit awkward and had gone silent again. Look, guys, I understand that if you're scared of me now, if you want, I can just erase that memory for you. If not, then I'll distance myself from you. But please, promise me this. Do not speak a word about this to anyone until I say so. All right? They hesitantly nod toward my last point. No, I don't want to forget about today. It's just a reminder for me to become even stronger. Ingvild was the one to first speak her thoughts. The others look at her. I want to be able to stand by your side, Jean. We, the beings that are a part of the supernatural, are always striving for more, be it strength or something else entirely. She got up and nervously walked over to me. She stops a few inches away from me and looks up at me, face full of determination. You promised me you would help me get stronger. I will hold you up to that. She shakily reaches out and grabs my arm. And don't think that you showing of like that will change my opinion of you. Ingvild had tried her best, but soon collapses onto my chest like how we first started our friendship. So, you better not try to run away from us. Ingvild looks back at the other women and smiles. I chuckle. You're one hell of a woman, it'll give you that. Next, Seraphol walked up to me and punches the right side of my hip. It didn't do anything to me, obviously. So, you little, I nearly peed myself. I only have 2 of these, and I didn't bring a spare. She shouted at me, stunning me. That's her take on this whole situation. I also agree with Ingvild. I'm not one of the Satans just for show, you know? While I'm absolutely terrified of that power, it won't stop me from being close to you. I have my own pride after all, and I won't stop at anything once I set my eyes on something or someone. She does her usual smile. They'll kick her ass someday, she declared. Not likely. I look forward to it then. Sarah, I look at the mother and daughter duo and give them an apologetic smile. Yasaka gets up and walks towards me slowly. I bring Ingvild to my side and stand face to face with Yasaka. Jean, while we only met today, I have a positive opinion of you even after what you told and showed us. That won't change. I will still ask for your requests in the future, but Yasaka looks over at her daughter, who has refused to look at me since it happened. It will take Kuna more time to adjust. It's fine. I can give you something to get to her later, and ITLL help her a bit more. Yasaka smiles at me and thanked me. Thank you also. Am not that weak of a woman to let a cheeky young man scare me with his power, she says, but was clearly still a bit shaky because of it. But Kunu and I will go back home ahead of you. Forgive me. I understand. I create a little pill and hand it Yasaka. Get Kunu to drink this before she sleeps tonight. It will help her deal with the fear she felt. She closes her hand and nods thank you. She turns around and walks back to Kunu. She says something to her, and they leave. CNTIR. Answer. Removing aura's sealing barrier, I look at my companions. Shall we continue on our tour, or take a break? Break, please. They said in unison. I guess as much I nod, and we go somewhere to unwind a bit. We had arrived at a small little vendor and ordered some food. We take them to a nearby park and sit down. It was a little bit windy there, so we decided to look for a tree and sit behind it to shield ourselves. How much better? Serafal ate the food she ordered like her life depended on it. The same thing could be said for Ingvild. We silently ate our food, enjoying the small breeze that occasionally got by the tree. Anywhere you guys want to go after this? Let's end this by going to Kyoto Tower, Serafal suggested. Ingvild and I agreed. We had shortly arrived there by teleporting near to the spot. We looked up at the thing, and it was quite the size. Well, Jean, not going to tell us a little fact about the thing? Serafal teased me, and I chuckled. Sure, hold on. I stare at the thing and nod. Kyoto Tower is an observation tower located in Kyoto, Japan. The steel tower is the tallest structure in Kyoto with its observation deck at 100 meters, 328 feet, and its spire at 131 meters, 430 feet. The 800-ton tower stands atop a 9-story building, which houses a 3-star hotel and several stores. The entire complex stands opposite Kyoto Station. Kyoto Tower is split into 2 distinct structures. The primary structure is the steel spire that begins on the roof of the building below. Tourists may buy tickets and ascend one of the tower's 9 elevators to visit the 100-meter, 330 feet high, 500-person capacity observation deck. This area is lined with game machines and free telescopes and provides a 360-degree view of the city. From here, nearly all of Kyoto can be seen. The mountains of Higashiyama and Arashiyama are visible on the east and west sides respectively, while Kitayama can be seen to the north. On a clear day, some buildings in Osaka are visible to the south. The second structure that completely supports the 800-ton tower and gives it its first 30.8 meters of height is a 9-story building. The first 4 floors of the building house several commercial areas, including a souvenir shop, a 100-yen shop, a bookstore, and a dentist's office. In the basement of the building, there is a spa. Floors 5-9 are devoted to the 160-room, 3-star Kyoto Tower Hotel. Atop the building and surrounding the tower is the circular, 3-floor restaurant named Sky Lounge, or also known as KUU. Adaptations, such as a stair lift and ramps, have been added to make the observation deck wheelchair accessible. Doesn't sound bad, let's go. Serafal grabs my arm and pulls me towards the thing. I had managed to snag Ingvild's hand as well, so she wouldn't be left behind. I really doubt she listened to what I had to say there, while the two of them gasped as they saw the sheer size of the place. There were quite a number of things to see and places to go, so I let them pick since I didn't have any preferences. They opted to go to the 100-yen shop and bought a few souvenirs for their families. I also bought a cute little plastic toy cat that resembled Kuroka, making Ingvild laugh. I wonder if Kuroka will like this. No, she want Naya. Ingvild tried to copy Kuroka, which was amusing. We both laughed at her little show. We make our way to Serafal as she was looking at a few plastic and cheap magical wands. She was seriously looking at all of them as she wasn't sure which one she would like to get. Sarah, just pick one or buy 2 of them. They're literally 100 yen each. I was getting to that. I just wanted to see which one would look good on Sotan. She complained and kept mulling it over for the next minute. All right, I decided. She picked the blue one for Sona and the pink one for herself. With this, we'll be 2 magical girls. She looked at me and seductively pretended to lick the pink wand. Bonk. No horny in public. I karate chopped the Satan again. She swung the wand at me, and I block it. Don't block it. She whined and playfully stormed off to pay for them as Ingvild and I followed suit. After wandering around the first floor, We come to a stop. Let's just go to the observation deck. We're not exactly hungry since we just ate. We have no use for a hotel as we're staying at Yasaka's place tonight. Both girls agree with my suggestion, and we made our way there. I look around me. It's a circular room with a bunch of binoculars, telescopes, covering the whole room and pointing at different parts of Kyoto. Serafal and Ingvild quickly walk over to one and looks through them. They let out surprised gasps and impressed woes when they looked through them. They would move to another one, and the scene would repeat. Aren't you going to use them, Jean? Ingvild had finished her own viewing and stood beside me. I shook my head. Nah, I'm good. I can pretty much zoom in with my own eyes. Ingvild chuckles beside me. We have a human air, you know what I mean? A human telescope beside me. I should just ask you to look at stuff from far away. The sun was slowly going down as we had spent quite a bit of time in Kyoto Tower, mostly Serafal looking through the telescopes, and planned to go to some other places with Sona. We had gathered near the elevator. Let's go back then. We made our way back to the Yukai city. When we entered through the barrier again, we were greeted by the sight of the nightlife of the Yukai city. It looked even more incredible at night, with all the different colors and forms of light that illuminated it. We could also see other yukais that weren't present during the day. They greeted us happily as we made our way through the city once more. We get back to the palace, and the Tengu guards let us through without a fuss. I had bought extra food from shop vendors and gave some to the two guards. They seemed grateful and thanked me. Looks like my reputation increased with them again. I took a bite of the food I bought and burned the stick it was on. When we entered through the door again, Yasaka was walking through it, and she greeted us. Hello, and welcome back. How was the rest of your trip? Her calm and collected demeanor was back. It was fine. We just want to have lunch and spent the remaining time at Kyoto Tower. I respond, earning a nod from the mature foxwoman. My home has a large open bath, so if you wish to rid yourselves of the day's fatigue, then you're more than welcome to use it. Yes, Serafal answered like an excited child. Yasaka smiled and added with a mischievous grin, since it is only Kunu and I who live here. It's been only a female's bath, but I shall change it to be mixed for the night. She winked at me and left. Works for me. I shrug and go look for my room. The two girls follow me, and we come across a fox maid. Excuse me, do you know where guest bedrooms are? I ask the maid as she turns to look at us. Yes, you're Yasaka's Samus guests. Yes? Please follow me. She bowed and started walking. It didn't take us long until we reached a hallway with a bunch of doors to the sides. She goes to one of them. Jean-sama, this is your room. She gestures to the one on the right. Ingvild-sama and Leviathan-sama, these are yours. She bows and leaves after doing her job. I turn to my companions and ask, So, where the hell is the open bath? I had asked loud enough that the maid ran back, looking embarrassed. My apologies. I knew I forgot about something. Please follow me. We all chuckle at her expense and follow the fox girl. We stop at one giant entrance that had open bath written above it. Welp, see you guys in there. I walk in before they respond. I quickly strip off my clothes by snapping my fingers and summon a towel around my waist. I walk through the door, and Yasaka wasn't kidding when she said it was a big open bath. I walk over to the area where you clean yourself before you go into the bath itself. I quickly scrub myself down and rinse it off. I do one final stretch before going into the steamy warm water. I sit down, lean back, and let out a sigh. That's the spot I look up at the sky and observe the night sky of the Yukai city. It's more or less the same as normal Kyoto. The stars are present, and even the moon. Oh, you're already here, Jean. I hear Yasaka's voice by the entrance. I turn my head and see the girls standing there. All of them had their bodies covered up in white towels. Yeah, the water feels amazing. Thanks again, Yasaka. I crack my neck as I tell her. She smiles, and the girls wash themselves and then join me in the open bath. To my surprise, Ingvild sits beside me on the left, while Yasaka and Serafal were across from us. But when Serafal saw that the younger Leviathan sat beside me, she pouted and quickly joined on my right, earning a chuckle from Yasaka. Leviathan-sama, do you perhaps like Jean? Yasaka gestures towards me, and Serafal nods. Yeah, I'm interested in him. She honestly answered, even surprising Yasaka as she stared at the Serafal a little surprised. I chuckle. Well, If you're then, you have competition. I grin at her, and she looks at me oddly. Competition? Well, yeah, you have a harem. She gave me a look that said, are you stupid? No. I mean, I made progress with Grafia last night, and I'm pretty sure Gabriel likes me, so you have some competition. I'm fine with Grafia, but Gabriel? She's my biggest rival. Gur, I need to redouble my efforts. She started to nibble her right thumbnail while thinking of something. To think you would have the Lucifer's queen and maid within your grasps. Not to mention one of the four great Ceres Yufufu. You keep on giving me surprises, Jean. When I turned back my gaze to Yasaka, she had started to slowly approach me. Ingvild looked uneasy about the situation as she tried to move away from me, but I held her in place. You know, Jean, after what I witnessed and felt today, many of my natural instincts kicked into overdrive, she slowly says, and sat on my lap. And one of those was the instinct of creating an offspring in order to continue my lineage. Yasaka removed her towel fully, exposing her breast to me. Seraphal and Ingvild were blushing furiously as they watched the nine-tailed fox's attempts at seducing me. They were too stunned to say anything and only watched in silence. I've also been looking for a father for Konu, and maybe a sibling or two. While she may still be afraid of you, she grabs my hand and places it against her shoulder, earning a surprised look from the woman. It should quickly fade if your pill does work, so how about it, Papa-san? She asked and shifted closer on the seat beside me, as she was visibly blushing while looking me dead in the eyes. I awkwardly laugh and summon another towel on Yasaka and teleport her back to the other side, surprising the fox lady. She was slack-jawed at what I had just done. Did I just get rejected? She loudly asked herself, earning a few awkward chuckles from Seraphal and Ingvild, who had come out of their stupor. Sorry, Yasaka, like I told you earlier today, I won't do any of that stuff without being in a proper relationship with that woman. I looked back up at the sky as I could see stars, even from Yurikyoto. I've also had 3 romances that happened quickly, so I want to take my time with my future harem. So, yeah, I guess I did reject you. I look at her and chuckle. If you're serious, then you're more than welcome to try. But I want to get to know you better. Just because you offer yourself up to me doesn't mean it'll bite like any other person. I have my own standards and ideals. I could see her blankly staring at me before an apologetic smile appears on her. Forgive me, Jean. I definitely had the wrong impression of you then. Since you want a harem, I just assumed that what you said earlier was just for show. It's fine, I forgive you. The 2 ladies beside me were also staring at me. Did they also think the same thing as Yasaka? Well, maybe not Ingvild as much, but Seraphal probably did. She's been blatantly sexually harassing me sometimes. I didn't expect that, Jean. I guess my opinion of you changed then. Seraphal shook her head and smiled. We spent the rest of our time there having a more light-hearted conversation about Kyoto, Yurikyoto, its residents, and other mundane things. Later that night, I stare out towards the sky as I had left my room since I couldn't sleep yet. It wasn't late, but Yasaka had gone to sleep with Konu for the night, and I don't know what the rest of the girls are doing. I was just sitting on a random bench at one of the verandas in the palace, drinking canned coffee that I summoned. I'm going to ask Art tomorrow. I wonder how ITLL look like. I'm also curious about who we'll meet, maybe Rossweiss. Jean? I hear my name called out. I glance at my side, and Seraphal joins me on the bench I was sitting on. Can't get to sleep yet? She asks while looking at the scenery in front of us. Yeah, just a lot of things happened today, and I wanted some fresh air before hitting the hay. I offered her the rest of my coffee, and she takes it. What about you? Can't sleep? I was just on my way to get a drink. She shakes her head. She holds a can of coffee and takes a sip and sports a small blush. I guess I got it, and we also shared an indirect kiss. Maybe I'm in the lead, now of Grafia-chan? She sounded a little proud of herself, making me chuckle. We shared a bath together, and she teased me down there with her, but so probably not. I flatly told the Satan. While the small blush on her became bigger, damn her, she started to huff to herself, and saying she'll be able to do that soon. I again laugh at her. Tell me, Sarah, why are you even interested in me? We've barely met and spoken with each other. I turn to fully look at the Satan and wait for her answer. She stares at me and then back to the moon. I guess it started out as curiosity. You randomly showed up in heaven, offered to be the middleman, and started doing requests. I listened in to all your achievements, and it went from there. I guess the incident with Kuroka piqued my interest, as I saw her reuniting with her little sister, and I could understand how she felt. If something like that happened with Sotan, and I would probably fall into despair. A sad expression was present on her face when she tried thinking of the same scenario for her and Sona. So, yeah, I guess that's where it all started. Luckily, Grafia-chan is reporting to Surzex, and I would sometimes overhear them talking about you. She only had good things to say about you, so that helped with my opinion about you. Then you helped wake up Misla and Ingvild, further improving my opinion and interest in you. Oh, and also, the android you gave me was a lifesaver. She huffed and crossed her arms. But you gave one to Surzex-chan too. Bad boy. She tried to scold me playfully, and we laugh at it. So, yeah, adding the fact that you're trying to achieve peace between all factions and pantheons, even though it's for the sake of growing your harem, it's a noble act. Even with what happened today, I still like you. Before we left this place, you helped a bunch of yukais, even though you weren't obligated to. You're unintentionally kind, Jean. Even if you do it consciously or subconsciously, that's a rare trait for anybody to have. I would even go as far to say, even for angels. Maybe it's just that trait of yours is just embedded in you, your head, your heart, maybe in your very soul. Thump, beat, kindness, soul. I felt that itch just then. What does it mean? I don't know. Even if I ask CNTIR, she won't give me an answer on it. I look back at Sarah and shrug, who knows? It's as you say, maybe or maybe not. I get up and stretch a bit. Well, anyway, good luck with that, Sarah. Let's hope your efforts come to fruition. I start to turn away when I feel her grab my arm and pull me back. I feel her lips kiss my cheek. I look at her in surprise, and she stuck her tongue out at me. They'll start with that. It's my declaration of love, she says and leaves. Declaration of love? Huh? I chuckle at her antics and go back to my room. When I get there, I see Ingvild sitting there waiting for me. Is something wrong? Welcome back, Jean. Can I sleep with you tonight? I just feel uneasy being in a new place. I had a bit of trouble when I moved into your home, but since you were just across from me, I felt at ease. So can I? I smile and sit on the futon laid out for me. I made it bigger to fit the both of us. Well, gonna join me? I ask as I lay down. She blushes and nods. I do the same as I do with my harem. I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her close to me. To In's credit, she takes it like a champ and cuddles in with me. Good night, and good night, Jean. She sounded a lot more relaxed. As we both drifted asleep. Cyril, also Cyrillus or Cyryl, is a masculine given name. It is derived from the Greek name Kyrillos, meaning lordly, masterful, which in turn derives from Greek Kyrios, Lord. There are various variant forms of the name Cyril, such as Cyril, Kirill, Kirill, Kyrillos, Kyriakos, Kirilo, Kiro, and Kirill. Isolde. Isolde is a German feminine given name derived from either the Old High German words es, ice, and hilja, battle, or the Brythonic Silsha, she who is gazed upon. The name was further popularized in Germany and German-speaking countries following the opera Tristan und Isolde, composed by Richard Wagner between 1857 and 1859, and based on the 12th century chivalric romance Tristan and Isolde. Isolde is the main reason why Serafal has ice manipulation as it was in her mother, but skipped a generation. It manifested within Serafal as she grew in power. Perhaps Sona also has that potential. Chapter 12, Part 2, Asgard Thor Rosweisand. The next day, Japan. Kyoto Yasaka household Jean skyward. I woke up, and Ingvild was peacefully sleeping beside me. Unlike the rest of my harem who had weird quirks, she sleeps without doing weird things in her sleep. I turn and pet her head, earning a small smile from the girl. As I was petting her, Ingvild's eyes flutter open, and the girl stares at me. Jean? She was still too tired to comprehend what was happening. Good morning. Sleep well? I stop petting her and sit up. She does the same while rubbing the sleep away from her eyes. It was really comfortable, thank you. She looks around the room, looking for something. I wonder what time it is. CNTIR. Answer. 7:28 a.m. Sarah never told us what time we would be leaving. As I sigh inwardly, I swear that's Satan. I glance at the door. It's around 7:30 a.m. right now. We should get up and get breakfast. Quite early, she yawned and got up. I'll go get dressed. After we had the open-air bath last night, we were given some kimonos to wear by Yasaka's maids, and we wore those. Ingvild was wearing a lilac one that complemented her hair color. I had a white one given to me. Serafal was given a purple and pink one. She didn't have the one she had in the anime. Ingvild had reached the door and looked back at me with a small blush. "You're staring too much," she told me embarrassingly and left. I was staring? I didn't even notice. I exhaled loudly and got up. I used some magic to fold up the futon and push it to a corner neatly. I wonder if Kunu is still afraid of me? He'll know the answer when I see her again. I made my way to the door and into the hall. Coincidentally, Serafal also left her room, still looking asleep and yawning. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Did you get a good night's sleep?" She turns to stare at me, still out of it. Fuff myrnying. She yawns while stretching her arms out. Im HNVG Upsilon. She said this as she walked away slowly and tiredly. Not a morning person then, got it. I chuckled, and she just shook her head as she turned a corner. Sarah was already wearing her conference outfit, so I decided to wear what I did yesterday. I also decided to teleport the kimono I was wearing into the guest bedroom I was in. Ingvild comes out of her room after changing into her previous outfit. She nods, and we make our way to the entrance. On the way there we meet a maid, as well as Sarah. "Please follow me to the dining room." She bows and leads us there. When we arrived, Yasaka and Kunu were there with a table full of food waiting for us. She hears our chatting and looks up at us as she smiles. "Good morning. Did you all sleep well?" "Yeah, out like a light." The other two nodding along. I make eye contact with Kunu, and she quickly averts her eyes. I guess that's better than completely turning her entire body the other way or avoiding being in the same room as me. We all take a seat and look at the food in front of us. It ranged in different types. I was not sure on what your preferences were, so I had my maids prepare a wide variety of delicacies. "Please do enjoy." She indicates with a hand gesture we could start eating. "Thank you, and thank for the food." We dig in after giving her our thanks. The rest of the breakfast was filled with idle chatter, keeping the mood light. We had finished breakfast and were just outside the front entrance by the Tengu guards. Yasaka and Kunu were there to see us off. "Well, we better get going. Can't keep the Norse gods and Valkyries waiting all day." "Jean, wait." Yasaka called out to me as Serafal was about to teleport us to Asgard. What's up?" I go back to her, and Kunu shyly steps away from behind Yasaka and in front of me. She gestures for me to go close to her, and I bend down. "I'm sorry for how I acted yesterday and during breakfast." "You didn't do anything wrong, Kunu-chan. I should be the one apologizing." I shake my head and pat her on the head, making her melt into it. I create and summon a yellow sunflower hair clip. I put in her hand. "Hey, race, a small present. It should help ward off weak and low-level spirits and beings. Low to middle class in rank." She opens her eyes and looks at it. I stop petting her, and she puts it on. "It looks gorgeous on you, dear." Yasaka tells her daughter, making her smile. Thank you." Jean, she blushes and runs back behind Yasaka. I stood up and saw Yasaka smiling. She walks over and stands in front of me this time. "I'll take you up on that offer last night, Jean." She grabs my head and pulls me into her bosom, and I'll take my time getting there. As she licks the right side of my cheek, I pull myself away, shocked at the sudden development. "Right, okay, mother." Kunu looked mortified at what she had done. Yasaka just laughed it off, while the guard were dumbfounded by the scene. "Off you go now." She waves at us. I walk back towards Serafal, shaking my head. "You got both mother and daughter going for you. How lucky." Serafal snickers and I roll my eyes. "Just teleport us already, you muppet." Serafal stuck her tongue out at me, but did so. We waved goodbye to the Fox duo. 9 Realms Asgard Serafal had teleported us to some sort of edge to the city or whatever this place is. I looked behind me, and it was just a sheer drop into a void of nothingness. Flat Earthers would have a field day when they find out Asgard is flat. I could see some waterfalls falling into the void around the place. Humans truly believe that Earth is flat, and I thought they were moving forward as a species. Serafal couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You never heard of that?" "Yeah, there's even more weird shit they believe. Some think the Earth looks like a dinosaur or a human girl." "Huh. Why a human girl? Fuck if I know. I didn't bother digging deeper into it because it gave me a headache. She looked incredulous. There's more dumb shit to tell her, but it'll save it for another time. Humans really started to believe in strange things as I was asleep for 100 years, as Ingvald finished saying that I see two Valkyries walking towards our group. Halt! State your business. The Valkyrie pauses as she looked confused at us. A human and two devils? I am Seraphal Leviathan, and with me is the middleman and his associate. The two Valkyries nod. I see. You're the ones Odin Sama is expecting, so please follow us. The Valkyrie replies and starts walking towards the city. How do I even describe this city? It's like a futuristic medieval type of place. There are a few shops here and there. A couple of other races that aren't Valkyries are present too. I'm not too sure what they are. One of them has 3 eyes. One looks like a humanoid shark. Another looks like a tall, skinny purple thing. And another just looks like a giant female bee. The color palette for the entire city, save for a few buildings that are nearly all identical. They are gold, silver, white, red, yellow, and the occasional green and purple. Building sizes range from small, medium, to large, and a few slightly larger buildings. Some are wider than others, and vice versa. As we walk through the city, the inhabitants are quite friendly. They would stop and wave to us or say hello to us. We obviously did the polite thing and waved or greeted them back. The Valkyries in front of us also got a salute, although it looked more out of respect than anything. Valkyrie-san, is the rest of Asgard like this? They briefly turned to me after I asked the question. They had very confused looks. What do you mean? Like, I see a few hotels, the rest mainly houses and shops. Are there like any other buildings here? One of them nodded, acknowledging my question. Yes, we have several other types of buildings, quite a few training halls, the newer gyms that humans have, and an entertainment district that was recently constructed per request of Odin Sama. Himself, the Valkyrie trailed off, sounding a bit disappointed, saying the last part. He's still an old pervert here. I can see how he and Ash Crow get along. I see, thank you. The conversation died down, and we continued our way towards the giant palace-type building in the distance. It was in the center of Asgard after all, so it's pretty hard to miss. After a few minutes of walking, we arrive at the palace entrance. A few more Valkyrie guards can be seen guarding the place. We climbed up the stairs, and another more prominent Valkyrie was waiting for us there. The female Valkyrie woman with long light blue hair, wearing a professional black suit. No doubt about it, it's Brynhildr. She's described as a serious woman who seems exasperated with her duties of watching over Vidar, whose cheerful nature clashes with her serious demeanor. She is also very strict with Rosweiss, who is her junior, due to Rosweiss's clumsiness, and critiques Rosweiss's openings in battle. However, like Rosweiss, she is also a bit bitter due to the fact that she does not have a boyfriend. However, she tries to play it off as just waiting for the right man to come along. I never heard her name, though, since Brynhildr is a title or name given to the strongest Valkyrie of their generation. She's also the chief Valkyrie of the Valkyrie squad in Asgard, who serves the Norse gods, as well as Rosweiss's senior, who taught her most of her magic. She started serving Vidar once Odin and the other gods left for the isolation field barrier to fight Trihexa. I use observe on her. Name, Zelma, Brynhildr. Age, 26. Potential, high-tier god class, X rank, ultimate class X gender, female race, Valkyrie titles, the helmet of God's strongest Valkyrie Brynhildr sacred gear, none level, 71-77, HP, 115, 888, HP Regen, 5,812 per minute, MP, 160,721, MP Regen, 7,001 per second, STR, 433 VIT, 388 Dex, 422 int, 610 WIS, 592 Char, 202 Luck, 30. Her real name is Zelma, and her stats are a little bit higher than the peak of Ultimate Class. It appears you have arrived, Satan Leviathan. I will assume he is the middleman. However, who is the female beside him? She's his associate. Seraphal replied, switching back to her professional personality. Brynhildr nods and turns around. Follow me. My master, Odin Sama, is waiting for your presence. She starts to walk away at a brisk pace. We nod and follow her. She's pretty uptight. I couldn't help but comment, apparently. The woman heard me, so she quickly turned around to glare at me, making me chuckle. Seraphal just shook her head. Try not to antagonize them. I know you're powerful, but ITL save us trouble and headaches during this. I look at her like she's crazy. Me? I don't even do that. That's you. Miss Magical Girl Levitan. Seraphal didn't reply, but I could see her lips twitching. I turned to Ingvild, seeing as she's been mostly quiet. You doing okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm just amazed by the place. Yeah, pretty extravagant. During our walk, we passed through the halls of Odin's, and I would assume his son's palace. The hallway is full of fancy decorations and portraits of the man himself. Nevertheless, he only had a few sons. So many portraits, though. Talk about being full of himself. Jesus. Well, he is a very powerful god. Ego will come with it once you reach enough power. I agree with Drake. Once a being reaches a point in power and won as many battles as Odin or any other god, they will be quite prideful. Are you guys speaking from experience? I snicker, causing the dragons to agree. Yes, we are the only two heavenly dragons of this world. We are also dragons, so pride comes along with it. Yes, dragons are proud species. The majority of us are prideful. Only in a few rare cases that it doesn't apply. However, it's more of a surprise that you aren't more arrogant and prideful, Gene. Gotta agree with Albion here, partner. You're the strongest, yet you don't show it or affect your personality. I don't see it as a necessity. I mean, what use would it serve? I would just become an asshole at that point. Yes, I have used a little bit more power every now and again. However, I usually do that only during fights or to prove something, as I did in Kyoto yesterday. It's stupid, I don't get it. Reading about it is entertaining. But having to imagine myself doing that, the amount of shit that would happen and the attention I would get would leave me no time for myself or my harem. That's unnecessary baggage to carry. If you want that, go ahead, but I'm not interested. When do you plan on using it then, partner? Well, you guys heard about Ghidorah, right? I did mention it yesterday. Maybe when I fight universal threats like him, they'll start using more power since Dragon God strength wouldn't do shit against it. Yes, but for what I've seen, it wasn't that powerful. It'd get beaten by Godzilla. That was just a movie adaptation. Movies and reality can be a lot different. You guys should know that. Consider comparing my previous world's thoughts and theories of the supernatural, this human world, and then the actual supernatural. They're like night and day, right? Well, if you put it that way, then yeah. Indeed, many authors and films tend to do their own spins from looking into your memories. They also don't do dragons justice in your world. It is an insult. Actually, yeah. What the hell? Dragons can get brought down by flimsy steel or iron swords. What the fuck is that about? Not magic or even sacred gears, but normal bloody weak swords. Even if you asked me, that I wouldn't know the answer. But if I had to guess, the humans of my old world, didn't exactly have any concrete proof of how powerful dragons are. They could only assume, since you're all big and chunky and spew fire from your mouths. Gene? Ingvild tapped me on the shoulder, bringing me out of the conversation I was having with the two dragons. I turned to her, but seeing Ingvild with a look of horror, why does she boing? I crashed into something soft. Well, my face did. When I looked back and see what I hit, it was Brynhilder, who was standing on the stair step. It looked like she had stopped and turned around waiting for us. Because I was busy speaking with the two dragons, I hadn't been paying attention to my surroundings and had luckily, unfortunately, bumped into the woman's chest. She both looked furious and embarrassed. Furious? Envious? Fubarious? Sorry about that. My mind was off at a different place. She glared at me and then sighed. Please keep yourself from doing that again. We're nearly there. She turned around and continued up the stairs. You got scolded. Seraphal smirked at me, but noticed I wasn't paying her any attention, so she followed my gaze and saw what I was looking at. Yeah, she is nice, but no comment. I started to climb the stairs, as did my companions. Not too long after climbing the stairs, we come across an even longer hallway. It was big, like really big. It had many statues of Odin and his sons at the side, with a few chandeliers scattered above us, color-tinted glass windows, expensive-looking chairs, and other decorations. I can't imagine myself living in a place like this. It's way too big, too much space. I'd be restless. I looked around the hallway as I say this. Seraphal snorts. You'll get used to it eventually. I mean, how do you think we felt? She gestures to herself, and Ingvild who nods. You guys had years. I had a few weeks. Large difference there. Well, whatever. It'll eventually reach that line when I expand my house more. At the end of the hallway, we reached a door that Brynhildr pushed open. When we stepped inside, it was a very large room, with an even larger chandelier on the ceiling. There were candles at both sides of the door, mounted on the walls. In the middle was a round table. At the head of the table was the man himself, Odin. To his right was his eldest son, Baldur, the god of beauty. To his left, his other son, the god of thunder himself, Thor. Alongside him was the god of vengeance and future leader of Asgard, Vidar. Behind Odin was the lovely Valkyrie herself, Rosweiss. When we stepped into the room, all of their attention was on us. Odin-sama, I have arrived with the guests. Brynhildr announced and gestured for us to take our seats. She then leaves. Oh, you're finally here, huh, Leviathan-chan? Odin smiles happily as he looks at all of us. Come take your seats. He sounds pretty cheerful. We nod and take our seats, Seraphal in the middle directly facing Odin, him on the right, and Ingvild to my right. Why didn't go to Seraphal's left side? Ingvild's eyes widen at the sudden communication through telepathy. I just didn't want to be over there. I feel like the Norse god's leader is already looking at us with a lecherous gaze. I see, all right. I move to hold her hand, and she doesn't resist, but grips mine tighter. Odin is a pretty big pervert. That's why he gets along with Azazel so well. I mean, the number of sons he has is a testament to that. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Odin-sama. As you know, I am one of the 4 Satans of the underworld, Seraphal Leviathan. She pats my shoulder quite firmly. This man right here is Gene, the middleman that has been making a name for himself in the supernatural. Ho, Gene, is it? You're quite the young one, aren't you? It is nice to meet you, Odin-san. And yes, I'm only 17 years old. 17? I didn't expect that. Your size is definitely lying to you. So, why did you suddenly become a middleman? This question again, honestly, I'm getting a harem for myself. Peace is my second goal, because without peace it makes it more difficult to spend time with them. Odin stares at me in disbelief, as do his sons, until the Norse faction leader bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's your reason. I can definitely get behind that kind of thinking, my boy. He started to smack his knees and cried a little. Seraphal face-bombed beside me, and Ingvild just laughed weakly at my honesty. Honesty is admirable, lad. I like it. I like you already. As he wipes away a tear from his eye, he composes himself. Anyway, do you have any kinds of requests you wouldn't take? That's the first time someone asked me that. I nodded. Yes. Any request that may or I perceive to be a threat to peace between all factions and pantheons. So, assassination or kill requests. The exception is if those requests are aimed at criminals or rogues from your own faction or whatever faction you're allied with. An example of this is a mission I took from the Fallen Angels. The Devils and Fallen had a small truce and request the same request from me. I took it. In the end, it was a collaboration between rogue Fallen and stray devils alike. I see. So let's say I ask you to hunt down and kill an evil god of Norse mythology. Would you do it? Odin stroked his beard and looked at me with a grin. I grinned back at him. If that's the request, then it's easy enough. It should just take me a day or two. The Asgardian leader wasn't expecting that and stared at me with shock. The same with his sons, Vidar cocking his brow, not believing a word I said. Huh. You are that confident in your strength, lad. Yes, I believe in my own strength. I responded firmly, earning an approving nod from Thor. Then what if I propose that you fight one of my sons? Let's say Thor, for example. The room is shocked by what he says. Father Baldur looked annoyed at his old man. If the god of thunder himself does not mind, and is a willing participant, I wouldn't mind. So, yes, I will also accept such requests. I could see Thor smile and nod. A fine answer, Gene. The same with Baldur. I'm glad you're not some hot-headed amateur teenager. Baldur comments, seemingly liking my attitude on things. Odin-sama, I suggest you do not make light of things such as that. You are lucky that he's very mature for his age. Rosweiss tries to scold the Old Norse god, but he just brushes her off. Bah, you can properly scold me once you've found yourself a boyfriend, Rosweiss. The woman flinches at the mention of being single. What was your infamous nickname again? Ah yes, the Valkyrie who has never had a boyfriend now, sure. Rosweiss slumped down in despair. It's not my fault that I never had a boyfriend before. Losing her serious professionalism, she starts to wail, tears streaming down her face, even some snot. I was too busy being top of my classes. I didn't have time for romance. And whose fault is that? It's yours, he continued, making the Valkyrie wail even louder. His sons just awkwardly looked away and started fiddling with their hands or air. This was probably a daily occurrence for them. Both Ingvild and Serafal looked at Rosweiss with pity, as did I. How did nobody try and ask her out? Like, she's actually very pretty. I don't understand this world's beauty standards. I was staring a little bit too long at Rosweiss because I see Odin grinning at me. I don't like that look at all, old man. Maybe the new middleman can take you in his harem. Rosweiss, how about it, Jean? Rosweiss temporarily stops wailing and looks at me with a bit of hope. Her adorable expression was difficult to resist, and I just blurted out a yes. All eyes were on me, and I had to say something, so I coughed into my fist. Well, I certainly wouldn't mind, but I'd rather get to know the woman first. I just don't accept anyone. I actually do care and love them after all. They're not just mistresses. Odin is a bit stunned by my answers and stays quiet, Baldur and Thor nodding approvingly, and Vidar slowly melting more and more into his seat. He just looked like he was trying to use it as a bed. Not bad, lad. I'm surprised by your answer. I expected you to jump on that fact since you're still a teenager. I apologize. Odin's apology makes his sons turn to him with a look of concern. This is also a very rare thing to happen. Thor turns to his brother Vidar, and that's how you treat your women. Brother, you love them, and not just use them to satisfy your own lust and pleasure. Vidar shrunk. Yes, I agree with Thor. Vidar, you need to either find someone and make them your wife, or treat them as equals and love them. Vidar shrunk even more. Vidar looks away and mopes. TCH, whatever, I can do what I want, and it'll leave finding a wife further into the future. What's the rush? Yvonne D. During all this, Rosweiss was staring at me wide-eyed, as she didn't expect an answer like that. I gave her an awkward smile, to which she also returned one herself. Odin coughs and gets our attention again. I wasn't joking about that request earlier, though, Jean. Would you mind having a spar with my son, Thor? I look over at the god of thunder, and he nods. I guess it's game time, then why do they want me to fight? I'd rather be lazy, seeing as how Thor isn't against the idea. Then sure, let's do it. Great. Odin claps his hands and then snaps his fingers. We were teleported to a Colosseum-type arena. Magic circles appear around us and the entirety of Asgard. My people heed my announcement. In the stadium closest to my palace, a mock battle is taking place between my son, the god of thunder himself, Thor, and the middleman, Jean. If you wish to see this duel, come and join us at once. Odin announced excitedly through the magic circles. And, as quickly as he did, the Colosseum stands were flooded with all types of beings across Asgard. Even when the seats were full, anyone who could fly just watched in the air. Holy crap, old man. I didn't think you'd make your entire realm watch this little match. Odin laughed loudly at my remark. One does not simply fight the god of thunder, my boy. If my son Thor accepted this, then he sees something in you that normal beings do not. Thor and I stood at opposite ends of the arena. The ground beneath us was made of sand, like how they were made back in olden times. I'm quite excited about this duel myself. I haven't fought a god-class being yet, and Thor isn't a slouch either. Name, Thor Odinson. Age, 1500 potential. High-tier god class X rank. Mid-tier god class SSS gender. Male race. God titles. God of Thunder, son of Odin's sacred gear. None level. 156, 76 HP. 831,270 HP regen. 25,812 per minute. MP 749, 877 MP regen. 18,992 per second. STR 15,829 vit. 20,812 dex. 13,882 int, 450 wis, 1,000 char, 555 luck, 2,000. I look forward to this. Give him hell, partner. I would like to see how the famous god of thunder performs. Third-person point of view. Are both fighters ready? A new announcer had suddenly arrived and asked the entire stadium. Gene and Thor nod. Ready. Begin. Bang. Thor puts his hand out and waits for something. The whole arena erupts into chaos as they rarely see Thor use his signature weapon, the legendary Mjolnir. Shine. Boom. The hammer comes flying into Thor's hand, and it makes a loud sound as the two make contact. The size of the hammer is quite larger than Gene had seen in his past life, and the hammer is also covered in a thick case of lightning. Thor smiles at Gene and lets his aura flow out. The majority of the beings on the stand were stunned by Thor's aura and power. This shakes the entire area, if not Asgard itself. The area surrounding God was destroyed. That's quite a show. Allow me to return the favor. Gene says and holds up his right arm in front of his chest. Schwing. Gene summoned the boosted gear, eliciting more gasps around the arena. The Red Dragon Emperor. The crowd yelled out. So, you're this generation's Red Dragon Emperor? Huh, Gene? Thor's eyes glint with even more anticipation. That, I am, but Gene de-summons the boosted gear. It'll be fine like this. Are you looking down on me? Thor looked a bit annoyed and disappointed. No, I'm giving you a fighting chance. Boom. CNTIR. Answer. Covering Asgard with aura-suppressing barrier CNTIR. Answer. Power output. One dragon god Thor's, and everyone's eyes widen in shock. Are you ready to dance? God of Thunder? Gene grinned at Thor, as he had a slightly worried smile on his face. With Odin, his sons Baldur and Vidar were sitting in a VIP booth along with Serafall, Ingvild, and Rosweiss. When Gene let out his power as a dragon god, they were shocked. However, Serafall and Ingvild weren't as surprised since they felt an even greater power that Gene showed them yesterday. My word, the lad is the Red Dragon Emperor, and with strength like this, he's a monster. Odin looked in awe at Gene. Indeed, dare I say, he might be in the world's top 10 strongest beings. Vidar comments and looked at his brother Thor with a complicated expression. Thor will be fine. It is but a sparring match. They're there to test each other's strengths, not kill each other. Baldur concludes, making his father and brother nod. Why aren't you surprised by this, Leviathan Chan? You too, Ingvild Chan. Odin turns and asks Serafall. His sons were also curious as to why she's calm. The two ladies stay silent for a moment. Rosweiss is also curious. She was quite shocked by the amount of energy and pressure the young man exuded. Gene, is still holding back yesterday. I felt even more power from him. He is nowhere near serious, Serafall tells the whole room, staring seriously at Gene from the vantage point. Surely you're pulling our leg, Leviathan Chan. Odin asked, a bit nervous now. I swear on my name, title, and seat of Leviathan that Gene is holding back by a lot. Serafall reiterated. The room falls into silence as they turn back to observing the two on the ground. With Gene and Thor decided to take this seriously and use his maximum strength from the start. He disappeared and reappeared behind Gene, but to his surprise Gene was already facing his direction, making the God of Thunder jump back. And again, to his surprise Gene was gone from where he was standing. He felt a tapping behind him and saw the young man behind him when he turned around. I couldn't even detect his speed. A cold sweat enveloped Thor's back. Left with no choice as the young boy had superior speed more than himself, he swung his hammer towards him at full force. Boom! Thor tried to pull his hammer back, but he couldn't. The cold realization hit him instantly impossible when the dust cleared. Gene was standing there with a calm look to him and gripping the head of the hammer, Mjolnir. Thor used everything in him to pull it away from the youth, but it didn't budge. The god grunted and a bolt of lightning came down on Gene. Gene put his hand up, and as soon as the attack came just an inch away from his hand, it shattered like glass. Fine, I will not use the hammer then. Thor lets go of the hammer and jumps back. Gene takes the opportunity to spin the head of the hammer on his finger. This thing is pretty heavy. It takes quite a lot of strength to lift it, making the God of Thunder shake his head. You're just worthy, young man. This time, it was Jean's turn to shake his head. No, I'm not. I'm just using my raw strength to lift this thing. Thor was surprised by this. Jean finished having fun with it and threw it back to the god. Here, I don't really need it. My thanks. Thor placed Mjolnir on the ground and cracks his knuckles. One must mentally prepare themselves. He inhaled a healthy amount of air and then exhaled. Kulme. He shouted and disappeared. Jean grins and disappears too. Boom. Dawn. Dawn. Boom. Boom. Thor and Jean disappeared and reappeared at different spots of the arena, their fists colliding and making strong shockwaves due to the impacts. The crowd was in awe at the spectacle they were seeing, the Red Dragon Emperor and God of Thunder clashing, their fists creating such power attacks that shook the area around them. What they failed to notice was that Thor's fists were slowly becoming bloody, and the head-on collision he was having with Jean was more than he anticipated. However, he had his own pride to maintain and didn't falter. Boom! 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 Dawn! Dawn! Not bad, Thor. Jean had a happy grin plastered on his face. This was the most fun fight he had since he came to the world. While he wasn't a battle maniac, he didn't dislike fighting either. He just preferred spending time with the women he loved over sweating it out with other dudes. Ugh, you too, Jean. Even though Thor was hurting, he had a smile on him. He had his title, reputation, and pride on the line. He couldn't just call it quits after such a short amount of time. So he forced himself to press on. Boom! But are you sure you should keep going? Your fists are quite bloody, perhaps even broken. Jean points out his obvious injury. But Thor shook his head. My own pride will not let me back down. I must continue for myself, my title, and for my people. He said with conviction, making the crowd go wild. Thor-sama, hail the almighty god of thunder. His love for the Asgardian people and Valkyries transcends all. Thor, Thor, Thor. It was clear that Thor was quite loved by the people of Asgard. Once his small little speech was done, they all cheered and showed their support. Jean couldn't help but smile at it. You're well loved by your people, Thor. That's something hard for anyone to achieve. Let's end this, shall we? Jean summons a small white ball of light in his right hand, making the god of thunder weary of it. But he did not try to stop Jean, but simply stare at it. Jean lets the ball fall to the ground, but to everyone's surprise, it fell at a very slow speed. As it slowly got nearer to the ground, Thor couldn't help but feel dread. The ball came closer until ping it hit the ground softly. White Nova, VG, Version Dragon God, with Odin. My son, retreat. Odin roared surprisingly everyone in the room. With Jean and Thor boom. Rumble, rumble. The instant the white ball of light made contact with the ground, the arena was consumed by a giant pillar of white light and with a thunderous roar. Luckily, for the onlookers, the explosion was contained in the arena itself and didn't harm them. The attack lasted a few more seconds before dying out. When it was gone, everyone was looking intensely at the arena. Thor, god of thunder, lay on the ground, suffering many burns across his body and heavily wounded, but still breathing. The entire Colosseum was silent. If someone dropped a pin, they would be able to hear it. Jean skyward, holy crap, partner. You kind of went overboard there. Incredible. I contained the attack. So the arena would be the only thing affected. If I didn't, then the entirety of Asgard would have been obliterated along with everyone else. As I approached the injured Thor, I summon a healing slime and throw it at him. It instantly healed the god, and he awoke. The crowd was shocked, but burst into a relief wave of shouts. He's okay. Thor-sama. Thank goodness. Thor sat up and stared at me, and then started to laugh. Jean, it is my loss. I never stood a chance. The god of thunder stood up and went over to shake my hand. Still, it was a splendid battle. The crowd burst into even louder cheers, congratulating the two, the god of thunder earning more respect and love from his people. The winner is Jean, the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. The announcer finally speaks, making the crowd laugh at him. After the fight was over, all the onlookers left the stadium, and only 2 minutes later the Colosseum was empty. Odin, his sons, Rosweiss, Serafall, and Ingvild teleported into the arena. Odin walked over to me and smacked me with a cane, you little brat. I thought you killed my son. What a fucking tsundere. I chuckled. I wouldn't do that since it would have been counterproductive with what I'm doing. Odin shook his head and points at Thor. What was that stuff you threw at him? Healing slime, 1,000 times better than phoenix tears that belong to the devils. And no, I'm not sharing. TCH, so stingy. Odin looks at his son with a questioning gaze. How much power were you using? Everything I had, father. You didn't even use half your moves? You and I are both aware many of my flash moves tend to damage more than where I chose to aim them. So, I decided to use the ones that wouldn't damage much of my surroundings. Thor answered his father's question, and Odin nodded along, satisfied with his son. So, you're saying that you could have one if we had a bigger playing field? To which Thor shook his head. No, even if in a bigger field I would have lost. In the short blows Jean and I exchanged, I could tell the difference between our strength. Phil looks back at me with a smirk. You also contained that attack, so it wouldn't hurt anyone outside the arena. Yes? Yeah. That attack normally would consume everything in its path. I just condensed it so it wouldn't go beyond the arena and into the stands. My thanks, Jean. Jean. I turn and see Baldur put his hand out for a handshake, and I accept. My apologies. When I first met you, I underestimated you and your overall strength. Now that has changed. I look forward to your future endeavors. Glad to know. Thanks, Baldur. I also apologize. I would like a match with you in the future, Jean. This time Vita and I shake hands, and I agree to his future request. Sure thing. Just send a request my way when you're ready. He nods satisfied. This was stressful. Jean, Leviathan Chan, and Ingvild Chan, you're welcome to stay in Asgard for the rest of the day. I already booked a hotel, so you can stay there free to charge. It's also the best one we have. Thank you, Odin-sama. Will gladly accept. Seraphal thanks Odin, and he waves her off. CNTIR. Answer. Removing aura sealing barrier CNTIR. Answer. Activating aura and mana suppression skill. Rosweiss. Lead them to the hotel. Odin ordered her, and she nods. The god and his sons leaves once all of this was done. Rosweiss turns to us. Please follow me. Her professionalism was back, and we do so. When we were walking through the streets of Asgard, we got even more attention this time around. Well, mainly me, as a few of the beings there started to crowd me, asking for autographs and asking me a bunch of questions. When we arrived at the hotel entrance, I tried to gently move past them all, but wasn't having too much luck. I didn't want to forcefully barge my way through, as I might accidentally hurt and at worst kill one of them. Everyone please, and let Jean Sand through. Rosweiss tried to help me, but it backfired on her immediately. Shut up, you virgin Valkyrie. You don't get a say since you never had a boyfriend. Have you even touched a man before? Even a simple hug? Were some of the hurtful stuff that was thrown at her making the girl visibly upset? I was slightly ticked off by that. I turned to the crowd and let a little bit of my aura leak out. Could you all please make some way for me? I'm a bit busy right now. All of them froze, nodded, and quickly dispersed. I sigh and walk over to the slightly tearful Valkyrie, and I instinctively start patting her head. Don't worry about Rosweiss-san. You're cute enough that you'll find that man someday. She looked at me dumbfounded and turned red. This was just in my job, and he'll get going now. She quickly announced and ran off. Did I do too much? She is quite innocent. Good luck, partner. An even bigger challenge. Good luck, Jean. Once we got our rooms and settled in, we went back outside to Asgard to explore the place, but it was quite troublesome as I was quickly swarmed by Asgardians. I told Sarah and Ingvild to go together and enjoy themselves, as they wouldn't have this trouble for them. They reluctantly agreed and left. Now how the hell do I deal with this? All of you, what is the meaning of this? A familiar voice resounded in the area, making everyone in the vicinity freeze. It was none other than Brynhilde herself. Once she was there, everyone scattered, not wanting to feel her wrath. You saved me there, Bryn. Thanks. I finally got to stretch my body after being hounded for almost an hour. Bryn? Call me by my full name, Jean-san. She didn't look amused by the nickname I gave her, but she didn't try to scold me, probably because of what she saw me do to Thor. Come on, it's fine, Bryn. Actually, are you busy right now? I'm not. I am free. Why? She looked at me suspiciously. So, I'm going to assume you saw what happened at the Colosseum. and being hounded by a lot of people in here, and I can't catch a break and seeing how they respond when you're around. I'm going to stick with you for a while. I smile at her. She just looked mortified. No. Yes. No. Yes. We went back and forth a little bit before she got fed up with it and threw her hands up, exasperated. Fine. You win. She started walking away, and I followed suit. She looked annoyed and sported a small blush when I started walking beside her. Is there any specific place you want to visit? No. I literally just arrived here today. Take me somewhere you want. She face-bombed and nodded. You forgot, didn't you? Hush you. She looked away and started walking in a different direction. When we went through a crowded section of a street, all eyes landed on us, and many whispers started, but once Brynhilde glared at them, they scattered and went back to what they were doing. As expected of the Chief Valkyrie, just one look can kill. I joked, and she rolled her eyes at it. So where are we headed to? A training hall. My excitement quickly dissipated, and I was left with an apathetic expression. Training is essential. We are going. She didn't leave any room for negotiations and walked faster. Yes, Mom. I half-heartedly followed behind her. I'm not your mother. She sounded irritated by the comment, but didn't say anything else as we made our way to this training place. We had stepped into a large training hall, and there were quite a few other Valkyries present. Brynhilde senpai. A few Valkyries came over and greeted her. They look over at me and gasped, senpai? Did these Valkyries go to Japan or something? Why am I questioning this? It's the DxD universe. Made by an author in Japan, it's him. Girls back to training. They nearly jumped me, but were stopped by Brynhilde, thankfully. They gulped and ran back to train. Follow me. She started walking again and stands in front of a training dummy. Attack that with any of your abilities, it will show a number when hit, showing how powerful it is. She puts her hand out, and a ball of fire launched from her palm and hit the dummy. Power level, 3501. Is that high? I look over at the other girls, and they were excited to see their senpai using the thing. No, the highest ever recorded was by Odin-sama at 717,030 in his prime. Even so, his highest right now is still on par with his son's. How about yours? Devinas dešim devini kablelis aštuoni vienas du eikt bet. I step in front of the thing and launched a tiny fireball that went at a lax speed. She looked at me strangely. Are you even taking this seriously? If not, then you can leave a boom. The whole area shook, and everyone started to panic, but they calmed down once the word quickly spread about what happened. Brynhilde and the other Valkyries gathered around to wait for the smoke to settle. Power level, 9,999,999,999 max. The area fell silent, much like the arena earlier, until the other girls burst into cheers. Wow, that's the highest ever. He hit the max power output. Incredible. Brynhilde stared at the number slack-jawed, slowly blinking. I look at her and grin. Do I pass the test, Brinchan? That is just the magical part. On to the physical test. She started to walk away, and I follow after her. A group of girls also followed us. We reach another room with a giant crystal in the center. She walks over to it and presses her hand against it. All you need to do is punch it. It will absorb the impact and power, and will calculate the power level like the training dummy. She explained and lightly punched the thing. Power level, 50, Chief? You're here? Another Valkyrie walked up to us. Helmwige, are you here to train as well? The Valkyrie named Helmwige nods. She sees me and appeared to get excited. Chief, are you bringing the middleman around? Why, yes, he's about to try the physical crystal test. Helmwige nods and steps back to watch me. I nod and step forward and in front of the crystal. I turn back to them. I won't need to pay for this if I break it, right? They were a bit stunned by my question, but nodded their heads. Cool. I cocked my hand back and punched it, shattering the thing in the process. I held back, I swear. Power level, 9,999,999,999 max. Wow. Helmwige and the other girls cheered. Is this going to happen all day? I sigh. I'd rather not keep fighting or doing this for the rest of my time here. I turn back to the ladies. Are we done? I mean, me fighting Thor should be enough indication of my strength, yes. You're a finished Brynhilde shook her head defeatedly, and I was immediately swarmed by the females as they asked to get autographs. Brynhilde looked back at the crystal and the power level shown, and eyed me suspiciously. After reluctantly signing autographs, for almost an hour I was back on the streets of Asgard. I still had eyes on me, but they didn't approach me as Brynhilde and Helmwige joined me. Any scenic places you guys would recommend here? I want to take a look at them at night. Gotta appreciate these things because they might not exist in the far future. I guess the places where the water falls off the edge of Asgard. They're quite scenic, even if you're just staring at the void. Helmwige scrunches her face up, trying to think of places to visit. There's a garden northeast from here, near a blacksmith shop, called SCH&E Walkrun. It's just a 2-minute walk from that. An artificial waterfall has been made there. It is also popular with couples. Brynhilde adds, making her fellow Valkyrie nod vigorously. I see. Thank you, we'll be going now. I had fun, even if you just took me to a training hall. Also thank for the places you mentioned. We'll check them out at night. I waved them by, and Flash stepped back to the hotel. Asgard nighttime, I had been staying in the hotel for the rest of the day, since I knew I'd be bothered with autographs and people hounding me with questions. How the hell did Issei deal with it? He was even more famous thanks to his show, I Never Want to Be a Celeb. I sigh, it takes too much work. It's probably even worse in America thanks to the paparazzi, damn psychopaths. Knock knock 'em? Coming. I open the door and am greeted by Ingvild bear hugging me. In? What's wrong? Sarafal-san took me out shopping for clothes when I told her I didn't have many back in your home. She was going to scold you, but I explained that I had ordered some online and that you were going to take me out shopping in the future. She hugged me tighter, so I picked her up and took her back to my bed. We both sat there as she hugged me, but she decided that I needed clothes now and took me shopping. We got a few stares because we were seen with you. They asked us a few questions, but I would guess it was a lot worse for you. She looks up at me, which I found cute. Yeah, I was hounded for autographs wherever I went. I think I nearly totaled 2 hours of signing stuff. One Valkyrie tried to make me sign their chest. But Brynhilde stopped that real quick. You were with Brynhilde-san? Yeah, I just met her by coincidence, and her presence made an invisible barrier around us that stopped people from approaching us. But she took me to some training area, though. That was an experience and a half. I chuckle remembering the stupid test she made me take. A member of her team joined us, I think. Well, they knew each other, so I just assumed she was. Her name was Helmwige. I could see that Ingvild was trying to listen, but was slowly falling asleep. You should go to sleep, You're probably tired with all that happened today. It was your first outing after all. Maybe your body is becoming used to being an ET. Upon hearing the word, she lightly started smacking my chest. I'm not an ET, she tiredly says, and laid her head back on my chest. Do you want to sleep in your own room, or they'll sleep with you again? All right, but I'm going out for a bit. I need to check out some spots that the two recommended earlier. Okay, she shakes her head, and she fell back on a bed, seemingly drifting off to sleep. I moved her under the covers and turned off the light as I left. When I got into the hallway, I see Sarafal. Hey, what the hell did you put Ingvild through? Intan needs more stamina for shopping. She pouted for some reason. She does know she was the one who put the girl through the ringer. Shopping stamina? The hell's that? It's a different type of stamina, like how we have different stomachs for dessert. She tried to explain it, but it was just some bullshit. All right, well, I'm going to go now. I left before she could try to continue talking to me. Oh, hey, I heard the Satan shout, but I kept walking. I had Flash step towards the location Helmwige mentioned. Well, one of them. The nighttime in Asgard was almost like Earth. There were stars in the sky and a moon. When I reached the spot, I could see the water just falling from the edge into the nothingness below. I also couldn't feel any presence anywhere near here. I guess these spots aren't worth guarding. I also noticed not many people out and about, only the guards. Meh, whatever. I sit down and let my feet and legs dangle off the edge. I close my eyes and listen to the waterfall. Suddenly, I could feel a presence slowly coming towards where I was. It felt like Brynhilde. Jean? She called out to me. I put my hand up and waved her backwards. I feel her walk towards me and stand beside me. What are you doing at this hour of the night? As you can see, I'm enjoying the view, silence, and well, the ambient sounds before you came along. I still kept my eyes closed. I could feel a small breeze start. Did they add wind here? Cool. I apologize. I didn't mean to disturb you. Don't worry about it. So, what are you doing out so late? I was out on patrol. While I'm not part of the Valkyrie Guards, I am still the one who holds the title Brynhildr, so I feel obligated to check Asgard at night before turning in for the night. Quite honorable of you, Brynchon. I hear her sigh beside me, probably resigning her fate to be called that by me. I shall leave you alone then. Good night, Jean. I feel her starting to leave. Yeah, good night, Brynhildr. SCHNE Walkeren. I had arrived at the shop called SCHNE Walkeren and could see a place that looked like a garden, so I started to walk that way. As I do, I stare back up to the sky. Asgard is a lot calmer than I would have thought. What kind of place did you think it was? I don't know, maybe barbaric? Like I read stuff about it. Vikings and shit go to Valhalla when they die an honorable death. So I kind of expected muscular, sweaty old and young men drinking everywhere with a few women here and there sprinkled around. Puffed partner, humans' depiction of the supernatural is sometimes never accurate. I know, but I still couldn't help but think that. As I spoke with the two dragons, I reached the garden. It's quite big, but you can see the artificially created waterfall from the entrance. I could only feel one person in the garden, so I didn't have to worry about running into fans. The garden had a lot of green bushes everywhere around it. Some were shaped into Odin and his sons, and a few were of Brynhildr, surprisingly enough, though, now that I think about it. She is known as the strongest Valkyrie, so she should have a statue or two here and there. The garden had a few floating orbs of light, so that was what illuminated the place, but I could see that it didn't appear everywhere in the garden. Perhaps the natural moonlight illuminated those spots enough. I get to the center, and there was a fountain, much like the one in Kuo's park, but with a tiny Thor stone statue there, and his eyes being made of the light balls from earlier. It made him look goofy. All right, next destination, the waterfall, because it seems like it's the highlight of this garden. It didn't take me long to reach the waterfall, and I could feel that person was there. But as I got closer, I could see it was none other than Rossweiss. I wonder what she's doing here at this time of night. As I got closer, she noticed my presence. Who's there? She said in a serious tone and squinted her eyes. I come out of the trail and into her line of sight. Hey there. I wave to her, and she visibly relaxes. Jean-san, what are you doing here? She looked flustered. I could see that she was still in her business suit, but she had taken off her shoes. Just out on an evening stroll, how about you? I didn't expect you to be here, Rossweiss. She blushes and sits down on the rock she was standing on. There was a small fence that separated and elevated the garden's path and the waterfall. So, she was on the rock that kept the water from spilling. I was also out on an evening stroll. My job is quite taxing after all. She hugs her knees and looks at the waterfall. I chuckle and join her on the rock. Yeah, I can imagine dealing with Odin's antics all day can make you feel exhausted. She smiles at me and the conversation dies down. So, I decided to continue it. I was wondering what the nightlife was like in Asgard. I was a little surprised when everyone was just mostly in their homes. Yes, most if not all that reside here only use the opportunity to strengthen themselves in case Ragnarok happens. Apart from a few small shop owners and the guards that stay out past a certain hour, everyone goes home to get a well-deserved rest. I will be doing that shortly as I had my fill here. Well, at least it's a lot calmer than the human world. It's so loud sometimes at certain places like clubs and entertainment districts. I shook my head at the thought of going. While I don't mind going with friends, it's just a bit too much energy since the supernatural already keeps me occupied. Jean-san, why are you gathering a harem for yourself? Rossweiss stares at me when she asks the question. Why? Why indeed? Before I answer that, Rossweiss, have you read books or novels about the harem genre? She looked a bit surprised by the question, but nodded, but looked a bit annoyed. Odin-sama sometimes brings books like that back with him from the human world as he meets up with the leader of the fallen angels from time to time. She shakes her head disapprovingly. They, however, only speak about perverted things, so I usually leave them be. Odin and Azazel? That's one hell of a pervert duo that's forming. I laugh as she smiles at me. To answer your question, most stories with the harem genre usually end one of two ways. One, the protagonist ends up with one girl and leaving the others. I don't like that kind of ending. The other girls usually already fall pretty deeply in love with the protagonist at that point in the story, basically the end. So, I feel quite sorry for them. The author usually just throws them at some side character and thinks of a ludicrous plot point to make her feelings change. Even though they had all that build up, it's pretty disappointing. Or they sometimes just let them stay single. And whenever they appear, they're usually just sad and quickly forgotten about. When I read these books, I tend to put myself in that character's spot and go, what would I be feeling right now with what just happened? And it's usually, well, shit. So, I prefer the harem books that have the second ending I very much like, in which the protagonist picks them all in the end and basically marries them all. Every single one of the girls is happy. Whatever fans that like the series are also happy, and the shipping wars are quenched, well, kinda. I guess that's what I'm going for. I don't even know if what I said was what I really felt. However, as I said, I felt an inch during it. So I guess that's a clue. Ross Weiss blinks a few times before starting to giggle uncontrollably. She wipes a tear from her eye. She smiles in the end, though. T, that's it. A little bit childish of you. You want to give every girl the happy ending they deserve? I won't lie that it sounds lovely, but do you think you could do it? She asked seriously. I stare her dead in the eye. Yes, he'll die trying. I know the three who are in my harem are happy. Whoever else joins in the future, I promise to do the same for them. Tha. O-V-U-E-D. S-T-I-D-E. N-D-Y. So, what? Jean-san. My name was called by Ross Weiss, and I was brought back to reality. Ashul? Oh, did you say something? She looked at me with concern and shook her head. You just zoned out after you spoke and stared into space. Did something happen? She asked worriedly. And no, I'm fine. Anyway, I should get going now. It was nice speaking with you, Jean-san. Ross Weiss gets up and dusts herself off. Yeah, me too. We'll be leaving tomorrow after all. I put my hand out to shake hers, and she accepts. Hey, if you're ever in a life-or-death fight in the future, just call my name, and he'll be there. I jokingly tell her. She laughs at it and nods if the need ever arises. They'll be sure to shout your name out. She jumps down from the rock and waves to me before walking away. I also make my way back to the hotel, enjoying the small chat I had with Ross Weiss. When I enter my room, I found Ingvild still sleeping peacefully. I change into something more comfortable with a snap of my fingers and join her in bed. Next day, Asgard ho-ho. We'll be sure to send a request your way sometime in the future, lad. Odin says for the 5th time this morning. Yes, they'll accept them any time, Odin. Odin, his sons, and Ross Weiss were there to see us off. Feel free to come back in the future, Jean. I would like to spar with you again. Thor smiles at me, and I nod. Don't forget about us either. Baldur and Vidar add. I look forward to the day. After saying our goodbyes, I took the liberty to teleport us back to the Citri territory. Underworld Citri territory home. Seraphal screamed, and surprising the guards. Leviathan Sama, welcome back. They both greet her, and she nods at them. She turns back to me. Thank you for teleporting me here, Jean. They'll see you in the near future then. She starts to walk away, but stops and skips back to me. She gives my cheek a quick peck and skips back toward her house. The guards stare at me, slack-jawed, as I shook my head. Ready to go home? I ask Ingvild, and she nods. I'm tired, Japan. Kuo Skyward household home. Sweet home Naya. What? A Naya of despair could be heard from the living room. I was severely confused. No, 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 please. Why did they disappear? I have to find him. Why? Xing. Tears fell from my eyes. You're so far away. But he'll reach you eventually, boom. Wait for me. Fun fact 1. Schne Walkerin translates to beautiful Valkyries. Fun fact 2. Zelma is Brynhilder's real name before she took the title. Zelma means the helmet of God. The god in this case is Odin, as he is the Valkyries and Norse gods faction leader. Chapter 13. Promises and Expectations Flashback Japan. Kuo Skyward Household, third-person point of view. Akino had just gotten back from her short and quick training session with her peerage. To her surprise, she sees Kuroka also teleporting back in. Kuroka, did your meeting with your team end quickly? Nekasha nodded as she asked her friend. Hey there, Akino, and yeah, it didn't last too long. The whole place is in chaos right now. She gave her a tired smile as they both walked into the living room. As Jean teleported me earlier, I was taken outside the base, and when I stepped inside, many of the group members were looking extremely panicked. I didn't bother asking why, but just made my way to my team. I thought I would have an easier time getting a straight answer from them than, well, the headless chickens running around. The Nekashu sighed, remembering her day. Why? Akino had grabbed the TV remote and turned it on, lowering the noise. She just wanted some background noise. Ophis, our leader has been missing, so you know they're in a panic. I know where she is, but they don't. So now they're in chaos trying to locate her. It was common for her to leave from time to time, looking for some silence as she hated the noise around the base. So I got back to my team. They had been waiting for me. I got there and asked them what was wrong. Valley, our team leader, explained that Ophis was missing and the whole organization is in a panic. He, however, wasn't really worried. Ophis is powerful and can take care of herself. I also wasn't worried because, she's with Jean. So anyway, some beings get a little bit of power through Ophis snakes, and now that she's not around, some newer recruits are starting to think of backing out. Jean was right. They were only using her to get more power and achieve their own goals. That's what the organization was for. However, Ophis expected to get that help back, but it looks like they never planned on doing that. Kuroka sighed as she had slowly gotten to know Ophis through her interactions with Jean. Kuroka initially believed that Ophis was emotionless because the dragon god did not know how to use her emotions. But over time that changed, albeit a very small and subtle change. A smile here and there, annoyance, sadness. You name it, and the dragon god has shown that kind of face around Jean's home. But never in Cow's brigade. She sat away in a room or her little throne waiting for beings to report to her or ask for more of her snakes. Add to the fact that she was alone for who knows how long. No one was there to teach or show her emotions. The ones she saw in Cow's brigade were mostly negative emotions. Greed, lust, pride, envy, revenge, hatred, and more. It was more of a miracle that Ophis didn't turn into any of those. The situation changed when Jean appeared. A small act of kindness from the youth showed the all-powerful being the regard she deserved. I'm glad that she's here and not there. She scrunches her face. I also overheard some talk about making something to kill her or something. I'm not sure what it was since they noticed my presence, so I had to flee. If Ophis stayed there, who knows what would have happened? Something to kill a dragon god? That almost seems like a dream. Akino found it extremely difficult to believe such a thing could be possible. Dragon-slaying items do exist. What if they combine them with magic or poisons that can kill powerful beings? Or maybe Jean did say he fought artificially created monsters before Akino's eyes widened at what Kuroka was trying to allude to. You don't mean, yeah, it's a possibility thanks to the types of groups over there. The two of them were silent, unsure of what to say. They like Ophis. She's been an interesting person to be around. Jean is fond of her, so they didn't want her dying. Let's just tell Jean about this and see what he says. Kuroka proposed, and Akino agreed without hesitation. How about your end? It was just training. Rias left us to our own devices. I'm slowly mastering my holy lightning and my other demonic elemental magic. Akino smiles and discharges a little bit of lightning from her fingertips. I'm excited to go back to that place again. I hope to get up to high class and power soon. She turns to the Nekashu. You're close to Satan class, right? Yes, Naya. I definitely felt more powerful after being in there for 8 hours. I'm more curious on what kind of creatures we'll come across when we go there again, Naya. I didn't expect a giant naked man to be one of them. Both of them laughed when they remembered fighting it. Kuroka gets up and stretches herself out. I'm hungry, Naya. Let's get food, Naya. Akino agreed, and they walked into the dining room. But when they did, they saw a note on the table. Akino walked over and picked it up. As she read it, her eyes slowly got wider and wider until she fell on her knees. No, she shouted dramatically. Huh? Kuroka was confused and took the piece of paper from her hands. She started to read it, and it said, Hey girls, looks like my trip to Kyoto and Asgard may take more than 1 day. They'll be back in a day or 3 along with Ingvild. The Yukai faction leader Yasaka invited us to stay for the night, and Seraphal agreed. The same thing happened with Odin when Seraphal contacted him. So sorry for being away for long. Gino, Jean's going to be gone for a few days, Naya. Kuroka shook her head and looked at her friend strangely. Why are you so upset about this? She started to wave the piece of paper around, confused by the reaction of her friend. I don't like this at all a night without Jean. Is God out? Testing me. Akino stands up and grabs Kuroka's shoulders, startling the girl. She starts to violently shake her. Are you okay with this? Hey, Akino Naya. Calm down, Naya. How can I sleep tonight? The hybrid ignored her friend, but stopped shaking her. Kuroka composed herself. How did you even manage before you started to live here? You had to sneak around and not get caught up with your master after all. She didn't think Akino would turn out like this. She's a bit weirded out. I don't know or remember. All I know is I need Jean to get a good night's sleep. Kuroka steps close to her friend and starts patting her back. You'll be fine, look on the bright side. We can sleep in our own rooms tonight. This prompted Akino to start wailing. Kuroka just sighed as she walked towards the fridge and found the same note. She grabbed a pre-made sandwich from there and started eating it. As Akino was wailing, a magic circle appeared and Graphia stepped out of it. She was greeted by the sight of her king's sister's queen in the middle of a tantrum. She looked at her and then at Kuroka with a questioning gaze. Kuroka waved the piece of paper she had. Graphia made her way towards her and grabbed the paper. Once done reading, she nods. Does it have something to do with why Akino is like that? She says while pointing at the wailing woman. Kuroka kept eating and nodded. Graphia shook her head and sighed. While she understood why Akino would react like that, she also thought it was a bit of an overreaction. Teenagers and being in love, how was your day today? Graphia Naya? Kuroka paused to take a bite of her sandwich and asked the maid how her day was, which was unusual for her to share anything. However, she observed a small change recently. Graphia glanced at Kuroka and then back at Akino. It ended quite quickly as Astri-sama had to cancel the event she was invited to. In turn, she came and helped Surzex and I with our work. The android fairy that Jean created did all the paperwork, so it didn't take long for us to finish. Surzex-sama dismissed me from my duties as he and Astri would take care of everything else. While I was reluctant at first, I gave in the end. He also started to call the android fairy Riatan. Ahaha, what a giant siscon. Kuroka couldn't help but think that. She wondered what the Satan would do if he wasn't, well, a Satan and had no control of himself. Graphia stood beside Akino and put a hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort the girl. It didn't work, so she decided to try something else. Akino, how about surprising Jean when he gets home? When she asked the question, the girl stopped her temper tantrum and stared at the maid. Surprise him? How? That would be up to you. What do you think will surprise Jean? Sex? When Akino bluntly replied with the word, the two froze and stared at the young girl incredulously. They didn't think they heard her right. See, come again? Graphia wanted to hear it again, as she wasn't sure herself if we're talking about surprises. Then that would be one of them. I mean, Jean hasn't exactly brought it up since the first time. She stops and ponders the thought. Maybe he's just being considerate. And maybe something else, Akino. Everyone in the household knew that the two of them had become intimate with each other not long ago. There's no denying that. But Graphia was surprised that Jean didn't start wanting it more. She did hear from Astri that Surzex requested it quite a bit when they first did it. Astri even had to put her foot down and threatened to break up with him, as he was nearly addicted to it. I would have thought Jean would take any opportunity to be with you when he had the spare time. Guess I was wrong. I think he's just being considerate. Anyway, he'll go out and train a bit more. He'll surprise Jean with more control of my powers. I don't want to be some damsel in distress. Anyway, Akino, thanks Graphia. She then teleports away. How once Akino was gone, Kuroka went to a chair and slumped down on it. Even more women once he comes back from this trip, yes. That certainly will be the case. Graphia Naya, are you interested in Jean Naya? Kuroka turned her head lazily towards Graphia as she waited for the maid's answer. Perhaps, well, I also agree with what you said. The leader of the West Yukai faction is a female nine-tailed fox. There's also an abundance of Valkyries in Asgard that may catch his interest. Kuroka breathed out another sigh. Same day, France, unknown location, with team/dog was sent back to France after their report to Azazel. Azazel decided to have the team scout out the same place Lavinia and Cookie had found the rogue fallen. It was a blessing in disguise for them, as they found an underground facility concealed by very high illusion magic. Lavinia concluded that it was done by a very capable and powerful individual, as she had difficulty dispelling the spell. Once they entered through the entrance, they were met by a loud alarm. They had to fight their way through many weaker cryptids, fallen angels, and some stray devils. Why are the strays and rogues teaming up? Is there a more elaborate plan for all this? Natsum couldn't help but voice her thoughts out loud, as it didn't make sense to her. Definitely, if Acacius was part of it, then there must be something else brewing under the surface. Tobio agreed with his teammate. It didn't make sense well with the information they have so far. When they got to the center of this facility, he hoped they would learn more. Not to mention the 2 Excalibur pieces that were stolen. Whoever is behind this whole thing, they might want to try restarting the Great War. Lavinia added her thoughts, making the group temporarily stop. The Great War? You can't be serious. Rennie Natsum was astounded by what she was hearing from Rennie. Excalibur pieces, rogue fallen, straight devils who clearly wanted war, artificially created monstrosities, Acacius, and whoever is supporting them. They're either crazy or he has to be powerful enough to lead them into this. Otherwise, it would have been a giant waste of time. Tobio scratched Jin's chin as he listed the things they knew so far. I want to fight shit, not war. Fuck that. That takes too damn long. Natsum just shook her head at Cookie's comment. Well, many don't want a war to start. That's a given. Unnecessary lives will be lost. The group continued on after Shigeon gave her thoughts on the discussion. Hey, Rennie. Natsum called out to her friend who was walking beside her. Lavinia turns to her curiously. So, I've noticed that you've grown in power quite a lot. What happened? Also, what was that gun you were using earlier? I didn't think you were the type to use firearms, since you know. Natsum gestures to her clothing. You have the witch and magician thing going. Jean showed me how to do it, though he's still a lot better at it. He can even make living creatures out of magic. He created a small living ice snake. But I couldn't do that yet, so I opted for a gun like you use. She clapped and summoned the gun again. Depending on the amount of mana I provide, the power will vary, as you have seen during our past few fights. Everyone's heads turn and stare at Lavinia. A living creature? Is that even possible? Tobio was shocked. He thought you would need to be some kind of god or like the scientists and researchers of Grigori to be able to attempt something like that. How powerful can that thing shoot? Like, maybe a railgun? Natsum mused as she wondered if something like that could be possible. Yep, I accidentally fired it like that the first time I created it. It even surprised Jean. Lavinia fiddles with the gun a bit. I'm not sure what kind of destruction it will cause if I use all of my current mana pool. Gosh, Lavinia, how did Jean make you this strong in such a short amount of time? Shigeon asked the million-dollar question everyone was wondering. The female magician put a finger to her chin and thought of the question. I don't think Jean would be too happy with me if I tell you how maybe you can ask him in the future. She dispels her ice gun. I think he wouldn't mind telling you guys himself if you ask him nicely. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in his harem, I'm sorry if this sounds arrogant, but all of his women might reach God-class strength, eventually, maybe even more. Another round of silence with her newly made statement. It was almost impossible to believe they'd seen Jean fight. Even if they were quick exchanges, he mostly dominated his opponents. Valley is a prime example for them, as he's a descendant of the original Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor. It's not an exaggeration to say he's powerful. They also saw him grow in power over the years. However, Jean has always been an outlier since the moment they met him. Jean, he feels like a person, a being that should not even exist. It's like he's just power incarnate. It's almost weird seeing him sometimes. Everyone looked at their leader. Bro always seemed way too calm about things. Azazel, the 4 Seraphs, the Satans. Hell, didn't you say he's meeting with the West Yukai and Norse gods today, right? Lavinia nodded to Cookie's question. It's like he knows he's powerful, maybe even the strongest. I like that. I want to have a match with him someday. He grinned, and Natsum rolled her eyes. Let's shing. Tobio parried the light spear that was directed towards his head with his scythe. Like I was about to say, Let's continue this discussion another time. Time to finish this mission. Without a word, the team continues on, beating, killing, and slaughtering their way through more and more stray, rogue, and cryptids. Further into the facility, are you guys sure that the cryptid things you fought were tough? These things are weak as shit. Cookie asked Lavinia and Natsum as he pierces another cryptid through its head, killing it. I'll admit, Cat, that these things are a lot weaker than the one we fought. Maybe they're just sending the weaker ones to delay us? The girl looks toward their leader. Maybe, if that's the case, we need to hurry it up. Jin appeared Tobio, and they quickened their pace, surprising their enemies as they all dropped dead almost instantly. TCH show off. Byakusa zapped a stray that snuck up on Cookie, killing it. He looked over his shoulder and smirked. Nice job, Kusa. His sacred gear gave a nod of approval. What are these? Shigen asks, no one in particular, as her team enter a large open space. Around them were tubes and containers with things, perhaps cryptids, and other types of body parts contained in a tube, with green liquid storing them. Monitors and other complicated machinery littered everywhere. Probably how they make those things. There's another room, and it looks bigger. Let's go, Tobio ordered, and the group reluctantly leaves the room with even more questions than answers. When they entered the room, it was an even wider area, one giant supercomputer-looking thing, a giant screen and darkness everywhere. Clap Clap the team was alerted by a person coming out of the shadows as it clapped its hands. Well, done, Slashdog. I didn't think you would find my little humble abode this quickly. I have to give Azazel props for that. A feminine voice congratulated the team. When she fully stepped out of the shadow, they could see her appearance. A striking, dark-skinned woman with a very slender but well-built stature. She has a stern look on her face with glasses she had pushed down, as well as long, naturally black hair which she dyed gray. While keeping the tips black, a comely, sharp-minded woman who had something of a mischievous smile on her face. She wore a white lab coat. She stared down the team. Wow, talk about looking like a typical mad scientist, fucking original. Cookie snorted. Avetsa-san? Shigen called out to the woman, as she was unwilling to believe that it was actually her. The woman, now known as Avetsa, changed her bravado gaze to Shigen. My, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? Shigen? She smiles at the younger girl. You know her, Shigen? Tobio asked his teammate while summoning his scythe along with Jin, the rest of the team getting ready to take action if it came to it. She was a researcher and scientist back in Grigori, a fallen angel. However, her research started to change into creating new life monstrosities that even Azazel didn't like. So, Azazel cut her research out, not too long after she disappeared, much like Acacius and Kokabeel. We knew each other very briefly, a hello and goodbye here, and they're nothing too deep. You flatter me, Shigen. Azazel is just a fool. If he took what I was researching into consideration, we the fallen angels would be back to full power already. While I admit that I'm not for war, I'm not against it either. War is the most appropriate time to test and experiment with cutting-edge weapons and tools. She glowed and released her wings. 5 pairs of jet-black feathered wings, totaling 10 wings. As you can see, I've come far in terms of my own personal power too. I have a very powerful person backing me up. She grinned and snapped her fingers. Rumble, rumble, what is happening? Natsum shouted as the whole entire area started to violently shake. Behold, Slashdog, one of the first few batches I've been working on. I dubbed them the Divine Beasts. Crash! Boom! A giant cryptid, 8-legged spider-bat creature falls from the ceiling and lands in front of them. The thing radiated power and a strange, repugnant smell. Eyes like a bat, mouth like a spider. The body was that of a spider while sporting some bat-like legs at the back and finally, tendrils protruding from its back. This isn't the finished product, mind you. It's an experiment. When I'm finished with them, their powers will be on par with true Satan-class and God-class beings. This thing is teetering on the ladder of low God class. Avetsa snickered. It will keep you company for a while. I still need to do my research after all. She takes one last look at the team and sighs. Try not to die now. Till we meet again, Shigen team /Dog. She disappeared in a puff of black feathers. She has to be bluffing with that power shit. Cookie summoned Byakusa and covered his arm with a lightning spear. No time for complaining, you stupid cat. Griffin also appeared by Natsum's side. Lavinia summoned 2 ice dolls, and Shigeon summoned Po. Shigeon, hang back with Po and devour any kind of debris that falls on top of us. Everyone else on me. The divine beast is definitely at least true Satan class in power, perhaps even low god class. She wasn't lying. Give it your all. None of you are dying on my watch. His teammates were shocked by what he said and nodded at the serious tone Tobio said it with. Jin. Tobio called out to his friend, companion, and sacred gear and started to chant Behaulus the slaying of thousands of mortals and Principles Bessingus the slaying of tens of thousands of goblins and evil omens my name, which reacheth unto the farthest abyss. 'Tis the imitation god beguiling the polar night and the midnight sun. Thou shalt be exterminated by our own jet black demonic blade. Thou art merely ephemeral. O paranormal creator god. Balance break. After he recites a curse-like chant, his entire body becomes covered in darkness, taking form as a humanoid black beast that resembles a dog wielding a long and immensely sharp scythe that is capable of effortlessly slicing apart extremely powerful opponents, such as clones of Grendel and Layden, evil dragons who are known for their defensive abilities, as well as keeping his original ability Balance Breaker's ability to sprout immense blades from his extended shadows. The scythe are also shown to be able to cut through magic and abilities. Even those of god-class beings as Tobio was able to use the Balance Breaker to cut through Nyx's darkness barrier. Tobio also demonstrated the ability to alter the wavelength of the scythes. He was able to use that to overcome Gressel's resistance ability. This ability allows Gressel to grow more resilient to attacks of individuals after getting hit by them. In addition, the darkness in the surrounding area also forms enormous dogs with jet black fur that attack opponents with blades carried in their mouths. These dogs can also move through shadows like both Tobio and Jin to attack the blind spots of their foes. Even after being destroyed, the dogs can reform from the darkness that Tobio creates. Tobio can also disperse into the shadow dogs and reform into his humanoid form to ward off attacks from most opponents, except those who are true Satan class or God class beings. Oi, Tobio, you sure about this? Cookie screamed at his leader, only for Tobio to nod at him silently. Shit, whatever, let's do this. Back us up, witch. Birdbrain. Cookie shouted as he and Tobio dashed towards the divine beast. He summoned a scythe made of black and crimson flames. He approached the beast before Cookie and swung down, but it was blocked by 2 gigantic light spears. What? Tobio was shocked that his attack was stopped. The beast sent out its tentacles towards the man, but dogs appeared from the shadows around them and attacked the divine beast, temporarily drawing its attention away from Tobio. Thanks, Jin. Tobio jumped back as Cookie flew past him. Fuck you. Cookie screamed as he thrust his lightning-covered spear into the side of the beast, but it didn't pierce it. Well, shit. A tendril smacked Cookie away, sending him crashing into one of the walls. Ugh. Cookie let out a pained cry. Cookie-san. Shigeon worriedly shouted his name, but the guy got back up, looking even more pissed. Esfine. Save her breath and fine. He dashed back into the fight. Wara. The cryptid let out an unholy shriek, making the girls cover their ears, as well as Cookie. Tobio was protected by his armor, thankfully. The beast took this as an opportunity for a counterattack, as it sends gigantic blades of wind and light spears towards the group. Griffin fired back without its wielder's input. Its blades of winds were smaller than the ones the beast fired, and they were easily outmatched. The beast's attack destroyed Griffin's, and the attack hit the ground in front of them, sending the ladies backwards and hitting the wall. Shigeon slightly stumbles due to the shockwave and keeps her composure, as she lets Po devour everything falling around her and her teammates. Shit, Byakusa more. Cookie cursed and demanded his sacred gear to put out more power. The feline looked at its wielder worried, but still did it. The spear around Cookie increased in size, power, and electrical output. Fucking perfect. A maniacal grin appeared on his face as he charged back in. Tobio also joined him, as he ordered the other shadow dogs to keep relentlessly attacking the beast. As Tobio extends his shadow and the shadow of the cave around the beast, he shoots blades of darkness underneath and beside the beast. The beast responded by covering its wings with holy light energy and stopping the blades from injuring it. This thing is intelligent. It's not just a mindless beast, even if it's just a prototype. Cookie jumped into the air and thrust his giant spear into the beast's head. However, the beast easily blocked him with a tendril, which didn't pierce it again. Fuck! The beast's head lunged towards Cookie in an attempt to bite him in half. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. However, before it reached him, a light bullet hit one of the beast's eyes, stopping it long enough for Cookie to back away. "I owe you one, bird. Watch your six, cat." They both grinned at each other. They may not get along from time to time, but they definitely have each other's back when it counts. Natsum and Lavinia had recovered during that small time frame and had been waiting for an opening. Lavinia ordered both of them to keep the beast frozen in place. The two ice dolls sent out streams of ice towards the beast. It tried to stop them, but Tobio relentlessly attacked it with his shadow dogs, darkness, and scythe. Griffin and Natsum had joined in, the sacred gear sending blades of winds towards the beast's eyes, while Natsum shot at them with light bullets. Unable to block it, it was frozen in place. The beast still tried to break the ice, but to its surprise, it couldn't budge. Lavinia smiled as her new power was definitely showing at this time. The ice dolls took it one step further and froze its wings, rendering them useless. It was being attacked from all sides and from powers that range from ultimate class to low-tier god class. But they didn't injure it. It was definitely annoying it. Lavinia summoned her ice gun and put slightly more mana into it. She aimed it at the beast and fired. Shing! Whoosh! A large stream of ice. The attack traveled quickly towards the beast's face. As the beast saw this as a threat, it prioritized it. The beast fired webbing out of its mouth in front of it. The ice attack hit the webs and froze them instead, much to the female magician's surprise. The pseudo-divine beast then turns its attention to the ice dolls and spits a giant acidic-like substance towards them. It was slow, so the ice dolls dodged it while maintaining their attack. However, when the attack landed on the ground, it instantly vaporized the ground, leaving nothing behind. Everyone noted that they avoid that attack, or else, well, that happens to them. Shigeon looked at her teammates, fighting with the thing that was called a divine beast. She was frustrated. She couldn't join in helping them. She didn't have enough control of Poe to just leave him be for the time being. She didn't have a gun like Natsum, so she could at least use that. Her knowledge in magic was next to none. SAE taught her very simple magic, but as SAE was also a novice, she didn't teach her much. She wanted to ask Lavinia to teach her magic, so she could fight with them, maybe Jean? Jean can help me, right? She was brought out of her thoughts when a larger piece of the ceiling fell, only for Poe to devour it instantly. Later, I need to focus on the task at hand. Natsum, Lavinia, keep attacking it. Cookie, and I will find an opening and strike then. They nodded, and Tobio went beside Cookie. Combo attack, he stated. Combo attack? Cookie repeated, confused. Yeah. Tobio knew that only true Satan class or God class beings can hurt him, and if this thing can block his attacks with ease, then it has to be one of them. He didn't want to take any chance of being hit, lest he dies trying to find out. Cookie nods, and the two dash around the beast while poking it with their attacks every now and again, waiting for the perfect time to attack it. Cookie had to agree, since he couldn't pierce it by himself. He saw Tobio's attacks weren't working either, so this might be their only choice. They also had to avoid their teammates' attack while doing this. The beast just seemed annoyed more than anything and not hurt at all. Fucking come on. Cookie was getting frustrated with the waiting until the both of them noticed the backside of it would be exposed temporarily when it retracts. They make eye contact and nod, seemingly knowing what the other was thinking about. As they bait the tendrils to attack, they dodge them and jump to the spot. Tobio uses his darkness-covered scythe in conjunction with Cookie's gigantic electric-covered spear. Eat shit, Cookie yelled. The two attacks hit the spot where the tendrils retracted. Once their combo attack hits the targeted spot, the beast lets out a pain howl and starts lashing its tendrils wildly. The two's success was short-lived as they had to quickly dodge it as it started lashing out wildly. Tobio and Cookie regrouped with the rest of their team. They all see that the beast was pissed off beyond belief and was wildly thrashing around. It eventually broke the ice the dolls were keeping it in place. When it did, it visibly grinned at them with its creepy mouth. Suddenly, the beast covered itself in a giant cocoon, confusing the group. What the hell is it doing? Tobio stared at the scene in front of him with concern. He also didn't know what was going on. It's a cocoon, Shigin tells the group, and they turn their attention to her. Butterflies and the like, well, caterpillars enter that state before they become butterflies, so maybe it's going to evolve into something more? Perhaps it's the final step to becoming a real divine beast, like what Avetsa-san said. All their eyes widen at the thought. If that thing evolves now, can they even beat it? Shit, we need to attack it then. If it evolved, we're good as fucked. Cookie was about to run back in, but was stopped by Toby. What the fuck? Without a word, Lavinia stepped in front of the group, surprising them. Lavinia? Rennie? Tobio and Natsum called out to the female magician, but she didn't respond. Lavinia aimed her ice gun at it and poured all her current mana into the gun. She felt weakened and lightheaded when she did. However, she had to take this chance. If they didn't stop this thing now, that thing would kill them and then rampage across the country of France. They would need a miracle to happen in order to stop that thing. Rinshi pulled the trigger. Boom! Lavinia and her teammates were blown back by the shockwave the gun created. An enormous stream of ice covered everything in front of them, consuming the cocoon in front of them as well. Natsum and Shigin screamed as they were blown back. Tobio held onto the ground, and Cookie held onto him. The giant stream of ice didn't end until around 15 seconds passed. When the attack ended, the cocoon everything in front of them was obliterated from existence. A large hole was present in front of them, and nothing remained. The trees, the rest of the mountain, and even some of the ocean were split along with the clouds on the horizon. Rennie Holy Natsum, along with her teammates, stared in shock at the destruction they were seeing. Tobio and Shigin were left speechless. Holy fuck. Cheering, Cookie looked at the destruction caused by his teammate. That's awesome. Can I get one? In almost a childlike manner, he asked the female magician. I can't get up. I used up all my mana. She smiled weakly at them. Tobio was about to help her up when the android fairy with her appeared beside her. Function. Help Lavinia Rennie. It said in a robotic tone. It hugged her back and transformed into robotic wings and lifted her up, surprising the girl. I can do that, Natsum asked, but got shrugs from everyone. The fairy android started to leave the room. Guys, please search the other room for any documents that will help us, she said helplessly as she was flown out of there. Jean, you're overprotective at times. She couldn't help but smile, though. I also need to increase my mana pool more. Her team nodded and followed after her. Tobio stopped and looked back at the destruction Lavinia had made and smiled bitterly. I couldn't do anything. I need to get stronger for myself, my team, and SE. He followed the rest of the group with heavy resolve. Little did the team know that Lavinia's attack would cause the world to go into chaos for a few days. People on Earth are wondering why a huge pillar of ice suddenly appeared out of nowhere and then mysteriously vanished. Flashback in Japan. Kuo present day, Jean, skyward Naya. A Naya of pain and despair screamed out from the living room, startling Ingvild and surprising me. What? Let's just check it out. Ingvild tiredly drags me into the room. Not resisting, I let it happen. When we got there, I was perplexed by the scene in front of me. Akino had Kuroka in a leg lock, as the Nekashu was desperately tapping the ground. Time out, Naya. Ivaniya. Welcome home, Jean. Ingvild. Grafia greets us, as the maid sat on a chair calmly, sipping away at the tea she had in her hands. When the two of them heard Grafia call out my name, their attention snapped to me. I wryly smiled and waved at them. Jean, Akino, let go of Kuroka, much to her pleasure as she sighed in relief. Akino had bare tackled me onto the ground and refused to let go. She started to rub her face on my chest and sniff me. In back, Akino. A little bit weirded out by her response, I hug her back. I look at Kuroka and Grafia, looking for an explanation. She just missed you. I doubt she even got sleep the last 2 days. Kuroka explained as she got up and patted her shoulder. But if you're asking why she pinned me to the ground, we were competing in who was going to join you in the bath tonight. I look at her and then at Grafia, who was looking away, a blush present on her face. I see I laughed a little at their antics. Looks like they found out about Grafia's late-night rendezvous. You guys can just do rock, paper, scissors, 3 rounds. If it's draw, then do 1 more round. The 2 agree. Akino stayed with me, though. She only turned around to face Kuroka as they. In the end, Akino won. Yes. She cheered, making the cat girl groan. Jean, I'm still tired and go to bed, Ingvild said weakly. She then walked upstairs without saying anything else. I noticed the girls staring at me accusatorily. What? I didn't do anything. I smelled Ingvild on you. Akino turns around and looks at me, not believing a thing I said. I put my hands up. She smelled her. Kuroka, are you sure you're the cat girl? All right, fine. She slept with me. But that's it. You know how it is. A new place makes it harder to sleep. Akino doesn't say anything, but just squints her eyes at me. Anyway, do you guys have plans today? It's still pretty early in the morning. I just pet her, and she goes back to laying on my chest. I'm going to visit my mother's grave today with Chiron. She already got permission from her king. Kuroka smiles at me, I not understanding what she means. It'll go with her in the future. I should check if I can bring her back. If not, then it'll do that in the future. It'll go get ready, Naya. She comes over to me, and we share a quick kiss. I'm doing more contracts today. Since we skipped them for 2 days, we'll be home late. Ugh, come on now, Akino. If you get enough done, then you'll be promoted to high class. I don't want my own peerage, though you'll have more leeway with other things, though. Just try to get there for that. I tried reasoning with her, and she reluctantly nods. I'll start early, and home I get it all done. She breaks the hugs, gives me one final kiss, and teleports away. I walk over to the couch and sit on it. I look at Grafia and pat my lap. She blushes but does so. She sits on my lap and faces me. So how about you, FIA? Got any plans? She shakes her head. Great. We can have the rest of the day to ourselves. I am free today. On cue, as she was about to continue, a Grimmery communication circle appears beside her. I jinx at Grafia. Finalana-sama, how can I help you? Grafia answers back in her professional tone. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you, but we just got 2 recruits, a butler and a maid. Klaus is out right now, so he won't be able to oversee them for the time being. Could you come here and do it? Yes, of course, Vinalana-sama. Thank you, Grafia. See you soon. The circle disappears and Grafia turns back to me, looking a bit upset. I guess you aren't free then. I chuckle and she sighs. I give her a peck on the cheek as compensation. Well, we can have some time together in the future. She gets up as I say that. Yes, I shall be going, Jean. She bows and teleports away. I sigh. I'm alone again for today. I need to get a hobby or something I lay on the couch. Maybe some sleep will do. I quickly drift off to sleep, much to my own surprise. Jean skyward here again. Why though? I was staring at the white void again. This is the second time this happened. However, this time there's no beeping, well, yet anyway. Seeing as I know how some things work here, they'll just make it quick then. I started to run around in random directions, looking for the beeping noise in bed from last time. I do this for the new few minutes, but to no avail. I couldn't find a single bed or beeping noise. The snow isn't falling either. The hell's going on? Jean? After walking around for a few more minutes, I come across someone unexpected. Wait, what? Great red air, Irene. I see Irene also walking towards me. Your dream is quite strange, she states and gestures around us. A void of infinite white. Probably due to my amnesia, I have some blanks on my past. I see. Though, she eyes me up. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm in your dreams? No, you're the dragon of dreams. Makes sense you can come into dreams. She laughed at my explanation. Quite true. I do sometimes enter other beings' dreams when I'm bored. I can't just fly forever in the dimensional gap, as that can get boring too. So, you lost your past memories? Irene decided to continue the conversation we had. Yeah, partly I have most of it. I guess just a little bit of my childhood. Who knows? I lied to her as naturally as I breathed. Let's walk around then. Perhaps we may see something. I've already done that for who knows how long and found nothing. Is this the first time you dreamt of this? No, it's the second time. The first time I was here, I heard a beeping noise and a bed materialized with the shape of a person on it. A bed and a person? Could it have been you? She puts a finger under her chin, seemingly thinking about what I told her. Maybe I'm not too sure. If the beeping was a sign or indication of what it might have been, then I'll assume it might have been a hospital. But I don't remember being hospitalized in the past. Perhaps it's been repressed by your amnesia. It's always a possibility, Jean. I'll look into the distance and sigh. Maybe. We continue in silence as the vastness of the white void never changes in front of us. I'm not even sure if we're even moving forward anymore. By the way, can you influence dreams? If so, want to try with mine? She glances at me and smiles. I shall try. A staff appears beside her, and she taps the ground. We wait for a few seconds, but nothing happens. Irene sighs. It seems I have no effect here, unfortunately. Bummer, oh well. Another few minutes of walking later, I ask her another question. Irene, do you feel lonely at all while in the dimensional gap? Lonely? Certainly. Unlike Ophis, I understand feelings quite well, as I tended to check all kinds of beings' dreams when I was younger. I learned from that. She smiles, remembering her youth. But I must deal with it, as I am the self-proclaimed protector of this world. I can't leave it, otherwise we are exposed to dangers that might end it all too quickly. Sounds like you love this world and maybe the beings that reside in it. I chuckle and see her pondering the thought. Perhaps I'm not too sure on how to answer that. However, I am compelled to protect this world until my dying breath. How about I take away some of that burden for you then? I offer her my assistance, since I'm stronger than her, and it'll be easier for me to do so. I'll ask CNTIR, when I wake up, if I can just create new beings from nothing and at any power class I want. She looks at me weirdly. Do you even have the power to do so? I admit you're the Red Dragon Emperor, but that doesn't make you close to me in strength. You'll find out when I come and visit with Ophis in the future. Until then, just wait for me. Very well, Jean. I await your arrival in the future. Then, by the way, how is Ophis? Curiosity got the better of the true dragon, and she asks about her friend. She's doing well. She's actually been reading books on how emotions work. She even tried to comfort me recently. Can you imagine that? I smile at the thought of Ophis being able to freely express herself in the future. I would have laughed at you if you told me such things. But I more or less believe you. I would like to see it. Well then, maybe you can visit me once and see it for yourself. Which made us both laugh. I'm proud of her though. She made a lot of progress in a short time frame. After another few minutes of walking, but nothing appears, looks like I won't get any answers today. I shall head off now, Jean. Irene breaks our silent journey in the white void. I see. All right, see you around, Irene. I instinctively start petting her, much to both our surprise. I take my hand away. Sorry, a habit of mine. Worry not. Farewell, Jean. She chuckles at me one last time and fades away. It's happening again, Japan. Kuo, 12:28 p.m. Jean skyward. I open my eyes, and in front of me were two melons. I feel something soft under my head. This feeling, I hear a feminine giggle. No enjoying my thighs now, Jean. It was vile. When did you wake up? Actually, how long have I been asleep for? I didn't try getting up as I enjoyed the feeling. CNTIR. Answer. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 27 seconds. Duly noted. I woke up around an hour ago. I found you asleep on the couch. So, I just lifted your head and put it on my thighs. I see her smile. Seems like you're enjoying it. I want to deny that. I should get up since your thighs might get numb. I get up and sit on it instead. I stretch my arms out and wrap the other around Ingvild's shoulder. I start patting her, and she starts humming. Maybe that's her song? Sounds catchy. Did you have lunch yet, In? She keeps humming as she nods. I had some earlier. Grafia Sam left some food in the fridge. I see. I stop petting her and get up. They'll go out to Kuo, then, to have some lunch. They'll see you soon, In. MMMM. She makes a weird noise as she stretches her arm out after putting her laptop on the couch. This made me chuckle. I hug her and hug me back a little tighter. You started liking our hugs? I asked her teasingly, and she huffs. It's your fault. I laugh again and finally turn to leave. I use the front door. Might as well walk there instead of teleporting all the time. As I make my way to the town center, I speak with CNTIR. Hey, CNTIR, I have a question. CNTIR. Answer. Yes, Gene. So, can I like create other new beings if I wanted to, right? CNTIR. Answer. Yes, quite simple for you. Is there a limit to the power I can make them? CNTIR. Answer. You cannot make another being at the same power level as you. However, you can make any being that's below the omniversal power level. I can guess that I need to be the new species in order to start making new outer gods? CNTIR. Answer. Yes. All right, thank you. I have a few plans, then I couldn't help but feel giddy at the thought of making 3 new beings as my own little guards or squads that reside in my shadow. I had gone into a shop called Shrubway. It's apparently this world's version of Subway. The food's still decent, though. I enjoyed a small stroll through the town. Even though it was summer and the heat was still there, a small breeze was present, so it slightly alleviates that heat. As I walk through the town, I see a little manga and light novel shop to my right. I hadn't seen this before since it was in a lesser populated area of Kuo. Since I was curious about this world's anime, manga, and light novels, I decided to enter. I haven't gotten a chance to check them out since my life's been hectic since I first came here. When I enter the shop, the guy at the register greets me, and I nod at him. I go in further into the shop and check out anything that catches my interest. Dragon Shout Z? Are they serious? It's like a cheap knockoff of Dragon Ball. Please don't tell me it's going to be like this. I hurriedly look at titles and covers that slightly resembles titles that were in my past world. That time I got reincarnated as a walrus? Huh. I reincarnated with every job in another world. Isn't this just jobless reincarnation, but backwards? My Villain Academia, bruh. Cards of Paradise, Yu-Gi-Oh! A loud voice, are you kidding me? Weirder and weirder titles keep popping up, and they're like opposites of what my world had. This is so fucking weird. Shuffle, shuffle, maybe this O. That too, a new volume. I hear an all too familiar voice and turn a look at it. The all too familiar crimson hair, the beauty and main heroine of the series, Rias Gremory. Rias gets up after picking up a few volumes of manga and light novels. When she does, she sees me staring, and our eyes make contact. We just stare at each other silently for a few seconds until I break the awkward silence. Rias Gremory? I asked in an unsure tone. She raises a brow, on guard since I knew her name. She becomes suspicious of me immediately. Yes. Do I know you? Sorry, Aquino has told me about you, especially your appearance. I just didn't think I would see you here of all places. I explain myself, gotta do some bullshit. Her eyes widen. You must be Jean. I've heard many good things about you from Aquino. My club members really like that Irish stew she came back with before. I smile and stretch out my hand. She does the same, albeit she struggles since she has a lot of books on her. Need some help? Please, I offer my help, and she embarrassingly accepts it. She hand me a few books. PFFF, she likes Dragon Shout Z. So, it seems you like manga and light novels, huh? We make our way towards the counter and put her books down. The guy there starts scanning her items and putting them into a bag. She blushes again. Why, yes, only my club members, friends from the student council, and my brother know of my fondness for these kinds of things. She was flustered as she explained to me. I laughed a bit and she puffed her cheeks up. She pays the guy and we leave. We keep on talking and eventually find ourselves in Kuo Park, find a bench and sit down. We stare out at the families and couples that were there enjoying their time. A small ball landed by my feet, and I see a kid shouting to throw it back to him. I pick it up and throw it back, getting a small thanks before he ran off toward his family again. This little town is quite lively, no? Yes, I really love it. Another silence falls between Rias and I. We stay silent and just stare at the scenery in front of us. Jean, please keep my hobby a secret for me. I don't want to be labeled an otaku or this to spread around the school. Sure, I don't mind. Better make it a pinky promise then. I hold out my right pinky and she laughs at my childish way of keeping promises. She does the same. Pinky swear 10,000 punches. Whoever lies will be made to swallow 1,000 needles. We say in unison, then laugh at each other. By the way, Jean, why were you near that shop? I was just out for a stroll. Well, I had lunch and then went for a stroll. I just came by there by chance. I did live in a different country before, so access to manga and light novels were limited. Ireland, yes. So, you're interested in anime, manga, and light novels? Yep. There were only a limited range of things you could get in the shop I frequented in Dublin. Being in Japan opened up so many ventures for me. I'm quite excited, actually. So, that's the reason you moved here? She smiles and I laugh. Yeah, pretty much. You can call me an otaku abroad. Looks like we'll be keeping this secret together, huh? Yes, we will. By the way, Rias, where's Aquino? I hear she's doing club activities today. This question makes her slightly jolt, but she composes herself quickly. She's doing some club activities right now, so she's unavailable, along with the rest of the club members. She explains and starts nodding to herself. Oh, so does that mean the president is slacking off? I accusingly teased her, and she turns as red as her hair. I'm just taking a quick break. She huffed, making me laugh again. She gave me a cute glare in return. I'm joking, yeah, a quick break. Nothing wrong with that. Well, it was nice meeting you, Rias. I better go home now. Yes, it's finally nice to put a name to a face, Jean. She gets up, and we shake hands. I'll see you at school then. I walk away while waving back to her. An unexpected meeting, but a welcomed one. Third-person point of view with Rias had a smile on her face as she watched Jean leave the park and disappear into the distance. She got up and went to the alley with her bag of books as she teleported back to her club. When Rias teleported into the clubroom, she was pleasantly surprised to see her peerage there, with the exception of Kaneko, as she had left with her sister earlier in the morning. Hello, Rias President Kiba and Aquino greet her. Yes, hello. The two were surprised to see that their king was in such a good mood. Rias? Why are you in such a good mood? Did something good happen? Aquino spots the bag she was carrying. Did you get the books you wanted? Yes, I did. But that's not why I'm in a good mood. Rias turns to Aquino and grins at her. The girl was a bit surprised by this. Rias? He. I finally met him today, Aquino. Aquino's eyes widen at what she just heard. Why, you mean? Yes. I met Jean today, at the bookstore where I buy my books. He's an interesting person. I enjoyed our short chat together. We share the same hobby, so I look forward to getting to know him. She puts her bag down and starts looking through the books she bought. Jean? The one who made the stew for Aquino-senpai? How is he like, President? Kiba was also interested in the guy. Kaneko met him briefly and said he was a trustworthy person, so he was interested in the person since Kaneko was usually on guard against guys thanks to the open perverts of the school. As I said, we share the same hobbies, offered to help carry my books to the register, and threw a ball back to a family when it came near him. While the last thing is small, it shows a small part of an individual. He could have refused and made them get it themselves, but he didn't. Rias' eyes widen. I forgot to tell him he can join the club. Rias slumped down. How you can tell him for me, right? You probably have his number. Rias realized what she said. Her eyes brightened as Aquino had a strained smile on her. Number? Aquino, can I have his number? Sure thing, Rias. She went over and scribbled down Jean's number. That's a thank you, Aquino. If he joins the club, will you tell him about the supernatural, President? Kiba already had high expectations for the guy, as 3 out of the 5 members of the peerage had positive encounters with him. Rias had forgotten about that, and she ponders the thought, maybe I will. I just need to see how he reacts when we discuss those topics when he's here. She summons her evil piece set. She picks up a pawn piece and twirls it around her fingers. I'll offer him to join my peerage, but I won't force him. I don't want him to hate me. She dispels the set and turns back to the 2 members of her peerage, staring wide-eyed at her. What? She was confused by their reaction. Nothing. President Kiba deflected the question to the queen and looked away. I wasn't expecting that, Rias. I was sure you wanted to join. Maybe entice him a little. Aquino had known her for the longest and was almost positive she knew her in and out. But this came as a curveball for her. The masked person has been unintentionally changing me. I can't be forceful with everyone. That would push them away. If I want new peerage members for the future, I have to offer it to them and accept their answer. She smiles and puts the pawn back into the box that came with the set. I don't want to lose a potential friend, after all. Rias Aquino was happy with her growth. Is this the type of thing you wanted to happen, Jean? Anyway, are you guys nearly done with your contracts? Rias wanted to change the topic, and the 2 of them nod. Good. Let's keep going and get them done. Jean skyward, I had pulled out my phone and called Shigyun. I was waiting for her to answer. Hello, Jean? Are you looking for Lavinia? The girl answers a bit confused as to why she was being called. Hey, Shigyun. Yes and no. I was going to go back and bury those bones from before. Do you want to come with me? Yes, please. And Lavinia is in my room. She's a bit exhausted. I see. He'll teleport there now then. Shigyun ends the call. I turn into an alleyway near my home and teleport to Grigori. Grigori, when I teleported there, I chose to go into Azazel's office. But to my surprise, the Governor General was fast asleep and Shemhazai was desperately trying to wake the guy up. I look around him and there are some alcohol bottles scattered around. He notices me and I give him a sympathetic look and leave. I make my way to the lobby, trying to find Team/Dog as I felt their auras in that direction. When I entered it, they see me and I wave to them. Yo, how are you guys actually? Never mind, you guys look like shit. Tough fight? We came across a very tough opponent today. And yes, it was a tough fight. Tobio looked frustrated as he clenched his fist at remembering it. Are you looking for Rennie? She's probably the most tired out of all of us. I can take you to Shigyun's room if you want. Yeah, sure. Thanks, let me guess. She used up all her mana to fire that ice gun she has? All of them stare at me shocked that I knew what happened. Bro, are you psychic? Cookie's eyes widen at the thought. I chuckle and shake my head. No. I was the one who taught her how to do that. I thought she would only use it as a last resort. Looks like today was one of them. I'll ask her more about it when she's feeling okay. Lead the way, Netsu. She nods, and we leave her teammates, who just sat back down on the chairs. Jean, can you talk to Shigyun? Natsum breaks the silence between us as we walk. Huh. I mean, I don't mind, but why? I'm not too sure on what you want to talk about with me. We have seldom interacted. I obviously want to change that, but haven't found the right time yet. I could see that she's frustrated even during the mission. She hasn't learned to use magic efficiently yet, since SE was responsible for it, and she's still being examined by Azazel. Can you please help her with that? I see, so that's what this is about. Sure thing, I consider you guys friends. I don't mind. I give her a thumbs up, and she smiles. Thank you. We reach Shigyun's room soon enough. Natsum says she'll go back to her own room and keeps going ahead. I knock on the door and step in. When I go through the door, I see Lavinia and Shigyun chatting away. Looks like they didn't hear me. Joe, I greet them, and they turn their attention to me. Jean, thank you for coming. Shigyun waves at me with a tired smile on her. Jean, Lavinia tried to move, but is pushed back down by Shigyun. You can't get up yet, Lavinia-san. She scolded the older woman, causing her to pout. I chuckle and go to Lavinia's left side as Shigyun was on her right with a chair. I sit beside her on the bed and hug her. She tries her best to hug me back, but falls short as her body is still recovering. I break the hug and lightly chop her head. That was reckless of you, you know. She tries to say something, but I keep going. But you did it to help your teammates and the normal humans of France, so I can't exactly fault you for that. I start to bring her back into the hug and pet her. Good job, you did well. She lays her head on my chest and closes her eyes. They'll take you to that place again, and we can work on getting you more mana, but for now, get some rest, okay? She nods and slowly laid back down. I gave her a kiss on the forehead, and she falls back asleep with a smile on her face. I gesture for Shigyun to go out of the room. Ready? I ask her as we step out. Yep, ready as he'll ever be. She grabs my arm, and I teleport us back to Spain. Spain, Molinasica Leon, I had teleported us to the exact same spot where the massacre occurred. I summon shovels and have them dig 11 graves. I also note that the area has started to heal. Even though I reversed time and the damage, I wondered when and how long it would take to heal naturally. Is this the spot? Shigyun asks as she looks around and at the shovels digging the holes. Yeah, this is the spot. CNTIR, is the devil still there? CNTIR. Answer. No. It has been removed, presumably by Ajuka and Azazel. All right. Seems like they already took the guy. I won't need to think about it anymore then. It didn't take for the shovels to finish digging and stand beside the holes waiting for orders. I take the bones out of my inventory and put them all in the individual holes. The shovels then start covering the holes up. Shigyun silently watched the whole process, as did I. When the shovels were done, I dismissed them. I created and placed all tombstones. They were unnamed, but it was the best I could do for them. Shigen would find it strange if I started putting names on them, so I left it at that. Once done, she went over to each grave, kneeled down, and prayed. She did so for 20 minutes each. 11 graves, 20 minutes on each of them. I silently stood guard and watched over her. I didn't take Shigen to be this kind of person, holy or spiritual. She didn't seem to be the kind of person on the outside. Yes, she's kind and caring, but I didn't think it extended to strangers. Perhaps her kindness is the same as Gabriel's? I can definitely see the seraph crying for these lost souls. Double the Gabriel. Double the fun. Way to ruin the moment, you guys. I cut the link before they could respond. 3 hours had passed, and the sun had started to set. I didn't move an inch during that time, and Shigen did her thing without any complaints. Once she was done, she stood in front of all of them and done the sign of the cross. She finally stood beside me. We stood there in silence. Aren't you going to ask me? She finally speaks up, and I shrug. It's up to you. I won't force it out of you. I won't force it out of you if you don't want to talk about it. Shigen lightly giggles. It's nothing too serious. It's just that wouldn't it be lonely? To die suddenly, not be found, and stay there for who knows how long without anyone knowing anything. Thinking about it, thinking about this happening to me, makes me feel sad. I want to be surrounded by my loved ones when I pass on into the world beyond. She turns to me and smiles sadly. It's a pretty childish reason. Huh? No. I understand where you're coming from. In our world, the supernatural is more than real, so there's a high chance that their spirits may have been trapped here, unable to leave. What we did today may have let them move on in peace. Whoosh! A sudden breeze envelopes the area. The ground around the recently made graves starts to glow, and green orbs start appearing. Those orbs slowly turn into human shapes, a few teens, an older couple with a baby, and the 2 magicians. They all turn to look at us, smiles on their faces, full of gratitude. Thank you, were their last words as they faded into the glowing evening sky. See, I gestured to what just happened. Shigen had a relieved smile on her. A little teardrop escapes her left. I thank goodness, she whispered. She may have had thought that what she was doing meant nothing, but not in this world. She prayed to them for 20 minutes each, and there were 11 graves in total, but to them, to those who passed, it meant every little thing to them. I can help you get stronger, Shigen. I tell her as I stare at the setting sun. Please, I don't want to be useless anymore. She had a look of regret on her. She may probably think she was the weakest of the team right now. Yeah, you can count on me. Thank you. I pat her head. Shall we head back? She nodded silently, a smile appearing on her face. Grigori just text me or ask Lavinia for me, all right? She nods again, and I go into her room and bridle carry Lavinia out of it. The woman was still sleeping peacefully. She instinctively cuddled closer to me. Jean? She briefly wakes up, probably because of the movement. Yeah, we're back. Just go back to sleep. It'll take us back home. She closed her eyes and drifted off again. I turn to Shigen. It'll get going then. See you around. I start to teleport away when I heard Tobio's voice. Jean, wait. I turn around and see the guy running towards me. What's up, Tobio? It's nothing much here. He handed me a piece of paper with a number on it and the name Suzaku Himejima. She wanted to get into contact with you, so I wrote her number down for you. I see. Thanks, Toby. I've been meaning to get in contact with her too. I grin at him. Good luck with your plan too. He looked at me a bit surprised and sheepishly scratches the back of his head. Yeah, thanks. He holds out his fist for a fist bump, and I happily do so. I'll see you guys around. I teleport away with Rennie and the new phone number. Unknown location, third-person point of view. Thank you, Tobio. No problem. Suzaku, I'll get in contact with you soon. Suzaku Himejima closed her phone and held it in her hand. She had Tobio accuse her cousin give her phone number to Jean, the recently famous middleman of the factions and the one who had resurrected her aunt and repaired that side of the family of hers. When she was first contacted by Shuri via her number, she was shocked. She thought it was some kind of sick joke or prank, so she answered it as she wanted to give whoever was doing this prank a good scolding. But to her surprise, it was her deceased auntie's voice. She was shocked and asked how she was alive, and Shuri proceeded to tell her everything. How she came back to life, how her broken family was reunited, and who was responsible for it all. A young man called Gene. She also found out through connections of who he was and what he was up to. Middleman, friends with Slash Dog, making a harem for himself. I want to meet him and personally thank him, she whispered to herself. What surprised Shizuku even more was when Shuri told her that Tobio had come to her for some love advice. It looks like he was finally going to confess his feeling for his longtime childhood friend. Suzaku was happy for him. She wanted her cousin to be happy, as SEE was also a friend of hers. She just wished she was in a better place physically and mentally. Perhaps we can request Gene to heal her? She wants to ask him. Maybe it was possible because it was him. To Suzaku Himejima, Gene was a miracle worker. The things he did in a short amount of time had truly impressed her. The fact that he's also friends with Slash Dog, specifically Tobio, maybe he could also help her find a way for the Himejima clan to accept Tobio, as she had no clue on how to do it. She has many high expectations for Gene. She just needed to get that message or call ding. Suzaku looked down at her phone and got excited. Hey there, you're Suzaku Himejima, right? Tobio told me to message you. Suzaku began to type back AV for Avalgir in Italian, which means envelop, and Eza for Nerezza in Italian, which means darkness. Her name translates to enveloped in darkness. Aviza also means bird, strength, and desire that's of Norman French Germanic origin. Chapter 14. Plans for the Future and a Magician's Resolve Japan. Kuo Skyward Household Gene. Skyward Nighttime, 10:38 p.m. I summoned my phone from my inventory and started to type something. The girls were asleep, I hope, so I dimmed the light from it. Hey there, you're Suzaku Himejima, right? Tobio told me to message you. I am. Nice to meet you, Gene-san. So, Tobio said you wanted to meet me or something. Yes, I would like to meet you in person, if you don't mind. I want to personally thank you for what you did for my Aunt Shuri and little Akino-chan. It's no problem, really. If we're meeting, I'd like to bring Akino's entire family, if you don't mind. It takes Suzaku a while to respond after I sent that one. Maybe it's still too early for that? If so, I need to help her convince the Himejima clan to acknowledge both Tobio and Shuri's relationship with Barricule. But how? Through reputation, partner. Reputation? Like my middleman status? I kind of get where Drake was coming from, but I don't think that's enough. Precisely. Not just your middleman status, but your soon-to-be-revealed Red Dragon Emperor status and your fake human dragon god identity. If only, I don't think those old dying corpses would be easily swayed by that. If I use force, I don't think Suzaku nor Shuri will like that too much. I don't want to be a tyrant. We may need to go back to the drawing board. Albion. I hear a tapping noise. I wish you would just sometimes go wild, Gene. Doing things by the book is exhausting, but I know that isn't your personality. Yeah, sorry about that. But maybe it might sway them if I meet up with Amaterasu since they revere her so much, get a good reputation with her, you know? And then get her to punish them. Perfect. However, that will be quite a challenge. Odin was quite a simple god. He was a pervert and valued honesty. If you didn't answer him like that, who knows where you would be at right now? All gods are different after all. What do you think Zeus is like? Always chasing after others? I snicker at the thought. I mean, you're not wrong. But yes, he's quite full of himself last time I was awake. Isn't that your goal as well, Gene? I love my harem. I doubt Zeus does the same. Fair point. BZZT. I looked back down, and Suzaku finally replied. Yes, I wouldn't mind, but we'll need to meet up at a different place than where I had initially planned. Sure thing. Anywhere works for me. I just need to tell them then. Of course, let's end this here, for now, Gene. We can message each other at a later time to set up specifics. Sure. Good night, Suzaku-san. Yes, good night. Gene-san. I threw my phone back into my inventory and laid back down on my bed, the girls still fast asleep. Well, at least I hope so. Akino and I had quite a night, unknown location, third-person point of view, with Shizuku Himejima. Shizuku breathed a sigh of relief after texting with Gene. She was glad he was easy to talk text with and seemed easygoing. I forgot to tell him about, Shizuku shakes her head, disappointed at herself. He'll text him tomorrow about it instead. Suzaku puts her phone on the nightstand beside her bed, turns off the lamp's light, and lay on her bed. But she didn't fall asleep. She stared up at the ceiling, wondering what would happen in the future. Team/Dog, Tobio, Aunt Shuri, Akino-chan, and Uncle Barricule, so many things were whirring through her mind. Jean, harem, miracle worker, she wants to form some sort of friendship, maybe an alliance with the young man. While the majority of the clan does not see his current achievement as noteworthy. Suzuko thought differently. Well, they didn't know about him being able to bring back the dead. What else can you do? Jean, she closed her eyes and tried to sleep. Will you take on my requests, even if I'm not part of the three factions? She shook her head, dismissing any negative thoughts. I hope so. I should text Tobio in the morning to put a good word in for me, she sighed, and left her thoughts at that. Jean, skyward, I sigh as I pour some water on myself. What a hectic day. I felt a bit restless, so I decided to take a bath for the night. Flashback, Jean, skyward. I had gotten home, and Flash stepped up to Rennie's room and set her down on her bed. I stroked her hair for a bit, looking at her peaceful face as she slept. I noted her breathing was normal, and her body didn't have any kinds of problems, so she's okay. Don't push yourself too much, Rennie. I leaned down and kissed her on the forehead and left. I make my way back downstairs and into the living room, and Cian was still there typing away on her laptop. Hey, Ian, still busy with that song? I sat beside her and peered at the screen, only for her to turn it the other way. Yes, and you can't see it yet. I sigh and relented. What happened with Lavinia-san? She seemed tired. You saw us. Sorry for not greeting you when we got back, but yeah, she's exhausted. I sighed again. She pushed herself a bit too much during her mission. She or Team/Dog went to France and fought something. I need to ask Azazel, Rennie, or someone from /Dog about it. I wonder what kind of thing it is, maybe another cryptid? However, the one we fought before was weak. Lavinia-san is quite strong. So if she and her team were pushed that far, it must be something serious, yeah. I'm curious myself what kind of thing can make them struggle like that. Tobio's pretty powerful considering what his perfected balance breaker can do. Just then the necklace around me glowed, and Ophis came out. Oh, hey Ophis, is something wrong? The lowly dragon says nothing and sits beside me. I feel her gaze, and I summon a new bag of sweets and give it to her. She nods and starts eating it. I have finished some books. I will take a break. I see, all right? Ophis, you'll be visiting Irene in the future. Want to come with me? The dragon god stares at me for a minute without saying anything, then nods her head. Yes, I want to apologize to her. I was stunned. Apologies? Ophis, apologize? And why do you want to do that? I have come to the conclusion after reading many books, regret may be the emotion I am feeling. I reflected and thought about what I did. They were childish actions, so I want to apologize to Bach Great Red, but I don't think I will be forgiven easily. I smile and start patting her head. I feel like a proud parent, even though I probably didn't do much. I'm proud of you, Ophis. Admitting to past mistakes is quite a difficult task, even for humans, or beings that have access to their emotions. Also, don't worry. I'm sure that Irene will forgive you. She nods and starts to mutter Great Red's name. Irene, another small step for the dragon god of infinity. I look forward to seeing Irene's reaction. Shing. I see a teleportation circle appear in the living room, and Kuroka pops out of it. I'm back, Naya. She announces happily and looks around. Welcome back, Kuroka. How was your day? I ask her and she hops onto my lap. It was fine. Chiron and I had a great time after paying our respects at our mother's grave. We had to clean it a bit, though, since it's in a place where not many people know about it. We went around Lilith for a bit, ate food, and I bought Chiron some clothes. Just spending some quality time with my little sister. I'm glad you enjoyed your time. But looks like you want to ask me something. So what's up? She chuckles nervously while smiling wryly. WL. So this is entirely my fault, so Chiron wants to meet you, more specifically the person behind the mask that helped me. I may have been incessantly bragging about you to her nearly every chance I got. I laughed at her explanation as she blushed. It's not funny, Naya. It's your fault, though. But yes, sure, I don't mind. But please tell me in advance when you plan on bringing her here. Yes, Naya. She pumped her fist, making Ingvild giggle beside me. Jean, are you sure about this? Revealing yourself to her. Ingvild stops giggling and asks me seriously. Yeah. am not some edgelord wannabe that wants to keep his identity a secret forever. I just did it so I could get used to the supernatural for a little bit beforehand. I think back on the last month's event, it's been filled with a lot of things. I would rather not have constant eyes on me from the moment I went into it. It would have been more annoying than anything. The middleman thing kept me in the three factions' eyes, and then it slowly began to spread. That was my goal. And recently Yukai and Asgard came into contact with me. I would say it's the right time now to slowly start revealing who I am. All they know is I am a human and a middleman. You can't exactly tell I'm a human dragon god hybrid at a glance. I ain't telling them an outer god yet, though. Soon, the title of Red Dragon Emperor will go along with it. And finally, Gene. So a gradual increase? I understand where you're coming from. But wouldn't it have been easier to reveal everything from the start? Ingval made a valid point, but like I said, that would be too exhausting. And start getting spies on me to ruin the peace I had. Please, I would rather die than have that shoved in my face. Heck, Aquino kind of did start off as a spy, you know? The same with Grafia, but that's changed now. Ingvald thinks about it before nodding. I guess so. I mean, we wouldn't be living a relatively peaceful life right now if you did just go around throwing your weight. She snorts. But that's going to change. Soon, I feel Kuroka kiss me on the cheek. I'm going to get changed, Naya. She got off my lap and went up to her room. I wave her off and turn back to Win. Yeah, it's not in my personality. Living a peaceful life with my harem seems a lot better than constantly fighting. But didn't you have a few fights already? They requested it, Vala twice, Sarah once, Dulio once, and recently Thor. I never once approached them for this. I would have preferred to not have had a crowd to see those, but I couldn't be picky about these things. You got the whole of Asgard as fans now too. Well, it was unintentionally as you just responded to Thor's spirit, right? I'm a bit surprised that Ingvald figured that out. Yes, I fought back a little hard with Thor since he's a god, and I knew he could take it. He's also a warrior, and he challenged me fair and square. It would have been an insult if I didn't do what I did. Yeah, the Asgardian people were cheering him on pretty hard, his fighting spirit, and what was also commendable, so I responded in kind with that attack I used. Though I was still holding back, but that's beside the point. At least it looked like I was trying my best too. That's what matters in the end, probably. Ingvald nods and goes back to her laptop satisfied with my answers. I had left the living room and was preparing dinner in the kitchen when I feel Grafia teleporting in. Hey, welcome back. I greet her without turning around. How was supervising the recently hired recruits? Yes, I'm back, Gene. It was simple. They were quick learners, so I left the rest to another veteran. She walks over and helps me. What are you making for dinner? She looked at the ingredients on the counter. I see it's shepherd's pie, boiled eggs, and roasted broccoli. I create a hologram of the recipe for her, and she nods. It seems simple enough. We got to work and got dinner done in no time. All that was left was to wait for Aquino to get home. I walked back into the living room, and Ophis was leaning on Ingvald to sleep. She noticed me and gave me an awkward smile, as she wasn't used to one of the strongest beings just leaning against her. I chuckle and pick Ophis up and teleport her back into the necklace. An hour passed, and Kuroka was getting impatient. Just as she was about to break, Aquino teleported in. Finally, Naya, we can eat. She immediately started to devour everything on her plate. I chuckle at her as Grafia tries to scold her. Welcome back, Aquino. I'm sorry I'm late. A client went a little bit overboard telling me their life story. She apologizes to me with a smile. Rias also asked for your number. I expected as much. Don't worry about it. I wave her off. I didn't mind at all, as long as she didn't just spam text me like a certain hybrid. Then I'm fine with it. Flashback end. After that, we had a peaceful night, doing our usual routine. I was feeling restless earlier, so I decided to take another bath like before. I had just finished when I feel someone's presence outside of the bathroom. Deja vu. Slide, the door slides open, and Aquino is the one to step through, towel wrapped around her body, smiling at me. Hey there, Aquino, what brings you here? I woke up and you weren't in bed. She grabs a stool and sits in front of me. I would have guessed behind me what's she up to. So, I went out and saw the bathroom light on. Your clothes are outside, so I decided to join you. Also, I won the bet earlier today. Aquino glanced at me from inside the room, her cheeks a little pink. Gene, she called out to me softly as I stood at the doorway. I look back up at her face, and she smiles. I've been thinking I'm not a very good wife, she states, and starts to cover her entire body with water and then body soap. I was a bit stunned at what she said. W wife? Aquino, isn't this a bit too early, thinking about that kind of thing? I'm not saying to get married right now. Silly. She looks down and smirks. I just mean that I wanted to get some training in for the future. I sigh knowing that when she puts her mind to something, she won't be easily swayed. Do what you want actually. Do you want it to be an official or unofficial marriage, Aquino? I've been thinking about this since, well, quite some time ago when I thought back when her parents gave me their blessings. What do you mean? She looked confused by what I said, so I elaborated. I mean, do you want it to be a legal marriage between us? Or just, between ourselves without officials? Aquino falls silent. She looks like she's thinking about it seriously. I interrupt her before she could continue. What about your parents? Knowing your history with your clan, I have no doubts it would have been frowned upon, right? She nods. So, I conclude that it was unofficial. To them they were married. What mattered to them was their love for each other, not what was written on a piece of paper. To them, they were married, and that resulted in you. I can only imagine when the rest of the clan found out, and when Shuri mentioned any plans of marriage, there were a lot of them who disagreed with it, maybe going as far as trying to break them up. I can see them fighting tooth and nail for it not to happen. Aquino nods sadly as she can see that happening. She may have heard or maybe seen some things in the past, probably just repressed those memories. They'll think about it. Then her eyes glaze over as she goes into thinking, well, I can always just do this and get it over with. I summon a ring and start waving it around, and she pouts. I would like it to be a lot more romantic, mister. She crosses her arms, and I chuckle at her. My bad. You'll try to find an opportunity in the future. I dismiss the ring. We fall into another comfortable silence until Aquino starts to crawl towards me and then props her body on my lower half. I still want to get some training in. Also, you haven't asked me to do anything lewd since that day. Are you perhaps disgusted by my body? She looked a bit hurt while saying that. Huh? What? No, I've just been busy. Aquino, you know that I'm just pulling your leg, Jean. She giggles. She says that while reapplying more body soap, she covered her entire body with soaps and suds. Aquino helped wash me carefully, making sure to clean every area thoroughly. She then went around behind me. This is quite erotic. She eventually moved closer between my legs and pressed her chest against me while playfully sticking her tongue out. I was a little surprised by her boldness. Is she frustrated? Maybe she's been wanting to do that. I mean, she's a teenager while we both are. Aquino clearly felt embarrassed by the whole thing as she was blushing furiously while doing this. Yufufu, if I can't properly wash my future husband's body, what kind of wife would I be? She says seductively. This was a battle I was losing, so I decided to accept it early. I could feel myself getting flustered as I leaned closer to Aquino. She clearly seemed pleased by my reaction. Lemon Start third-person point of view, Aquino shifted her posture slightly, drawing closer to Jean so that the moment between them felt more intimate, the girl sporting a blush as she stared at him below. Yufufu, a little Jean here seems excited, doesn't he? Jean was looking down at the scene below him, slightly embarrassed. Aquino, he whispered, and the girl smiled. Hot Aquino let out a small sound as she started to move her chest up and down on Jean. It's soft and slimy. The soap is doing one hell of a job, Jean thought as he watched his girlfriend diligently press against him. Rub, Aquino whispered to herself as she kept moving in a steady rhythm. She would also occasionally shift from side to side, mixing it up. This earned a groan from Jean. Jean let out a groan as he felt Aquino pause her movements briefly. Aquino looked up at Jean's deeply moved expression and smiled. She started to move closer to him again, holding him a little bit tighter. She continued her affectionate motions. Wow, Aquino, that feels good. Jean comments and puts his right hand on her head. Is that so? Aquino said playfully, leaning in closer and moving energetically. Too intense, Aquino. Jean couldn't hold on any longer and gave in to the overwhelming moment with her. Wow, so much. Splurt. Irk. Aquino's eyes widened at the sudden intrusion of liquid in her mouth. She desperately tried to swallow it all, but there was a bit too much. so she pulled away. Ah! The rest splattered and covered Akino's face, chest, and hair. Haha, it was Akino's first time doing such an act, and she was surprised at how tired it made her feel. Perhaps it was due to the adrenaline slowly fading? She wasn't too sure. Akino took a moment to catch her breath. She looked at Jean, seductively tasty, and licked the rest of her fingers. Don't tempt me, young lady. There was a hint of lust in Jean's tone, since what Akino did had turned him even more on. You fluffy, you were quite pent up, huh? Akino could only conclude so. Jean did a lot of things throughout his time, and she hasn't exactly seen him in that state. Yeah, I guess so. You were pretty good at it. Akino, thank you. Jean got up and grabbed a shower head to rinse himself off, as well as Akino. Let's go take a bath. Akino stretched her arms out, wanting to be picked up by Jean. Jean chuckled and obliged, and picked her up. He then went into the warm bath and laid her in front of him, holding her close. Akino turned back to Jean, affection still present on her face. Jean, she whispered softly, leaning into him, making it even harder. I was planning on letting it be done after that, but Jean lifted Akino up slightly and held her close. You really just had to tempt me, and pulled her down against him firmly. When Jean held Akino down onto him, he held her close as they shared an intense moment. K-H-H. Akino violently shook and held onto Jean's arms as he had placed them around her waist. Once she was done, Jean brought her head close to his and whispered, "That was amazing, didn't you?" He didn't let Akino answer, though, silencing her with a kiss. Akino was already thrilled and responded eagerly. When she did, Jean immediately drew her close, and they began to move together in a slow and steady rhythm. He gradually grew more comfortable in the position they were sharing. Jean felt Akino's warm mouth moving carefully around his fingers and noticed her begin to sway her head gently back and forth. Seeing that Akino had no trouble staying where she was, Jean removed his left hand from her waist and made his way to a more sensitive area and gently pinched. Akino tried to react, but she was stopped because of Jean's fingers. Jean marveled at her reaction, but didn't stop for too long and began to move again. He also continued to touch her gently. This drove Akino crazy. The girl didn't know what to do or what was happening anymore. When she seduced Jean earlier, she was only thinking about pleasure. She wasn't prepared for Jean's reaction. She didn't hate it, but was a little worried about his aggressiveness. Suddenly, she was pushed forward and against the wall. She had reacted instinctively and stopped herself from crashing into it with her arms. She looked back in a daze and noticed they were in a suggestive position. The thought made Akino blush even harder. After Jean got up, he saw Akino move toward him in an embarrassing, flirtatious way. "Jean," she pleaded. Jean smiled and pulled her close, holding nothing back. Akino cried out, no longer caring if she woke her friends and fellow harem members. Her thoughts were consumed only by the moment between them. She focused on her rhythm since she wanted Jean to feel as much pleasure as he could. "KH, getting into it, aren't we?" Jean asked and leaned forward and kissed Akino. NHM passionate tongue kisses and soft sounds started as they ignored everything around them. He broke the kiss much to Akino's displeasure. She clung to him tightly, overwhelmed by the closeness between them, and let out soft sounds as she repeated his name. This was only the second time in her life she had shared such an intimate moment, and she treasured every second of it. "Smack! Hi!" Akino yelped as she felt the all-too-familiar smack on her butt. "Smack! Smack! Ahi!" She felt each smack connect, squirming at every hit. But suddenly she felt an unexpected prod that made her jump. "Jijin, wait, that's my... Ugh!" Akino gasped as Jean surprised her from behind, letting out a rather unusual sound. He had caught her off guard, and she reacted with a strange noise. He continued to move in a steady rhythm. "Ak, huh, my, huh." Akino gasped out. It felt strange to her. "Does Jean want to do that? I don't mind, but I'm not really mentally or emotionally prepared yet." Suddenly, Akino felt Jean move closer to her. Kah! Her eyes crossed, and she was overwhelmed by the sudden sensation. "Akino, I'm about to finish." Jean called out. Stay with me. Don't pull away, she shouted. She had no doubt that everyone heard her, but she no longer cared. In finishing, Jean moved one final time and held her close as the moment reached its peak. Aquino cried out as she reached an intense climax in the bath with Jean. Overwhelmed and exhausted, she slumped back down onto the bath to catch her breath, her tongue sticking out with a glazed-over look plastered on her face. Lemon and Jean, skyward you were too, rough, Aquino cutely pouted. We had gone back to our previous position, Aquino clearly exhausted. Sorry, I went a bit overboard there. She turned around and gave me a cute glare. You also touched me somewhere private without warning. I'm not mentally prepared for that yet. She blushed after saying something so direct. Also, she looks towards the door. Everyone definitely heard me. She covered her face, clearly embarrassed, and was way too into it. She did scream pretty loudly. I'll kill me, you'll be fine, probably. She just gave me a light pinch, clearly still embarrassed by the whole thing. I mean, she'll be in the same room with other girls at some point, doing that well. You got some training done. Was that really training? I only intended to try something a bit more hands-on, but it escalated way too quickly. And whose fault is that? I fire back, only to be met with a light elbow to the gut. Point taken. It's both our faults. My bad. Japan. Cool. The next morning as I made my way downstairs, I saw Grafia making breakfast, so I went to her and wrapped my arms around her waist. When I put my chin on her shoulder, I could see she was blushing. All right, they'll say it now. You heard us, didn't you? Which only made her blush harder. I know devils have a hard time conceiving. Jean, but did you take precautions? No, I can control the outcome on my own. So, precautions aren't needed. Grafia turned to me a little surprised. Does that mean that I can guarantee the result? Yeah, I alone can help the devil population. I chuckled, earning a pinch from the maid. No, she glared at me, not sounding like she liked what I said about impregnating random devil women. Imyoking Fia, geez. Everyone had sat down and slowly started to eat their breakfast, but when everyone started to filter into the room, they were clearly avoiding eye contact with Aquino and I. Especially Ingvild. When greeted her earlier, she just answered quickly and quietly. The only noise present was chewing and utensils hitting our plates, a slightly tense atmosphere present in the room. I decided to break this silence. They'll be taking everyone to that place in the afternoon, so get everything you want done before then. Everyone looked up at me, Ingvild and Grafia, still confused to where I was taking them. We'll be in the necklace. Ophis didn't want to go. I was fine with that for now. In the future, I want her to get a little bit stronger since there are other threats that are coming, including Yexi. Where is this place? Jean? Ingvild nodded along. I haven't elaborated to the two of them, but I still won't. They'll do it when we're there. Don't be too hasty now. You'll find out in the afternoon. But you will grow stronger very quickly in it. I can promise you that. Both of them nodded, though I can still see that wanted to ask more questions. So Kuroka starts. She then turns to Aquino, her face slowly turning into a look of horror as the cat girl grinned at her. Kuroka inhaled and exhaled. I'm dying here. Kuroka bellowed out mockingly. Aquino covered her face out of embarrassment as Kuroka started laughing maniacally. Ingvild had spat out some of her food out of shock, and Grafia had snapped the fork she was holding. The room fell into silence, with the exception of Kuroka's laughter. Lavinia just awkwardly smiled at the scene while taking glances at me. Oh, Aquino, dear. I never thought I would hear your voice like that. She stopped laughing and snickered at the girl. Also, really? Kuroka, please stop. This is so Aquino didn't remove her hands from her face. Now. Kuroka, don't be too mean. Lavinia tried to reprimand her friend, but was ignored as Kuroka started making exaggerated sounds, causing the rest of them to blush. Kuroka wiped a tear from her eye. Are you still upset? Kuroka. Aquino now looked mortified as she embarrassingly glared at her. Kuroka, that's enough now. That kind of talk isn't appropriate while we eat. Grafia also joined in trying to reprimand her. Fine, she reluctantly stopped, but still kept snickering through the rest of breakfast. Everyone had left to do their own thing. Ingvild was still embarrassed by the whole thing for breakfast and had retreated to her room. Only Lavinia and I were left in the living room. So, Rennie, Mind telling me what happened on that mission of yours? Maybe when you reported to Ash Crow, too. I turned to the girl, who was happily burying her head into my shoulder. Sure, we went back to France to find any clues about the rogue fallen or missing Excaliburs, but we came across more cryptids. More cryptids? Was it as powerful from that time? She both shakes and nods her head, confusing me. Both. There were many that were easy to kill. Some rogue fallen stray devils were stationed there. But the place we came across was one of the research facilities from the documents we managed to obtain. The one who was running the place was called Avetsa, a former scientist of Grigori and a 10-winged female fallen angel. Avetsa? More characters I don't know about first that Acacius guy now are. She's also 10-winged. The beings popping up are getting more and more powerful. She's the one responsible for making the cryptids. However, she's made a new type of cryptid, and she called them divine beasts. They apparently range from true Satan class to God class beings in power. The one we fought was low God class. That's why I had to use up most of my mana to kill it. Even Toby's perfected balance breaker couldn't do much damage to it. It could use wind and light magic. Its skin was nearly impenetrable. This was quite alarming. How did they even manage to create something like that? Kokabeel was certainly not that powerful. Only one answer. Alternate universe bullshittery. I sigh loudly after her explanation. So, did Ash Crow say who might be responsible for this? Flashback third-person point of view. Grigori, the /dog team, had just come back from their mission. They had a pile of papers with them since they decided to take all of the documents that were there, as well as take some pictures. They had immediately gone to Azazel's office, including the still floating Lavinia. They were given a few weird stares and glances, especially Lavinia. Hey, how did what in the world happen to all of you? Azazel looks at the /dog team and then at Lavinia. Lavinia, what the hell is that behind you? Tobio stepped forward. We came across a very strong enemy. Even my perfected balance breaker was next to useless against it. Azazel's eyes widened from shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Tobio's balance breaker couldn't hurt whatever thing they fought. He was intrigued at what kind of thing they came across. Continue. We investigated the same area that Lavinia and Cookie explored in France. We didn't come up with anything for a while until we came across a hidden entrance that was being hidden by illusionary magic. Lavinia had a hard time dispelling it, so we had to tread carefully with her warning. However, the vast majority of hostile enemies we came across were low to middle class in power and were mostly made up of stray devils, rogue fallen, and a few weak cryptids. We eventually came across a large area with it filled to the brim with test tubes with all kinds of supernatural beings within them, and another room where we met our strongest enemy so far. We also met the one responsible for creating them, Avetsa-san. She was apparently a former scientist from here. Tobio looked at Azazel as he asked him a question. Beza-chan? Well, shit. If it's her, and what she was doing before she left. How the fuck did I not connect the dots? What else? Azazel felt stupid for not somehow connecting it. It made sense. Kokabeel, Acacius, and now Avetsa. But Kokabeel was never that powerful. It didn't add up, right? So she was the one responsible for creating the same cryptid that terrorized Spain. She said she had a very powerful sponsor for her creations. She also grew in power as she had 5 pairs of wings. So she was a 10-winged fallen now. The cryptid we fought was of a new kind she has been making. However, it was only a prototype. She calls the divine beast. She also boasted they were true Satan class to God class beings. Tobio's expression turns grim. She wasn't bluffing. That thing could take on all our attacks. My perfected balance breaker was next to useless. Maybe it was immune or was simply above my own strength. I do not know. Divine beasts, huh? Azazel didn't like the sound of that. Tobio perfected that state and could kill true Satan-class beings up to God-class beings, depending on their power. If he was useless against that thing, if Kokabeel was responsible, shit, that is turning out to be a lot more serious than I initially had thought. If I may, Azazel gave him the okay and looked back at them. Lavinia was the one who finished it off. She, however, had to use up all her mana pool. As you can see, she's currently not in a state to fight or move. He gestures behind him to a Lavinia, who weakly waved at the governor. Before you ask, it was Jean who was responsible for her increase in power. She wanted to divulge how since Jean asked her to keep it a secret. Azazel nodded. He knows Jean won't just give out information willy-nilly. Wait a damn minute, Azazel summoned a circle and showed a short video of a giant pillar of ice appearing and disappearing near France. You did this. Lavinia sheepishly nodded. The rest of the group chuckled. Dear God, no wonder the humans were freaking out. Hopefully, they'll just chalk it up to a freak phenomenon. Azazel shook his head and dismissed the image. I'm getting too old for this shit. You guys are dismissed. I need to talk to some other people. The team nodded and left. Flashback in Jean Skyward. So Divine Beast, Kokabeel, and Avetsa, a lot of unknown factors. I'm glad I'm taking you all to that place again. I need all of you to get stronger. I frowned. Who else could be responsible for this? Unless this world decided to make Kokabeel as strong as a dragon god, which isn't impossible since anything goes. Yeah, hey Jean. I turned to the girl. What's up? Can we go on a small date today? Before everyone else comes back home, oh sure. Want to go now? She smiled and nodded. We'll go get changed then. She got off the couch and hurriedly ran upstairs, making me chuckle at her enthusiasm. Flashback third-person point of view Grigori with Azazel. Fuck everything. Azazel rubbed his forehead. He felt a giant headache coming. He summoned 2 communication circles. Azazel? Brother? 2 voices came out from the 2 circles. The 2 were surprised to see each other. Hello, Surzex Lucifer. Michael greeted the devil. Yes, hello, Michael. He too greeted him. Yeah. Pleasantries and all that crap. I have something serious to discuss. Azazel's usual laid-back and carefree tone was gone, and he sounded serious and a bit worried. Something serious? That's quite rare of you, Azazel. Surzex smiled, making Azazel roll his eyes. Indeed. Michael agreed. Yeah, well, whatever. Anyway, so a team that works for Grigori recently found new traces of the previous cryptid incident. Ajuka told me about it. Right, anyway, they found some clues in France a few days ago, and then went out there again and found more clues. Azazel explained everything he was told by Tobio, and the 2 individuals in the circle had a look of grim concern. Divine beasts? That range from Satan class to God class in power? Michael was in utter disbelief. He didn't think something could be possible. So, you're saying you think Kokabeel is responsible for all of this? Surzex asks, and the governor shook his head. I had initially thought of him starting this whole mess, but he wasn't this powerful last time I saw him. I seriously doubt he would have found a way to gain that much power in such a short time. I think someone else is involved. Azazel turns to the Seraph. Michael, who else who had some sort of reputation before and during the Great War? Reputation? The angel ponders for a moment. The ones that come to mind are Jibrail, Mikhail, Israfil, and finally Azrael. However, they're all presumed dead. Azazel, don't tell me you think one of them, or even all of them, are responsible. Azazel silently nodded to his brother's question. It could be one. It could be all we don't know as of this time. They were powerhouses during that time, especially Azrael, as he looked back at the 2, and they nod. Was the one who dealt the finishing blow to God after all. Michael fell silent, remembering the scene. He couldn't and still wouldn't believe it. Azrael was one of the most loyal to their creator and father. Why would he suddenly do the unthinkable back then? He still couldn't understand to this day. If what you say is true, should we inform our factions? Be on high alert? I would suggest so, Surzex. We don't know where or when they'll strike. Hell, we don't know where their base of operations is at all. Azazel planned to alert Grigori of this. But keep it vague. Just say a third party, maybe label them another terrorist group, is on the hunt for the supernatural. Very well, we don't want a mass panic after all. Surzex agreed and left. I will inform the church. Be safe, brother. Michael also left. How what the fuck? Azazel slumped down on his chair and looked at the pile of new documents he had to sort through. I still need to help heal. Say, maybe I should just get Jean to do it. He cracked his knuckles. Let's get to sorting, then flashback in present day, Jean, Skyward CNTIR. What other hidden fallen angels of significance are in this world? CNTIR. Answer. Scanning found 4 possible candidates. CNTIR. Answer. Jibrail. Whereabouts unknown. Current rank. Satan Class X Mikhail, whereabouts unknown. Current rank. Satan Class X Israfil, whereabouts unknown. Current rank. Satan Class X Azrael, whereabouts unknown. Current rank. High-tier God Class X, what the fuck? Azrael, if anyone is responsible for turning ordinary beings to true Satan class or higher, it has to be him, seeing that the guy was peak of God class. He's not far from breaking through. How did he even achieve that? Do you know how Azrael managed to reach that? CNTIR. Answer. Help of a third party. And? CNTIR. Answer. I do not know. Okay, you want to tell me? Fine. I sigh. I had initially planned on keeping them there to a 1-to-1 ratio, but I have to change that now. 12. 6 should be a fine. Start. Lavinia is only human 12 hours in there, 6 hours out here. I need to ask her about changing her lifespan. I need to talk about that to all of them eventually. Immortal. It'll live forever. Everyone else varies from 10,000 for devils, and whatever else for the rest. The only one who can probably stay with me is Ophis and Irene Jean. I feel a tap on my shoulder, and someone latches onto my right arm. I look beside me, and Lavinia was dressed in a white dress with her chest slightly exposed. How do I look? She lets go and twirls around. Beautiful. The one-word answer makes her blush and latch back onto me. Flattery will get you nowhere, mister. She jokingly scolds me. Shall we? I gesture to the door. Lavinia and I slowly walk toward the center of the town. I had asked CNTIR earlier to keep an eye out for me if any of Sonus or Rias peerage members come near us. I just didn't want to encounter them. No other reason. We reached the town center, and all eyes were on the woman latched onto me. She is a beauty, after all. We make our way into a store, and she drags me towards the women's sections to try out clothes. She picks a few pieces and makes me stand in front of the changing room. An employee had followed us to keep an eye on us. Lavinia came out wearing a French-made outfit, nearly identical to the one Grafia was wearing. She was clearly embarrassed wearing it, but still did a twirl for me. How is it? She asked shyly. I give her a thumbs up. Marvelous. Can't wait to see it more at home. I grin at her. She shyly nods and goes back into the changing room. The store employee, who was a woman, was now staring at us with cold, dead eyes. I could practically read what she was saying without using mind reading. Already. Get married. Fuck couples. With a few I can guess. I just ignored her death glare at me. Lavinia came back out again, wearing, well, some kind of BSDM outfit, making me do a double take. Well, Rennie. She was completely red in the face as she stood there. Her curves, hips, thighs, chest, everything was visible. I hurriedly pushed her back and closed the curtains. Jijin? She was a bit shocked at my sudden actions. I don't want anyone else to see you like this. Her eyes widen. Only I can. I didn't think I would feel hard about something so trivial, but I did. I felt like no one else should be able to see this side of Lavinia. Oh, okay, she squeaked out, clearly embarrassed. I left the changing room and let her get dressed. I could see the employee with a grin and snicker at me. Can I kill her? An overreaction there, partner. Calm down. Such a weird thing to react to. How would you two feel if your lifelong mate just showed her body off to another random dragon? I snapped back at them. Point taken. I shook my head and sighed. The curtains shuffled again, and Lavinia came out. With a slightly revealing Santa outfit, I gave a nod of approval, and she went back in one last time. This time she came out in a blue and white striped bikini. Wonderful. She smiled and finally went back in to get changed. She came out not too long after, and we went to pay for her items. When he was about to pay, I pulled out my card and paid for it. She was a bit shocked by the action and the color of my card, the same with the cashier. His eyes nearly fell out of their sockets on how big they got. We leave the story as I carried the bag for Lavinia, who had attached herself to my arm again. Thank you for paying. I wasn't expecting you to have that kind of card. I could potentially ruin the human economy. I can just create money, after all. She stared up at me in shock. Bad Jean. Don't do that. I'll try not to abuse it too much. Satisfied with my answer, we go to a little restaurant and have lunch. We had sat down at our table after getting our orders. Rennie decided to sit next to me. I had put her things into my inventory when I went into the bathroom. What I did was for convenience's sake, nothing more or less. Rennie was in a cheerful mood as she hummed to herself as she ate. Even while we ate, we received glances from random people, captivated by her beauty. I also got a few glares of jealousy. Fucking. Like I care what they think. Is something wrong, Jean? The blonde beauty had stopped eating as she was confused as to why I wasn't eating. I shake my head, it's nothing, Rennie, I'm fine. I kissed her cheek and started to eat. The jealous stares turned into death glares, and I smirked. After lunch, we decided to go to a movie. The order's been a bit weird, but hey, who said there was an order to these things? I didn't mind what we watched, as I wanted Rennie to enjoy this time to the fullest. She picked a romantic film. She looked excited, so I just gave her a strained smile. Please don't be too cringy. She happily took the tickets, and I made eye contact with the guy who gave her the tickets. He gave me a sympathetic smile and wordlessly mouthed I'm sorry as I was dragged away. We were reaching the climax of the film, and it hit every cliché a romance film has. However, Rennie was invested in it all the way through and was currently softly crying. The woman was dying of some sort of unknown disease, and the guy was doing everything and anything he could for her before she inevitably passes. From proposing to her, taking her out on trips, dates, and just showering her in all kinds of love. You do this shit. I don't go over the top. I just tell him how I feel about stuff. Ignore the red idiot. He doesn't know tact. The hell did you say? You heard me. The two of them proceeded to fight, and I cut the link since it was more annoying than the film. It eventually ends with the man slowly moving on with his life, but he still fondly remembered his first love of his life, naming their daughter a different version of her name. That was wonderful, Rennie exclaimed. I guess I'm a little messed up since he named his daughter her name, even if it's a different abbreviation. I would agree, but his second wife was fine with it. Lavinia huffed a bit. Looks like she was a sucker for cliché romantic films. Yeah, I guess so. I look around us and spot a Ferris wheel. When did Kuo get an amusement park? The hell? I intertwine our fingers and point towards the thing. Want to go there? Lavinia follows my gaze and nods. We went around the park, seeing other couples there too, both young and old. We also bought some cotton candy. Even while in the park, Lavinia was still the center of attention. Jesus Christ. Rennie went into one of the bathrooms since she needed to use it, and I waited outside. When she came out, a group of guys immediately swarmed her. Hey lady, how about you come and hang out with us? One of the guys says. Yeah, ditch that plain-looking chump. The other smirked. Do I really look that plain? I know I wasn't a looker, but I think I'm slightly above average in look CNTIR. Answer. You are average, nothing special. Ouch. I looked back over to Lavinia, and she was giving them her usual smile, but the more they kept insulting me, the less and less kind it looked. You would start to understand the kinds of smiles she would give if you were around her a lot. Her face stays the same, but her whole vibe changes. The one she was currently giving looked like she was going to kill them. I should step and I start to walk over. Lavinia's words make the entire area freeze. Come on, lady. We'll die if you don't go with us. Then drop dead right now. Everyone froze, even the park attendants. Everyone was staring at the girl, who kept the same smile on her face after saying those words. She spots me, then happily runs up to me and hugs me. Sorry for the wait, Jean. She was back to acting normally. Why, let's go, I snored at the people still frozen. Once we were a good distance away, I heard one of them break. What the fuck? We had gotten on the Ferris wheel and were being slowly brought up. While it was nearing the middle of the day, the view was still quite spectacular, even for the little town of Kuo. The view's quite breathtaking. Rennie had sat beside me and was staring out the window. The windows were cracked open and a little bit of wind was getting through. Yeah, it's really something. I feel Rennie lean her head and body on me. I really should have planned this out a bit more. Sorry about that, Rennie. No, this is fine. I just wanted to spend some quality time with you. Even if it wasn't the whole day, I wonder why she fell for me so quickly. I know that love, at first sight, is a thing that books and the media like to romanticize, but I look at the girl happily leaning on my shoulder, a content smile stretched across her face. CNTIR. Answer. Love is blind after all, Jean. Blind love? Why? ID. OU. LL. Me? Why did you fall in love with me? ST.IDE. NDY. Oh, I just did. Love is blind after all. And you're my hero. W what? I just a full memory of the voices. I still don't know. I don't recognize those voices. What? but she didn't answer me. Jean? I feel a tug on my arm and see Lavinia looking at me worriedly. Ashel? W what? I'm fine, I'm good. She clearly didn't believe me. She grabbed my head and brought it toward her chest. You always space out like that. It's becoming more frequent. Was it the voices? I did tell them about that. I inwardly sigh. Yeah, I just heard a full dialogue between two people. I tell her what they said, and she looked confused. Were you talking to the Drake Chan about love? Did Drake Chan? Wahaha. Yeah, something like that. I was just wondering how you fell for me. So fast. He said something about love at first sight. I was thinking along the lines of the red string of fate. I lied about who I spoke to, but I did have those thoughts. It was the only thing that made sense. I can't think of anything else, and I doubt Rennie is using me. Just thinking about that makes me feel uneasy. I finally lift myself off her, and she's just smiling there with a blush. I'm not too sure myself. But like I said before, it just feels right being with you. Like you're just the right one. CNTIR. Answer. Faded one. Huh. Teeteir answer. Faded one for what? This little is giving me more questions than damn answers. I look at Lavinia. Rennie does CNTIR mean her? She cutely tilts her head, confused as to why I was just silently staring at her. I shake my head and bring her into a hug. Sorry about that, Rennie. How about we end it here? It's getting closer to the time after all. I really enjoyed our short date. Faded one. There's 3 more of them. What the hell does that mean? CNTIR. Look up the definition of faded one. CNTIR. Answer. If you say that a person is fated to do something, or that something is fated, you mean that it seems to have been decided by fate before it happens, and nothing can be done to avoid or change it. CNTIR. Can you tell me who the rest of the 3 are? CNTIR. Answer. Unable to. Whatever. Unknown location, third-person point of view of Vetsa, had teleported back, near to where their base of operations was, and had walked the rest of the way back. She was in a good mood, while her prototype was destroyed, and quite unexpectedly by the female magician. She was happy with the results. She goes through hallway after hallway, corridors, and rooms until she reaches a familiar door and pushes it open. To her pleasure, everyone was present well, not including their 2 leaders, but this was good enough. Oh, you're back, bitch. Darcel turns to see Yvetso walking in, and she glares at him. Yes, I am, monkey. She took a seat and sat on it. Darcel, Raynar's group, and other no-names were present. 2 bad Acacias kicked the bucket. I was quite fond of them after all. 2 circles appear, and 2 individuals teleport in. One of them was Kokabeel, and the other was the one who was running the whole operation, Azrael, the angel of death, and the one who killed God. Looks like everyone is here. While it was unfortunate for Acacius to die, we must move on. Kokabeel looks around him, and then to Avetsa. She nods and stands up. My prototype for the Divine Beasts was a success. However, Azazel's Sacred Gear team disposed of it, but they struggled quite a bit against it. It was only low god class and power. I can only imagine the perfected version being stronger. Avetsa grinned after reporting her results. Good. How long will it take to create the perfect batches? A few weeks at most, 2 or 3. Kokabeel nods and turns to Darcel and Raynar's group. Take some of the weaker prototypes. Darcel, you're in charge of this mission. Wipe out the town if you must. Get it done. Roger that, boss. Just then, Azrael threw something to Darcel, and he catches it. This is my blood. Consume it. If, and only if you're losing to the Red Dragon Emperor. It will boost your strength to the peak of true Satan class and power. Azrael stated in an authoritative tone. This makes Darcel grin. I appreciate it, Azrael. Azrael turns to Raynair, and she tenses up. Your own personal mission is of low priority. Focus on supporting Darcel if you fail and come back with nothing. You and your group's life ends. Raynair and her group nodded furiously. They did not want to die. No way in hell would that happen. They'll go along with whatever this psycho does. Good go. Darcel and his now subordinates leave as soon as Azrael commanded it. I'm going ahead. Do whatever the fuck you need to do. Just don't get in my way. Darcel disappeared from his spot in a burst of wind. Yes, Sir Raynair was furious. If she had the power to, she'd kill all of them. This is becoming a bigger of a deal than we imagined. Calawarna, was a little worried because of the stakes. If they're successful, they may become stronger. If they fail, well, death only awaits. Whether that's in the hands of the devils and Red Dragon Emperor or Azrael himself. Calawarna shuddered at the thought. We're fucked beyond fucked. Whatever happens, we're fucked on all accounts of fucked. Middle kept repeating the word fuck as she was a nervous wreck. You need to broaden your vocabulary. Donasek was disappointed at the midget of the group. Fuck you. The little blonde fallen fired a light spear at him, and it missed. Come on. We need to get to Kuo as well. Unknown location with Griselda's group. I see. Okay, thank you. Griselda sighed as she turned back to see both Irina and Zenobia sparring. She whistled to them as they stopped and ran back to her. What's up, boss? Irina asked, earning her chop on the head. Is something the matter, Sister Griselda? Zenobia shook her head at her friend. Call me Sister Griselda. Anyway, that's not important right now. She sighs and looks at them seriously. The church has received a warning from the Seraph Michael Sama. He has stated that some new terrorist group has sprouted and are targeting all factions and pantheons with their attacks. The two girls are shocked. A terrorist group? What? Why? We do not know their reasons. However, they seem to be keen on causing destruction. Stay in groups and do not go out alone. Be wary of anyone suspicious approaching you. Are we clear? Yes, Sister Griselda. She smiled and nodded. Oh yes, and if you come across them, flee immediately. Their power class is that of gods. I need to get in touch with Dulio. Where did that idiot go off to? With Grimory and Citri Peerage, the two peerages had come together in the Occult Research Club, as they were informed by Graphia to be there at a specific time. Rias, do you know anything about this? Sona asked her childhood friend. Rias shook her head. No, I haven't heard anything about it. Oni-sama usually informs me of things in advance. Akino stayed quiet. Shall ask Jean about it when she got home. Maybe he knew more about it. Shing. A magic circle appeared and Surzek's Lucifer himself stepped through it, along with Astri Grimory and Graphia Lucifuge. Oni-sama, what's going on? Surzek smiled at his sister. Rias, Sona, and your peerage need to be aware of a new problem that concerns the entire supernatural world. A brand new terrorist group has popped up. We don't know what their intentions are. However, they already caused some trouble around the world as of late. We need you all to be on the lookout. If you see anything or anyone that looks suspicious, flee and contact us immediately. Understood? The two peerages were stunned. There was a new terrorist group? Does that mean there was another one out there? Forgive me for asking, Lucifer-sama, but aren't you being too vague with your explanation? Surzex smiled at Sona. Yes, I am. As of now, we do not know their goals or aims. That's why I am keeping it as vague as possible. Once we find out what they're truly after, then we will release more information about them. Sona nodded, satisfied with that answer. Ryasil, no need. Oni-sama. They'll get in contact with you if I or my peerage see anything suspicious. Surzex was stunned, along with everyone else, excluding her own peerage members. He did not expect that answer. Jean knew he felt a grin appear on his mouth. I see. That makes me happy, Rias. Well, I shall be going. Remember, report back to us. Surzek's groups nod towards them and teleport away. Rias, when the world happened to you? Sona turned to her friend, confused by her sudden maturity. What do you mean? Rias played dumb, and it irritated Sona. Oh, never mind. We should be going then. Have a nice day, Rias, Grimory Peerage. Sona and her peerage walked out of the clubroom. Rias claps her hands and turned back to them. All right. Let's keep going. We're nearly done. Yes, President. Japan, Kuo, 1:45 p.m. Jean, skyward. The only one left now is Akino. Everyone else was present, and we were just waiting for her to arrive. Shing. Sully. Akino teleported into the living room, looking disheveled. It's fine. We weren't waiting long. I look around at everyone. Ready? They all nod. I snapped my fingers, and we were transported into the pocket dimension. All right. A bit of explanation is needed, since Ingvild and Graphia haven't been here before. They nod. All right, so I can make pocket dimensions and stuff. You know that due to this. I point at my necklace. You can treat this place like a video game. If you kill the monsters and creatures that appear here, you will absorb some of their power and energy, making you grow stronger. Both Ingvild and Greyfire's eyes widened. Is this how Aquino grew to middle class so quickly? The maid asked. Yes, however, it won't help with increasing your mastery of your techniques. You will need to do that yourself. This time around, I changed the time dilation. We're going to spend 12 hours in here, and only 6 hours will pass back out there. I see Ingvild raise her hand. What's the max dilation you can do? Any. I can theoretically spend the next 1 million years in here, and 10 minutes will only pass out there. Again, they're shocked, including the one who's been here before. But since not everyone has a lifespan of more than 100 years old, I can't do that. I sigh. They'll probably outlive all of you, since I'm practically immortal. Immortal? Jean, can you change anyone's lifespan, Naya? CNTIR. Answer. Yes. Even make them immortal. Yeah, I can. I can even make you immortal. I trail off, and look at the distance anyway. Let's get started, all right? I know everyone else's stats. Let's check Greyfire's. Name. Greyfia Lucifuge. Age. 500 potential. Super Devil X rank. Ultimate class. SS gender. Female race. Pure devil titles. The strongest queen, silver-haired queen of annihilation sacred gear. None level. 74. 96. HP. 68. 900 HP Regan. 5,199 per minute. MP. 72,722 MP Regan. 8,255 per second. STR. 220 Vit. 190 Dex. 200 Int. 402 Wis. 333 Char. 400 Luck. 320 Not bad. I snap my fingers and the monsters start appearing. These things range from middle class all the way up to low god class, so from Aquino's power all the way up to Lavinia's. Don't let your guard down. You'll step in if I deem it necessary. Any questions? They shake their heads. Good. Go. Everyone flew off except for Ingvild and Lavinia. I went over to Lavinia. Hey, sit down and meditate for a bit and control your mana flow. They'll join you in a minute. Ingvild probably feels a bit lost right now. She smiles and nods. She sits down cross-legged and started to cover her body with mana, controlling the amount that's being used, not too much and not too little. She's not a genius for nothing. Hey, in. Got some problems? I made my way towards her and pat her shoulder. A little bit. I have no idea on how to use my clan's trait. I facepalm. Shit, I forgot about that. Oh hell, let's focus on your demonic powers instead for now, alright? Get a hang of your normal demonic powers for now, and we can deal with that later. She nods and encases her hands in water. She holds her palm in front of her and fires. A small dragon flying in the distance is hit, and it falls to the ground dead. Looks like you're a natural. Come back to me if you have any questions or trouble about something. She happily nods and flies away. I make my way back to Lavinia. I summon a blue pill and tap her on the shoulder. Jean, can you help me increase my mana pool? I nod and look at her current pool. MP. 240,109. MP Regan. 21. 559 per second. That's already quite a lot. Did she manage to use it all up yesterday? Sheesh. You can either kill more of those monsters and increase your own power along with your mana, or you can take this while also fighting them. I show her the blue pill in my hand. What does it do? It will triple your current mana pool permanently. If you also start killing the monsters here, you will also increase it further, I explained, and her eyes had a look of excitement. I hand the blue pill over to her, and she immediately swallows it, surprising me. I would have thought that she would think about her decision first. I guess she was that desperate for it. MP. 240,109. MP Regan. 21,559 per second. MP. 720,327. MP Regan. 43,118 per second. All right, Ice Princess, go get him. I give her a light push, and she takes off as she summons her staff. Third-person point of view. With Aquino flew into the sky to confront the small dragons that were currently gathered there. She had seen Ingvild easily defeat one with ease with one attack. She was a bit jealous. She could feel these things were at the very least high class. Aquino wanted to be with Jean for as long as she could, so becoming stronger was a priority for her. Aquino summoned holy lightning from the sky and struck the group. 2 of them fell instantly, while the others looked at the girl, pissed off beyond belief. They charged her while attacking her with breath attacks. One dragon launched a fire out of its mouth, while the other sent out water. Akino swiftly dodges the attacks and summons 2 circles beside the dragons and hits them again with holy lightning. One dragon was hit, while the other tried to dodge. Yufufu, you want get away, Dragon San. Akino flicked her finger to where the dragon dodged to, and her holy lightning changed directions, surprising the dragon. Her attack hit the dragon, and it let out a pained shriek. Akino followed her attacks up with a demonic flame that was shaped like a dragon. She licked her fingers. It's still quite weak, but I'll dub this my demonic flame dragon. While its size was still relatively small, the power was at the peak of her own power, the peak of middle class. It was nothing to scoff at. Add to the fact that Akino has taken some of Jean's essence, it only strengthened her power of using draconic-like attacks. The attack hit the dragon to the left, the one hit with the initial holy lightning attack, when hit again by the demonic flame dragon. It fell defeated. Akino turned her attention towards the other dragon, fear present in its eyes. Akino had a sadistic grin on her face. Yufufu, she summoned another batch of clouds in the sky and hit the dragon with demonic lightning instead, and underneath it, holy lightning. Akino kept up her assault even after the thing had died. She eventually came out of her sadistic daze. Era. I went a bit overboard. Jean had watched the display and shook his head. What in the world? Did she become even more sadistic? Jean smiled wryly at Akino, not fully sure on how to feel. With Kuroka, why are giant walking buildings chasing me NYA? The cat girl had encountered a tall building with legs and arms, very weird, cartoony-shaped mouths with sharp teeth. They were able to shoot lasers out of their eyes and were very flexible, which surprised her. Zing! Kuroka dodges another laser attack that was aimed at her. Jean, what the hell are these things? No more Naya. Kuroka quickly spun around and ran towards the walking building. She sent out some poison mist towards the thing, hoping it would work. It's alive, right? So it should work. That was the Nekash's reasoning and went with it. But it didn't work. Another laser was fired at her, and she dodges it. How about this instead, then? She created mirage copies of herself using illusion from Jiu-Jitsu as they ran around the thing. It became confused and tried to step on them, but it went through the copies. Kuroka covered herself in 2Ki and fired some senjutsu aura bullets at the walking building. But with its flexibility, it easily dodged them. What the heck is this? Suddenly the thing's legs were encased in ice. Kuroka, please keep your composure. Grafia had seen her struggling, so she decided to help the girl. Kuroka nodded and flew back up to the thing as it's been frozen solid on the spot. Kuroka covered her fist in concentrated 2Ki and sent a punch towards it. The thing dodged, but she smirked. Gotcha! A giant fireball came down on the walking building, along with Grafia's giant ice spear that pierced its side. The explosion caused by the combined attack sends Kuroka flying to the ground. Grafia went over to her and helped her up. Thank you, Grafia Naya. It was no trouble. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The two of them snapped their attention towards the source of the noise. A large, dark, purple dragon with tentacles wiggled around its back landed. That's its at least Satan class. Be careful. Grafia readied her magic. Ugh! Why do we have to fight the strong and weird stuff? Kuroka complained as a tentacle shot towards her, only for Grafia to freeze it in place, kicking it as it shatters. Rueyu, upon seeing its tentacle be destroyed, it roared. You pissed it off. Both ladies dodged a breath attack made out of toxic venom. That will also kill us. Kuroka, focus on the battle. Grafia reprimanded the talkative girl. Right, my bad. Grafia felt a bit of her overall power increase after she and Kuroka defeated the strange building monster. So, she felt confident in taking this dragon on. It sent out more toxic breath attacks towards them. They dodged them, sometimes using a defensive barrier if they couldn't do it in time. Grafia summoned ice underneath the thing as it pierced its underside, making the thing shriek in pain again. It has power, but that's all. Once its single tentacle was destroyed, it lost its composure. Kuroka flew around the dragon, firing aura bullets, and also adding some elemental magic in between. The dragon was slowly being beaten down. Its movements slowed and attacks became less frequent. Kuroka again gathered condensed Tuki around her fist and punched the dragon's head, making it explode. You! The blood and guts covered Kuroka, much to her dismay. She looked towards the maid, but Graphia had already stepped further back. You may want to consult Jean about your problem, she tells the girl, and flew away. Nya! With Jean nya! A wail of a cat girl's annoyance resounded through the pocket dimension. With the Jean flash stepped toward the sound, and found Kuroka covered in blood and guts. Do I even want to ask? When Kuroka saw Jean broke out in a wail. Jean, help me. Jean put his hand out and used cleaning magic on Kuroka, removing all the blood and guts from the girl. Thank you, she fake sniffed, making Jean shake his head. Just I guess, Naya, again, if you need me to do that again. Jean disappeared from her sight. With Ingvild stood on top of a recently defeated dire wolf. She had flown in a random direction and found a pack of them. When she landed, they started attacking her, so she defended herself by using demonic elemental magic. She initially used some water magic, cutting the wolves apart, but it was too easy for her, so she started to use the other elements. I need to be stronger. Jean always said that he wanted his harem and friends to be strong, so they didn't need to constantly rely on him. Ingvild remembered the overwhelming power she felt that day. In Kyoto, she shivered at the thought. I won't be able to reach that probably, so I'll focus on what I can do for now. Boom. A large dire wolf appeared out of nowhere. Ingvild glared at the beast. I can't use my clan's trait yet, but water manipulation is easy enough. I can just try mimicking it. Ingvild thought of an image of a dragon. No, a serpent. FWSHHH. The demonic water around her started to take a serpent-type shape, slowly coiling around her and growing in size more. She fed more of her demonic energy into it, and it grew in size again. More, she wasn't satisfied with it, and poured in more and more. It grew even larger. This was Ingvild Leviathan's current demonic output for normal water manipulation, a 20-meter-tall water serpent. It wasn't her clan's trait, but it was good enough for now. The large dire wolf and the smaller one looked at the sight in front of them in respect and fear. The one thing in their mind was to flee or die, but they didn't get to make that decision. Boom! Ingvild unleashed the giant water serpent as it consumed the area around her. To her surprise, the wolves that were swept away were also being cut up inside it. Did I unintentionally add wind magic? Very nice. Ingvild was a little startled that Jean just suddenly appeared beside her. She felt him start petting her. You're a natural at this end. I didn't mean to add the wind, though. She still lacked control, but training and being inside this place can compensate for that. You live and learn. Just learn from this and improve. ITLL take time, but it isn't impossible. Jean hadn't stopped petting her. You need help? No, I should be fine. Thank you, though. Ingvild flew off, leaving Jean there with a grin. I wonder what got her all pumped up. Jean shook his head and disappeared again. With Lavinia, the area around the Ice Princess was covered in ice, the enemies encased in it. Nothing could move without her permission. She noticed her mana pool was quite larger than when she had taken the pill from earlier. She fired the same shot from her ice gun from yesterday, and she felt fine. It took away a good chunk of her mana, but it was quickly recovering. Can Jean make items that can increase my mana pool's regeneration? Lavinia wanted to ask Jean about that, but luckily for her, the man himself appeared beside her. Joe. He tapped her shoulder and smiled at her. Jean, I was actually going to try to find you to ask about something. About what? Jean looked around the area Rennie was at and whistled. Seems like the extra mana helped you. So, I was wondering if you could make an item that could help with regenerating mana. Yeah, I can. It's pretty easy, but I won't give it to you right now. Rennie was shocked by Jean's answer. Think of it as a present for later, Rennie. She brightened up once hearing the second part of the sentence. Okay. Lavinia hopped on her broom and flew off. Ice, that's what I mainly use because of my sacred gear, but am proficient in other elements. Lavinia saw a tall creature in the distance. What is that? She went closer and was shocked to Titan. She flew around the thing and took note of it. It's made out of stone. It's not like the one we encountered from before. Is it part of the Greek mythology? The Titan's eyes snapped to Lavinia, and it threw something at her. Alerted, she quickly dodged the object. She looked back, and it was a giant boulder. She landed on the ground and summoned 2 ice dolls. Keep attacking that thing. I want to try a few things. Once the dolls got their commands, they immediately acted upon it. One started to freeze its feet, while the other threw a barrage of large chunks of ice towards its eyes. The Titan was annoyed by this, but to its surprise, it struggled to break the ice. Shatter. Just freeze it again. She commanded the ice doll, and it did so. Let's try that. Lavinia concentrated on creating a new gun, one that had both ice and lightning properties combined. She saw Jean do something like that on their last visit to Kino, also started doing the same thing with her demonic energy. So why couldn't she? The gun slowly manifested in front of Lavinia, and she grabbed it. She felt a large chunk of her mana go missing. Did it really take me that much? She sighed. Sounds like using demonic energy is easier than normal magic. Her new gun was mostly light blue ice with yellow and black lightning streaks around it. While she reveled at her new creation, her dolls were continuing their onslaught, annoying the Titan even more. It finally stomped its foot, shaking the entire area. This brought Lavinia out of her fascination and turned her attention back on the thing. She hopped back on her staff and flew back into the air. Her ice dolls continued their attack as Lavinia poured a bit of mana into the gun, aimed, and fired. Shing! Boom! A crackle of black and blue freezing lightning shot from the gun and hit the Titan in the eye, completely removing the right side of its face. Rah! It screamed as it had just lost a part of its face. The Titan suddenly summoned multiple rocks out of nowhere and sent them hurtling towards Lavinia. She couldn't dodge in time, so decided to create a defensive barrier in front of her instead. It bore the force of the attack, and slowly cracks started to appear. Lavinia ordered the ice dolls to freeze its left arm. They did so, and the arm was quickly encased in ice, slowly weighing the thing down and making it go in an unnatural angle. Please be enough. Lavinia poured the same amount of mana she had done so as yesterday. She teleported behind the Titan, surprising it, and she pulled the trigger. Boom! Crackle! With Kuroka, what the hell, Naya? A large boom and shockwave just erupted from behind her, startling the cat girl. She turned her attention over there and saw ice and black lightning. Graphia? No, she hasn't used lightning at all yet, Akino. Her lightning isn't even that color, Rennie. With Jean, Graphia, and Ingvildum, Jean turns his attention to where Rennie's battle was. The other two were shocked by the power that emitted from there. What is happening? Ingvild flew behind Jean to cover herself, making the man chuckle. Graphia didn't say anything as she just stared in the direction. Such powerful ice magic. It's just Rennie. Probably try to copy what I did last time. Mixing 2 elements created a new gun, and that's the result. I didn't think she'd choose ice and lightning, though. The other 2 nodded at his explanation. She's truly a natural genius. It can be hard work, too. If you combine both, you'll be a force to be reckoned with. Jean looked over at Ingvild. She had the same potential, too. Ingvild nodded, seemingly understanding what Jean meant. With Lavinia, Lavinia was exhausted, but she could move. She still had mana left. I can still move, but it didn't matter. The Titan and the environment in front of her were simply erased from existence. But the environment started to repair itself. I need some rest, though more creatures started to spawn, and Lavinia left them for her ice dolls to deal with. She got on her broom again and flew towards Jean. With Akino was in awe at the lightning attack she saw. She wanted to replicate it, but she wasn't powerful enough to do the same output. Zap! She hit another humanoid frog monster with demonic lightning, and it died. She had faced another batch of wyverns earlier, sheep people, devils much to her surprise, and now humanoid frogs. Akino slowly felt her power increase during the short time they were here. If she had to guess, an hour or 2 had passed. They were going to be here for 12, but luckily only 6 would pass in the real world. I still have another 10 hours to get stronger. She pumped herself up and flew away to find stronger opponents. 6 hours later, Jean, Skyward, the girls have been fighting nonstop for 8 hours. We only have 4 more hours left in here. They went up a lot in power, especially Graphia. Once she found out how fast she could grow, she was ecstatic. She had been stuck in Ultimate class for almost around 500 plus years. This was a rare chance for her to get stronger, and she would take advantage of it. While she hadn't learned anything new per se, she did pick up a few new ways of attacking after seeing Lavinia do her magic. Jean also showed her other ways of things living and non-living attacks. It was strange, but she tried the living and didn't work out. She decided to do it another time. Ingval, like I said, was a natural genius and a hard worker. She quickly gained a lot of control of her demonic energy and was easily defeating Satan-class monsters. Once she gets the hang of her sacred gear and clan's trait, it's over. She'll skyrocket up in power. Aquino was slowly mastering her holy lightning above all else, as she sees it as a trump card against her fellow devils. If she had a fight, let's say Riser, it will be valuable during that match. She also added some close-quarters combat in there as well. While she wasn't near being a master, she became quite proficient with it, since Kuroka also helped her during that. Apart from killing the monsters, the girls would take breaks by sparring with each other. That's how Aquino's close-quarters combat improved drastically, as Kuroka was an expert at it. I would help them out whenever and wherever I could. A bit of advice here, a little demonstration here. They were all eager in getting more and more powerful, which I was happy with. 2 more hours, and it'll see the fruits of these last 2 hours. I was excited to see it. Before the start of canon, how far will they go? 2 hours later, I want to take a bath. Kuroka let herself fall down onto the ground. Aquino was also panting heavily, but they all shared one thing: they were smiling. They got to new heights in power, and it clearly made them happy. Let's check them all out then. Name: Aquino Himejima. Age: 17. Potential: Satan class SSS rank. High class S. Gender: female. Race: half fallen angel, half reincarnated devil. Titles: Priestess of Thunder, Queen of Grimory Group, Sacred Gear. Nun level: 59, 27, HP. 49,001, HP. Regen: 9,999 per minute, MP. 88,999, MP. Regen: 14,000 per second, STR. 132 Vit. 120 Dex. 122 Int. 240 Wis. 191 Char. 120 Luck. 19 Name: Kuroka. Age: 24. Potential: Mid-tier God class, SS rank, Satan class, AAA. Gender: female. Race: reincarnated devil, Nekashu. Titles: The Black Cat, Sacred Gear. Nun level: 76, 69, HP. 71, 921, HP. Regen: 10,291 per minute, MP. 109,927, MP. Regen: 19. 821 per second, STR. 204 Vit. 250 Dex. 669 Int. 489 Wis. 341 Char. 576 Luck. 12 Name: Ingval Leviathan. Age: 117. Potential: Super Devil X rank, Satan class, S. Gender: female. Race: half human, half devil. Titles: descendant of the true Leviathan. Sacred Gear. Nereid Kyrie level: 81, 36, HP. 68,444, HP. Regen: 6, 821 per minute, MP. 112,899, MP. Regen: 12,891 per second, STR. 192 Vit. 240 Dex. 289 Int. 512 Wis. 498 Char. 376 Luck. 101 Name: Graphia Lucifuge. Age: 500. Potential: Super Devil X rank, Satan class, S. Gender: female. Race: pure devil. Titles: The Strongest Queen, Silver-Haired Queen of Annihilation. Sacred Gear. Nun level: 83, 96, HP. 128, 100, HP. Regen: 18,102 per minute, MP. 182,421, MP. Regen: 21,983 per second, STR. 281 Vit. 225 Dex. 271 Int. 582 Wis. 420 Char. 499 Luck. 320, and finally Name: Lavinia Rennie. Age: 27. Potential: High-tier God class, SSS rank, Low-tier God class, SSS gender, female race, human titles, demise girl ice princess sacred gear, absolute demise level, 93, 29, HP, 135, 815, HP Regan, 19,972 per minute, MP, 1,666,444, MP Regan, 93,983 per second, STR, 291 VIT, 299 DEX, 278 INT, 2510 WIS, 2201 CHAR, 2,100 luck, 21 I smiled. They grew a lot in a short amount of time. Aquino should reach ultimate class if I bring her here during the training camp before Riser's match. She can just solo them at that point. Unless the Riser of this world is stronger, all of them sat or stood there exhausted. Now then, how about we go home? They were all too happy to do so, making me chuckle. I wasn't slacking either when they went off to train. I also practiced some moves I remembered from other anime. Honestly, I had a very unorthodox style of fighting. I just changed it on the fly. Saitama on crack? I did get redacted to help me learn some stuff. Though, with the learning speed I mastered them during those 12 hours, so I just sat around waiting for the girls, while also helping them as previously mentioned. Skyward Household, 7:21 p.m. Bath. 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 Kuroka marched up while chanting bath. She was followed by Lavinia, Kuroka, and Ingvild. You're not going FIA? The maid shakes her head. I shall take a shower downstairs. I nod and clean myself with magic instead. Grafia disappears into the bathroom. How peace and quiet. I closed my eyes and waited for everyone to be finished. CNTIR wake me up when it's time to make food. CNTIR. Answer, affirmative. I open my eyes. What time is it? I was still on the couch. I could hear everyone in the dining room, though. I hear a voice beneath me and look at it. To my surprise, it was Ophis. When did she join me? CNTIR. Answer, 8:13 p.m. CNTIR. Answer, Ophis joined you as soon as you fell asleep. Grafia has just finished making dinner. Damn, you should have woken me up when she started. CNTIR didn't answer me, though, and went silent. I start to shake Ophis awake. She looks up at me with a slight glare. Time for dinner, Ophi. She tilted her head, confused by the new nickname I gave her, but quickly got up and went into the dining room. I also made my way there and immediately apologized to Grafia. Sorry, I fell asleep. I should have just stayed awake. It's fine, Jean. It didn't take too long to make dinner. I still feel bad. She did all the training, and I just mostly watched. We enjoyed our dinner while the girls spoke about what they had done or learned during the 12 hours. 2 hours passed, and I think everyone was already passed out. What surprised me was they all went into their rooms, since they probably just went there while their brains were fried. I didn't mind. It was good for them to sleep there once in a while. CNTIR, what time is it now? Teeteir, answer, 10:47 minutos. I should hit the hey 2 ding. Never mind then, I summoned my phone and took a look at who was texting me. Oh, it's Suzaka. Hello, Jean, how are you? I hope I'm not interrupting, no. It's fine, I was just relaxing in my living room. Jean, this might sound strange, but do you take requests from anyone that's not part of the 3 factions or other pantheons? Does she want to request something? Usually no, but since you're friends with Slashdog and are related to Shuri and Aquino, I'm fine with helping you out. I see. Thank you very much. I would like you to take a look at Sei Tuju. She's Tobio's childhood friend, and a lot of things happened to her. I'm sorry I can't tell her secrets or past, since I hope you understand. Yeah, I don't mind helping her. I feel like Toby was going to ask me eventually, or even someone from Slashdog. I also understand that we all have secrets and things we don't want anyone finding out about. Thank you, Jean. How does meeting up around next month sound like? We can talk more details before making an official date, so you can inform me at Shuri. Sure, I don't mind. Let's talk details over the next few weeks then. Thank you again, Jean, and good night. Yeah, good night, Suzuku. I throw my phone back into my inventory. I wonder what's wrong with her. Did something else happen to her in the universe? Whatever. They'll deal with that when the time comes. I make my way upstairs and go into my room. When I entered, I look at my bed, looking forward to sleeping. I turn my gaze to the balcony as cold air was coming into the room, but I notice Rennie there. Did she come into my room? How long has she been waiting? Kaponi? I call out to her. She turns around and smiles at me. She beckons for me to join her there. I do so. This is DJVU. Again, we both stare out into the night sky. Another cloudless evening as we could see the stars shining in the sky. Jean, I was thinking about what you said earlier. Well, two things, actually. I glance at Rennie as she kept staring at the moon. The love at first sight and the red string of fate, I never really believed in them. But you got me thinking about it. What does it actually mean? Well, I can give you a definition for it. They made her giggle. Not what I was going for, but oh well. Sure, I don't mind hearing a logical answer for it. I didn't expect her to agree. But all right, the red thread of fate, also referred to as the red thread of marriage and other variants, is an East Asian belief originating from Chinese mythology. It is commonly thought of as an invisible red cord around the finger of those that are destined to meet one another in a certain situation as they are their true love. The two people connected by the red thread are destined lovers, regardless of place, time, or circumstances. This magical cord may stretch or tangle, but never break. This myth is similar to the Western concept of soulmate or a destined partner. I explained and could see Rennie smiling beside me. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? I guess so. From earlier, it seems you like this sort of thing, a string that ties two people from the moment they were born destined to find each other, their other half that completes them. Rennie turns to me. She ties something to my finger and then herself. I was a bit surprised by this, Rennie, the red string of fate. She giggled as she had tied a red string between us. Rennie, it's fine. I know you have a lot of things you keep to yourself. You'll tell us the truth eventually, right? I trust you, so it'll wait like everyone else. God, I feel like shit. She's being so damn earnest, and I can't do it myself. She pinches my cheeks, stunning me a bit. You don't need to feel bad. All of us are fine with it. She lets go and looks back at the moon and leans on my shoulder. I never believed in fate, but I guess today changed that. She played around with the string between us while humming a soft tune. Jean, I don't know when we'll reach the same physical intimacy as you're with Aquino, but I want to take our time getting there. Sure thing, I didn't mind. I haven't exactly gone to that level with Kuroka either. I feel she's deliberately avoiding it. About that other thing, immortality and longer lifespans, yeah? I want to stay with you for as long as I can. Thinking about leaving you first saddens me. She looks down at the ground. See, can you increase mine to at least the same span as Devil's? So 10,000 years? Sure, I don't mind. I touch Rennie's head. CNTIR. Answer. Changing Lavinia Rennie's lifespan. CNTIR. Answer. Lavinia Rennie's lifespan has been increased by 10,000 years. It's done. Thank you, Jean. It will feel strange at first, but I won't regret this decision. I get to be with friends I have right now. What do you plan on doing to the ones who say they want to stay the same? Thinking about that makes me feel uneasy. I can't and won't force them. Their death will be inevitable. I already gave the same answer before. Much like resurrection, I won't force them. If they want to stay with their natural lifespans, then I'll respect their wishes. I look into the distance, the night sky never changing. But it's going to suck when they do pass on. Death, it's not an easy topic to breach with people. Most don't even want to talk about it. And even talking about it with someone can ruin the mood. This is Draconic Deus High School DxD, a world unlike my previous one. We can literally control our own destinies if we get powerful enough. But I don't want to force my own opinions on others. I don't want to make them live a life they don't want to. I'll need to prepare myself when someone says no to increasing their lifespan. Also, please don't be too tough on Vakuin. I know you're both fated to fight, as you're both the Dragon Emperors. I snicker as she frowns at me. Don't worry, I plan on ending this old rivalry. I've already beaten Valley easily. I really don't want to fight him to death. He's more like a little brother to me. Just needs a bit of roughing up everything now and again. We both laugh at that. It really did seem like it. Thank you. She buries her head in my shoulder. Jean, you won't forget about me, right? An unexpected curveball was thrown my way. What do you mean? Your harem will keep growing. I'm sure the girls share the same worries. I can only give you my word, but I promise you I won't. I can understand her worries, but how can I? Then give me something that will show you won't. Something? I see. That can also work. She did ask for an item to increase her Manus regeneration. I create a silver ring with a Swiss blue topaz gemstone. I also add extra mana regeneration on it for Rennie, an increase of 50. I turn back to her, and she's wide-eyed. Oh shit, wait, this looks like Jean, is that? She sounds like she is about to cry. Sure, why not? It's a promise ring. It's the something you want me to give you, so I won't forget. This is also the item you were asking for earlier in the pocket dimension. I put the promise ring on her left ring finger. Is this all right? Lavinia looks at me teary-eyed. I'll love all of you equally. I won't forget any of you. That's all I can promise. It's cheesy, but I mean every bit of it. Thank you, I love you, Jean. Yeah, I love you too, Rennie. 2 weeks later, and so 2 weeks pass in a blink of an eye. Summer holidays ended and the school year for Kuo Academy students starts today. I had changed in my new uniform and stared at myself in the mirror. Yeah. That'll do. I went downstairs and everyone was ready. Aquino, Ingvild, and I. You guys stay safe now, all right? I turned back to face Grafia and Kuroka. Yeah, I'm tool to go to school, ugh. He'll go kill time with LaFay then. Kuroka waved me off, slightly upset with herself for not being younger. Yes, good luck with your studies. Grafio waves us off, and Aquino pulled me through the door. Aquino, you should probably not go with me on the way there. I don't care. She huffed as she stared at her own ring. Volume 2 will be the Rainier Darcel arc and Riser arc.